The House will be in order. Pursuant to the order of the House of January 9th, 2024, the chair will recognize members from lists submitted by the majority and minority leaders for morning hour debate. The chair will alternate recognition between the parties with time equally allotted between the parties and each member other than the majority and minority leaders and the minority whip limited to 5 minutes. But in no event shall debate continue beyond 1:50 p.m. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Joyce, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, since taking office, President Biden and Vice President Harris have thrown open our doors to more than 10 million illegal immigrants, more than 99.7% of whom are still in the United States today. This mass illegal immigration poses a national security risk, with Border Patrol agents lacking the tools and the resources needed to stop, to apprehend, and to deport illegal immigrants. With cities now strained by illegal immigrants taking up shelter in school gyms and utilizing resources already stressed by record inflation, American communities are now forced to confront this crisis created by an open border policy. In New York City alone, free hotels, free health care, debit cards have attracted more than 100,000 migrants since the spring of 2022, and more than 65,000 of them remain in New York City today. It is time for the House to pass the No Bailout for Sanctuary Cities Act, which would prohibit our tax dollars from being used by sanctuary cities to benefit these illegal immigrants. We need to return to the secure border policies that we had under President Donald J. Trump. It is time to secure our borders, and it is time to disincentivize the policies that have made each and every state a border state. Thank you. Mr. Speaker, later today, the House will consider the Accelerating Kids Access to Care Act. This important legislation will streamline the process for doctors to enroll out-of-state Medicaid programs in order to provide much-needed care for children. Last year, I met with two of my constituents from Perry County, Derek and Amy Nesbitt, who shared with me the story of their son, William, and William's battle with leukemia. Throughout William's treatment, the Nesbitt family was met with red tape and bureaucracy needed, and the treatment that William deserved. Tragically, William lost his battle with leukemia. And since then, the Nesbitts have dedicated their time and families who are affected with diseases. Children enrolled in Medicaid deserve access to the best possible care. And we have a responsibility to remove obstacles that exist because of where a patient lives. Today, I am proud to support this important bill, Accelerating Kids Access to Care, which will remove these barriers and enable access to timely and quality care for all of our kids. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield.
Gentleman yields back. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Missouri, Mr. Cleaver, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to commemorate the 50th anniversary of the Community Development Block Grant Program, known as CDBG, and I recognize its tremendous contributions to the viability of American communities. The U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development CDBG program provides critically needed funding to over 1,200 states, local jurisdictions, and insular areas across the United States. Since the creation of the program in 1975, HUD and Congress have invested more than $1.7 billion in job creation, building affordable housing, funding disaster recovery efforts, and supporting economic development and infrastructure projects, primarily serving low to moderate income populations. Notably, the CDBG program is the most flexible source of federal funding to states, localities, and insular areas for economic and community development purposes. State and local governments work with their local program partners with input from public to develop programs that are initiated, planned, and developed at the local level and meet national objectives. As a former mayor of Kansas City, Missouri, Missouri's largest municipality, I know firsthand the importance of having a flexible federal program that can meet unique local challenges. Due to its nature, CDBG is often layered with other HUD funds or used for gap financing to aid the final necessary funds that makes transformative communities viable. In 2023, the CDBG program provided funding for housing-related activities that served nearly 62,000 families, including direct home ownership assistance and rehabilitation of homes, assisting more than 25,500 individuals to find permanent employment or to keep full-time jobs they were at risk of losing through economic development activities. Improvements to homeless facilities that served more than 52,000 people, and operating cost of homeless and HIV/AIDS patient programs, senior services, food banks, services for the disabled, youth services, transportation services, and general health or mental health services that assisted more than 5.4 million Americans. HUD requests that guarantees report on leveraged funds as well as public-private partnerships to demonstrate local investment. Guarantees reported that CDBG investment leveraged an average of $5.2 million for every $1 of CDBG program funding during 2022, amplifying the program's return on investment with $4.9 billion in other resources. The 50th anniversary is now an opportunity to commemorate the milestone and commit to strengthening the CDBG program with additional funding and programming improvements. My legislation, the CDBG Improvement Act, would permanently authorize the CDBG program, increase funding to offset inflation, and account for the increase in the number of entitlement jurisdictions since 1974, and authorize housing construction as an eligible program activity, among other purposes. As ranking member of the Subcommittee on Housing and Insurance with jurisdiction over the CDBG program, I congratulate the CDBG champions and advocates and look forward to continuing to work together on this mission. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The gentleman yields back. The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Iowa, Ms. Miller Meeks, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise today in support of my bill to establish a refundable tax credit for expenses incurred through in vitro fertilization, or IVF. For many, including some of my own family members, the struggle with infertility has been profoundly heart-wrenching. While IVF presents its own challenges, it offers a vital opportunity for pregnancy and parenthood that should be accessible to all families facing these difficulties. With the U.S. birth rate declining and IVF contributing to 2 to 3% of births, it's crucial to support families seeking to grow. As a physician, I value every life, and as a mother, I understand the importance of empowering families to expand on their own terms and their own timelines. This measure will provide a fully refundable tax credit for IVF-related medical expenses up to $30,000 over a lifetime. It will cover essential costs such as transportation, egg retrievals, counseling, and medications. I urge my colleagues to support this bill, making the dream of parenthood more attainable and reaffirming our commitment to helping families. Thank you. Mr. Speaker, I rise today disgusted by the horrific acts which have taken place in the Gaza Strip. This brutal execution of 6 hostages taken by the Hamas war criminals is nothing more than the most recent development in a campaign of terror with one goal: the extermination of the Jewish state of Israel. One of these hostages, an American man by the name of Hirsch Goldberg Poland, was enjoying the Rim Music Festival when this band of thugs turned a peaceful day into a living hell. During the attack, Mr. Goldberg Poland's arm was blown off by a grenade. He spent the next 330 days terrified that he would never see his family again. On August 31st, 2024, they executed this badly wounded American music lover. I recently visited the families of some of the hostages in Israel, as well as here in the United States. I saw firsthand the unimaginable hope and strength these families have lived with for the past 11 months. Hope for Goldberg Poland family has run out, but strength remains as they mourn their loss. The thoughts and prayers of the American people will continue to be with the Israeli people. May God be with them. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to honor and thank Kids for Vets who raised over $10,000 through lemonade stands for veterans' causes in the Quad Cities. As a 24-year Army veteran, it warms my heart to see America's youth so deeply concerned about our service members. Kids for Vet partners with amazing nonprofit organizations such as the Quad Cities Veterans Outreach Center and SEAL Family Legacy to provide support to Gold Star families, food banks, job placement services, housing assistance, and so much more to America's heroes. Because of the outstanding work of Kids for Vets and their partners, veterans in the Quad Cities and Greater Eastern Iowa have a support system that puts their essential needs first. I applaud the amazing work of Kids for Vets, and I ask my colleagues to join me in supporting and thanking this incredible organization. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to congratulate Matt Stutzman of Fairfield, Iowa, for winning the gold medal in archery in the 2024 Paralympics. Matt is a distinguished athlete who has overcome the immense obstacle of being born without both arms to set a new Paralympics record of a score of 149 points out of 150 points possible. In admiration of his father, Matt developed an interest in bow hunting. Upon noticing his interest in hunting, Matt's father bought him his first bow at age 16. From that point on, he was passionately dedicated to enhancing his skills. His first achievement came in the form of an Olympic silver medal in the 2012 Paralympics. Next, in 2015, he set a new world record by hitting a target from 283 meters away, a record previously held by an able-bodied athlete. Matt is a testament to the will and determination of Iowa's 1st District, and we expect further great things to come from him in the future. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to highlight the $1.5 million in federal funding secured for a space technology innovation and education project at the University of Iowa's Department of Physics and Astronomy. This funding will be used to build state-of-the-art space equipment to help train the next generation of cosmic leaders. I was happy to visit with the university shortly after securing these funds to speak to students and faculty about the impact this will have. The University of Iowa is already a leading school for researching the skies above, and this critical investment will further UI's standing as a leading university in the development of space instruments for NASA and for America's astronauts. Our country is in dire need of leaders in the astronomical field, which is why I was proud to secure this funding for one of America's leading educational institutions. With that said, I ask my colleagues to join me in wishing the best for the University of Iowa's future astronauts. I extend the most warmest birthday greetings to a most amazing man and life partner, my husband, Kurt Meeks. Happy birthday, honey. With that, Mr. Speaker, I yield.
Gentlewoman yields back. The chair now recognizes gentlewoman from Washington, Ms. Delbane, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to demand justice for Dr. Sif Fatin, an MIT-educated professor who has been unjustly detained in Egypt since 2018. Dr. Fatin served in Egypt's Ministry of Education before the government was overthrown in a coup in 2013. His home was later raided without a warrant, and he was arrested. For the last 6 years, he has been held without a trial date, despite an Egyptian law that sets a 2-year maximum for pretrial detention. Dr. Fatin has experienced various forms of mistreatment, torture, and near total isolation during his detention, and continues to be denied basic due process. I want to thank Dr. Fatin's family, who lives in Redmond, Washington, in my district, for bringing his case to my attention. I recently met with the Egyptian ambassador to advocate for Dr. Fatin, and I'll continue to demand justice so that he can be reunited with his family as soon as possible. Thank you, and I yield back.
Gentlewoman yields back. The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from New York, Ms. Melitakis, for 5 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, I rise in honor of National POW MIA Recognition Day, which is commemorated on the third Friday of September every year. This past weekend, I joined the Vietnam Veterans of America in my district to bring attention to the more than 80,000 American service members who are prisoners of war and those still missing in action. My community of Staten Island, New York, recently learned from the Department of Defense POW MIA Accounting Agency that the remains of U.S. Army Air Force's Second Lieutenant Francis E. Callahan of New Brighton were identified after 80 years. Lieutenant Callahan and 10 other service members were killed in action during World War II when their plane was shot down by an enemy combatant during a bombing mission to Brunswick, Germany. At the time, the crash site could not be located by Allied forces or Army investigators. However, in 2015, an independent research group, Missing Allied Aircrew Research Team, contacted the Defense POW MIA Accounting Agency historians with new information related to the possible crash site near Winstead, Germany. The agency's investigators were able to find the location and recovered various pieces of wreckage between 2021 and 2023. Following extensive laboratory analysis, anthropological and dental analysis, along with the available circumstantial evidence, an association between the remains and Callahan was established. Now, Second Lieutenant Callahan will be buried in Arlington National Cemetery to rest with his brothers. Sadly, 3 of the 10 members of Callahan's crew still remain unaccounted for. They are among the tens of thousands of other service members who remain missing. As a nation grateful to those who served and those who made the ultimate sacrifice, we must continue to raise awareness of this issue and work toward the repatriation of all our POW MIA and bring closure to their families and communities. The identification and repatriation of Lieutenant Callahan, along with Private First Class Raymond Smith of Brooklyn, whose remains returned to New York City in 2021, 71 years after he went missing in action during the Korean War, give us renewed hope that our nation will fulfill its promise and commitment to return every single American who served our nation on foreign land. As the POW MIA flag states, these heroes are not forgotten, and we will do everything we can to honor their memory and bring them home. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Connecticut, Mr. Larson, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to address and speak about the nation's #1 anti-poverty program for the elderly and the #1 anti-poverty program for children, and the program that more veterans rely on for disability than the VA. Of course, I'm talking about Social Security. What the public doesn't know, but should, is that Congress hasn't acted to enhance Social Security since 1971. That's 53 years. A lot has transpired and happened over 53 years. And with 10,000 baby boomers a day becoming eligible for Social Security, it's long overdue that Congress acts. We have a proposal. The proposal is called Social Security 2100. And that's exactly what it does. It makes sure that no one can retire into poverty. We have over 5 million Americans who have paid into Social Security and get below poverty level checks. Nobody gets wealthy on Social Security. The average is $18,000 per male, 14,000 per female. And as I said, 5 million of our fellow citizens are getting below poverty level checks on a commitment they made to their government to get the insurance, and that's what we're talking about here, is insurance. Social Security also is one of the most efficient government programs. Its administrative costs are under 1%. There's no other agency that does that and services over 70 million people. I also like to remind my colleagues on the other side of the aisle that Social Security is important because it impacts your district directly. Mr. Speaker, for example, you have 134,536 recipients. 95,000 plus are retirees, 15,000 are disabled, 8,756 are widows, and 9,942 are children. That's not the most critical thing, though. The critical thing is how much money comes into your district on a monthly basis. In California's 23rd, it's $213 million a month. $213 million, and that hasn't been adjusted since 1971. And what do these people do with this money when they get it? They spend it right back in their district, at the local grocery store, at the local pharmacy, to pay for their heating and cooling, to put gas in their automobiles. It therefore is a direct economic development plan for the people in this nation who need it the most. For more than 40% of Americans, Social Security is the only benefit they have. They don't have benefits like the federal government has or like the United States Congress has. All they have is that very simple policy and a commitment from their government that they would make it actuarially sound. And instead, what they get is doubt and fear and the fact that the trust fund will be cut 20% now by 2033 if Congress continues to do nothing. It's long overdue. Why is it, citizens must ask, that Congress can't come together to take care of the very citizens we're sworn to serve on an insurance plan that's the most efficient in government, operating at under 1% administrative costs? You can't find another agency in the private sector, and I hail from an insurance capital. To administer insurance is anywhere from 15 to 26%. In government, they do it for under 1%. Act, Congress.
Gentleman's time has expired. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Guam, Mr. Moylan, for 5 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to recognize and honor Sergeant Major Juan Ogo Blas, a proud son of Guam who sadly passed away on September 3rd, 2024. Sergeant Major Blas served with the 82nd Airborne Division in Vietnam, where he experienced intense combat and served gallantly. During a 1969 incident, Sergeant Major Blas' platoon came under attack, instantly incapacitating the platoon leader. Sergeant Major Blas took immediate command of his unit and moved to drag other wounded men into positions of safety. While evacuating the wounded, Sergeant Major Blas himself was injured in his right shoulder, but refused medevac at that moment. The platoon continued receiving fire from enemy bunkers, and when close air support arrived, they struggled to place rockets on target. Despite his injuries, Sergeant Major Blas made a series of solo charges at enemy positions, marking them with smoke for attack by aircraft. Only once these enemy positions were neutralized did Sergeant Major Blas accept medical evac. Based on these actions, Sergeant Major Juan Ogo Blas has earned himself among the pantheon of Guam's heroes. His life and military career stands as an example of patriotism, and the people of Guam will always be proud of his legacy. Although in his life, Sergeant Major Blas was only awarded the Distinguished Service Cross for his actions in Vietnam. As honorable as this distinction holds, many would agree that his acts of valor mirror those throughout the nation who were recognized with Congressional Medal of Honor, the highest of honors bestowed to military heroes. Since the start of my term, I have prioritized ensuring that Sergeant Major Blas and 2 other Guam heroes, who also qualified for the Congressional Medal of Honor for these acts of heroism from Vietnam conflict, are indeed recognized. That chapter, spanning nearly 6 decades, would finally be close to a conclusion. Mr. Speaker, I rise today and I'm happy to share that earlier this year, an amendment I was able to offer was successfully included in the FY 2025 National Defense Authorization Act, which would award the Congressional Medal of Honor to Sergeant Major Juan Ogo Blas, Army Command Sergeant Major Martin Manglonia, and the late Army Specialist Joseph Paris. I was even more humbled when I saw the joys in the eyes of Sergeant Major Blas when I shared the news in person and advised that we are almost there. Sadly, the Sergeant Major passed away, and while he may not be here with us to accept this much-deserved Congressional Medal of Honor, if language remains in the final version of the NDAA, he will be here in spirit. More importantly, he will be smiling down on the island and nation which he proudly and faithfully served. I am committed to getting this job done. Mr. Speaker, I ask that under these historic calls, I would like to take this time to ask for a moment of silence to honor the late Sergeant Major Juan Ogo Blas, a man of family, faith, patriotism, and a true hero of this nation. May he rest in peace. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Florida, Mr. Frost, for 5 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, I stand with consent to address the House.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, we are nearing 4 years since we lost a jazz great. Today, to honor the life of one of our jazz legends and icons, Ira Sullivan, I rise. Ira was many things: a jazz great, an educator, a mentor, a father, a husband, and a friend of mine. I remember first meeting him as a student. I think I was in like the 7th or 8th grade of the University of Miami Young Musicians Jazz Honor Program camp. I remember walking in very young, and he asked me to play vibraphone to a jazz song, which was kind of weird for me. I was pretty young in my jazz education career and didn't know about jazz vibraphone. It almost felt like he was asking me to play timpani to a jazz song. It was very foreign. But the next day I came in and he gave me a pair of Gary Burton mallets, and he told me to give it a try. And believe it or not, I was still very confused, but either way, that decision and that gift he gave me changed my life forever. From then on, I'd start practicing jazz vibraphone and became quite obsessed with it. Stopped auditioning on the drum set at my school and started auditioning to be a jazz vibraphonist. And years passed. Ira would always invite me to go back to perform with him in whatever the new class was at the University of Miami for the summer camp. And I got to meet all the young people from across the country that Ira had inspired and whose lives he had changed. Ira Sullivan achieved technical skills not achieved by many. A multi-instrumentalist in the truest sense of the word, fluently being able to play trumpet, saxophone, flute, and other instruments. Ira also had the ability to be a jazz great in the history books, but also remain an accessible educator for artists of many different levels. I mean, Ira mentored greats like Jaco Pastorius, Pat Metheny, but he also continued to teach high schoolers and college-age students at the Young Musicians Camp at the University of Miami, where I met him. And today I wanted to honor the life of Ira Sullivan because he inspired so many young musicians. And I stopped practicing swing many, many years ago, but I've been telling myself that I had to get back to it, and I'm committed to starting back up in his honor. The last thing I want to say, too, is a quick story. I remember going into high school jazz band, and I hadn't practiced that much that day, and I got yelled at by the band director, rightfully so. And that night I went home, felt very defeated. But my dad comes into my room with the house phone, and he goes, "Ira Sullivan's on the phone for you." I go, "The Ira Sullivan?" He goes, "Yeah, the Ira Sullivan." And I spoke with him for maybe 30 minutes, 45 minutes, told him about my day. And I remember hanging up and going to practice all night. God bless my parents. And I went into jazz band that next day. Not only was I able to play the song proficiently, but I did it with so much passion, some of the most passion I've ever played with before. And I think it's because, number one, I got up off of my butt and practiced, but also it's because Ira Sullivan called me. So, long live Ira Sullivan, jazz great, educator, friend, and mentor. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize September as Suicide Prevention Month, a time for us to come together, raise awareness, and offer hope to those facing thoughts of suicide and other mental health issues. This issue hits particularly close to home for our veterans, as every day we lose 17 veterans due to suicide. These are our friends, loved ones, neighbors, and people who served our country with courage but are now struggling in silence. And so whether it's safe firearm storage, better and increased access to mental health care, or the immediate support of the 988 Suicide Crisis Lifeline, we can all play a part in saving lives. People in a mental health or suicide crisis deserve and need compassionate and an effective response. The path towards saving lives starts with a conversation. Talking openly about suicide prevention and mental health can break the silence, and sometimes just one conversation can make all the difference. We owe it to those who we've lost and those still struggling to listen and to act and to work together towards a future where no one has to fight alone. Mr. Speaker, today I rise to honor Omari Jones, an exceptional Central Floridian in my district who has made history as a bronze medalist in boxing at the 2024 Olympics. Omari was just one of 8 boxers to bring home a medal demonstrating his skill, courage, and determination. At just 21 years old, the Edgewater High School graduate has become I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Pursuant to Clause 12A of Rule 1, the Chair declares the House in recess until 2 p.m. today.
The House will be in order. The prayer will be offered by Chaplain Kibben.
Would you pray with me? Eternal God, every good and perfect gift is from you. 237 years ago, Benjamin Franklin prayed to you, Father of Lights, to illuminate our understanding of this mantle that you have placed on the people of the United States. For it is by your generous hand that this nation was given freedom and liberty, as well as the noble and weighty responsibility to govern with integrity and honor. Today, as we celebrate the signing of our Constitution on this day in 1787, we pray that we have stewarded your gifts faithfully as our founders intended. And we recommit ourselves to forming a more perfect union, to establishing justice, to ensuring domestic tranquility, to providing for the common defense, to promoting the general welfare, and to securing the blessings of liberty for ourselves and our prosperity. More importantly, on this day, we renew our dependence on your guidance as we do our part to uphold our republic. In our efforts to preserve this democracy, may we continue to seek your righteousness and to rely on your gracious guidance. For in you, God of our past, our present, and our future, there is no shadow or change, no failing of your compassion. Great is your faithfulness, now and always. Amen.
The chair has examined the journal of the last day's proceedings and announces to the House the approval thereof. Pursuant to Clause 1 of Rule 1, the journal stands approved. The Pledge of Allegiance will be led by the gentleman from Mississippi, Mr. Ezell.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
The chair will entertain requests for 1-minute speeches. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from North Carolina seek recognition?
1 minute, Madam Speaker.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today to recognize 3.6 million American truckers during National Truck Driver Appreciation Week. Truckers keep our nation moving forward. Every year, across more than 300 billion miles of highways and back roads, these men and women deliver 11.5 billion tons of goods to feed our families, fuel our industries, and sustain our communities. Whenever you see a truck on the road, know that behind the wheel, someone is often miles away from home and family to deliver goods we usually take for granted. Without these unsung heroes, grocery shelves would be bare, factories would shut down, hospitals would run out of medication, and cars would be stranded without fuel. I thank all our truck drivers for their hard work in undertaking one of the economy's most demanding and vital jobs. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from North Carolina seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I ask for unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute to revise and extend.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Madam Speaker, fans were on the edge of their seats as the Pitt County girls softball team made history by winning the Little League World Series. With exemplary skill and talent, they defeated the Southwest team from Louisiana 1-0. They had a flawless tournament, and no one scored against them. They outscored their opponents by a whopping combined score of 44-0. I thank the players, coaches, family, fans, and community for rallying in support of this remarkable and amazing team. Eastern North Carolina is proud to celebrate this victory. And to the players, you reflect the best of America, and you should be extremely proud knowing you are the best in the world. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Florida seek recognition?
1 minute to rise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Madam Speaker, I rise today to recognize and congratulate Boring Business Systems in my hometown of Lakeland, Florida, on the company's 100th anniversary. Founded in 1924 as the Lakeland Typewriter and Supply Company, Boring's longevity is a testament to its leader's vision to anticipate the continually evolving needs of the business community. From its humble beginnings as a retail provider of manual typewriters and adding machines, Boring now provides IT services, cybersecurity, document management, and comprehensive network support. Less than 0.5% of businesses still exist after 100 years. Making this milestone even more special is the fact that Boring is now 100% employee-owned, as a result of Chairman Emeritus Dean Boring's commitment to ensure the company thrives as it enters its second century. I salute all the members and the member owners of Boring Business Systems on this momentous occasion, and I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Illinois seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise to pay tribute to an outstanding nurse practitioner who was a dear friend of mine, and she passed away a few days ago. Her name is Margaret Davis, and people would often ask if she was a relative, and I'd always say no, but I wish that she was. And she is indeed one of the most effective nurses that I've ever known during my lifetime. Also one of the most intellectual persons I've ever known. So we simply express condolences to her family and friends and cite her work as president of the Black Nurses Association in the city of Chicago. Margaret, you've done well. Rest in peace.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Florida seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I rise to ask unanimous consent to address this body for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Madam Speaker, I rise in honor of National Prisoner of War Missing in Action Recognition Day to remember the more than 500,000 POWs who endured horrors of enemy captivity. We remember the tens of thousands of our brave patriots who are still missing in action and have yet to return home safely to the warm embrace of their families and loved ones. In an expression of solidarity, Americans will honor the lives of our greatest heroes, and the POW MIA flag will fly proudly. Our brave patriots and their families deserve more than just one day. They deserve a place to be honored and mourned all year long. That's why I've introduced legislation to designate the POW MIA Memorial Museum at Cecil Field in Northeast Florida as a national landmark. Madam Speaker, on this day, we the people, with a grateful heart, salute those who endured great dangers in the hands of the enemy and those lost in service to our nation. We reaffirm our commitment to resolve the accounting of our great American patriots. May we never forget. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Mississippi seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
I'm excited to share that Bay St. Louis, Mississippi has recently been named one of the best places to live in 2024. This charming Mississippi Gulf Coast town, often referred to as the Secret Coast, has gained national attention for its many outdoor activities and strong sense of community. When I visit, I immediately feel that the folks of Bay St. Louis take pride in supporting one another and working together to make it a better place for everyone. Some of the city's main attractions include a resilient seaside downtown area with many historic eateries, monthly art walks, and of course the beachside atmosphere. It embodies a small town feel with big cultural energy. Also, because of its easy access to many waterways, including the Gulf of Mexico and the Jordan River flowing to the Bay St. Louis Bay, this coastal city has been a key participant in the renewal of the Gulf's oyster population. Bay St. Louis is a place apart, and I'm honored to represent this community in Congress, and I encourage you all to visit. Congratulations on this wonderful community for such a well-deserved recognition. And with that, Madam Speaker, I yield back.
The chair leaves before the House an enrolled bill.
H.R. 7032, an act to amend the Congressional Budget and Impoundment Control Act of 1974 to provide the Congressional Budget Office with necessary authorities to expedite the sharing of data from executive branch agencies and for other purposes.
Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the chair will postpone further proceedings today on motions to suspend the rules on which a recorded vote for the yeas and nays are ordered, or votes objected to under Clause 6 of Rule 20, and the House will resume proceedings on postponed questions at a later time. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from California seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I move to suspend the rules and pass the bill, H.R. 7438, the FIFA 2026 World Cup Commemorative Coin Act.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
H.R. 7438, a bill to require the Secretary of the Treasury to mint coins in commemoration of the FIFA World Cup 2026 and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentlewoman from California, Mrs. Kim, and the gentlewoman from California, Ms. Waters, each will control 20 minutes. And the chair recognizes the gentlewoman from California, Ms. Kim.
Madam Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and include extraneous materials on this bill.
Without objection.
Madam Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Woman is recognized.
I rise in support of H.R. 7438, the FIFA 2026 World Cup Commemorative Coin Act. This is a bill that will direct the Department of Treasury to mint coins in commemoration of the upcoming 2026 FIFA World Cup. As you drive around almost any American town on a Saturday morning, in the fall or spring, there is a good chance you will drive past a youth soccer match in action. Young boys and girls giving it their all, dreaming of becoming the next Christian Pulisic or Alex Morgan. The popularity of the sport of soccer has been on the rise in the United States since the 1960s. The biggest boom came after our country hosted the FIFA World Cup for the first time in 1994. The excitement of that tournament led to the creation of Major League Soccer, which has grown from 10 teams in 2005 to its current 29 teams. So, one can only imagine the excitement that will be generated by hosting our second World Cup tournament. The 23rd FIFA World Cup in 2026 will be the first time that 48 teams will participate. That's up from 32. Along with 5 cities from our neighbors in Canada and Mexico, 11 U.S. cities will have the chance to showcase to the world the brilliance and diversity of our great nation. The United States will host matches in Dallas, Kansas City, Houston, Atlanta, Los Angeles, Philadelphia, Seattle, San Francisco, Boston, Miami, and end with what is sure to be a thrilling final match at MetLife Stadium in East Rutherford, New Jersey on July 19, 2026. Little boys and girls all over the country will have the opportunity to watch these international superstars compete, a memory that will be sure to last a lifetime. This bill will allow the United States Mint to produce a commemorative coin which will provide Americans a physical keepsake. An added benefit of the Mint's commemorative coin program is that within the cost of the coin is a surcharge that helps raise money for important causes. In this case, the cause for this coin benefits soccer programs and activities around the United States. This will inspire the next generation of soccer stars in our country. Madam Speaker, I'd like to thank my friend from Illinois, Mr. LaHood, and his over 290 co-sponsors for introducing this worthy legislation. So I urge my colleagues to support H.R. 7438. Go, Team USA! And with that, I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman reserves. Gentlewoman from California is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
I rise in support of H.R. 7438, the FIFA World Cup 2026 Commemorative Coin Act, sponsored by Representative LaHood. I'm thrilled for this opportunity to celebrate the FIFA World Cup 2026 through this commemorative coin bill, as it will be the first time the Men's World Cup has been held in the United States in 32 years. I'm also proud this event will be held in part of Los Angeles. Not only that, but it will be the largest and most inclusive World Cup ever hosted. Host cities are spread throughout the United States, Mexico, and Canada, with 48 teams competing in 16 different cities, including my hometown of Los Angeles and 10 other American cities. This commemorative coin will provide a unique opportunity to inspire love of soccer in the United States while also celebrating this unifying global event. It is estimated that 16 million fans will attend the matches in the United States alone. This World Cup 2026 is organized by FWC 26, a 501c4 nonprofit in the United States, which is designed to continue after the event has ended, emphasizing the organization's long-term commitment to soccer in the United States specifically. This commemorative coin is designed to encourage United States-based soccer programs, as the proceeds from the sale of these coins will be used to grow the sport of soccer throughout the United States with a focus on youth and underserved communities. So I applaud the sponsors of this bill, and I urge my colleagues to support passage of this measure. I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman reserves, and the gentlewoman from California is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I yield as much time as the gentleman from Illinois would consume.
The gentleman from Illinois is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I want to thank Ms. Kim for yielding me the time, and I want to echo the comments of both of my colleagues that spoke today. I rise today in support of our bill, H.R. 7438, the FIFA World Cup 2026 Commemorative Coin Act. FIFA stands for Federation of International Football Association. And as the co-chair of the Congressional Soccer Caucus, I'm proud to lead the coin bill effort with my co-chairs of the Soccer Caucus, Representative Rick Larson, Representative Don Bacon, and Representative Kathy Castor. I'm also very honored that the U.S. Soccer Federation, which operates the men's and women's team, is based in my home state of Illinois. And also in my district, I have 7 colleges and universities that have men's and women's soccer. The FIFA World Cup 2026 will be the largest sporting event in the history of the world. It will be hosted jointly by the United States, Mexico, and Canada, the first time that 3 countries have hosted the World Cup. We expect nearly 6 million fans to attend the matches in the United States alone. Half will be traveling to the United States from other countries. As has been noted, this is the first World Cup in 100 years where we expand it to 48 teams from the current 32 teams. Hosting the tournament, which includes 104 matches in 16 cities, 11 of those cities in the United States, will bring generational opportunities to elevate soccer and build greater economic benefits in the states, cities, and local communities throughout the country. Soccer is a global sport, one that continues to rapidly grow in the United States and provides healthy outlets and opportunities for youth of all ages, abilities, and backgrounds. The FIFA World Cup 2026 Commemorative Coin Act will help support legacy programs for youth in underserved and rural communities across the nation, ensuring kids engage in physical activity and sport. The proceeds of the coin will support the growth of soccer throughout the United States, with a focus on youth, rural areas, inner cities, and underserved communities. It is an exciting time for soccer in the United States. The Soccer Caucus was proud to pass a resolution in 2017 supporting the United States bid to host the 2026 World Cup. And I'm proud to bring this bill to support the legacy of the World Cup to the floor here today. I want to thank all of my colleagues that signed on to this bill, 290 Republicans and Democrats that are supportive of our 2026 World Cup in the United States, along with Mexico and Canada. The Soccer Caucus will continue to work with our partners across the federal government and in the soccer community to ensure a safe, smooth, and exciting World Cup here in the United States in 2026. I urge my colleagues to support this bill, and I yield back my time. Thank you.
And I reserve.
The gentlewoman reserves, and the gentlewoman from California is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I yield myself the balance of the time. This bill will direct the U.S. Mint to create a commemorative coin to honor the FIFA World Cup 2026, which will be the first time a World Cup is hosted by 3 nations. So I hope this event and the coin that we're creating today will bring together millions of people from different countries to celebrate soccer. So I urge my colleagues to support this bill, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman yields back her time, and the gentlewoman from California is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I would just urge my colleagues to support H.R. 7438 and yield the balance of my time.
Okay, the question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill, H.R. 7438? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended, the bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from California seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I move to suspend the rules and pass the bill S-2825, the dust-off cruise of the Vietnam War Congressional Gold Medal Act.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
Senate 2825, an act to award a Congressional Gold Medal to the United States Army dust-off crews of the Vietnam War collectively in recognition of their extraordinary heroism and life-saving actions in Vietnam.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentlewoman from California, Ms. Kim, and the gentlewoman from California, Ms. Waters, will each control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from California, Ms. Kim.
Madam Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and include extraneous material on this bill.
Without objection.
Madam Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
I rise in support of S-2825, the dust-off cruise of the Vietnam War Congressional Gold Medal Act. The Senate version of H.R. 1015, led by Representatives Kilmer, McMorris-Rogers, Miller-Mix, and Mann. Madam Speaker, we lost too many American soldiers during the Vietnam War. That number would be dramatically higher if it were not for the bravery shown by the pilots of the dust-off cruise. During the Vietnam War, American helicopter rescue crews, known as the Operation Dust-Off Cruise, evacuated some 900,000 people to safety, the equivalent of the populations of the Pittsburgh, St. Louis, and Orlando combined. They did so under extremely perilous conditions. The dust-off missions left the crews unarmed, often flown completely at night, frequently under enemy fire, and even after having to fight for permission to fly because of the dangers. Madam Speaker, the United States needed the dust-off crews during the Vietnam War because of the battle landscape. The stealthy, dispersed enemy occupying the dense jungles of the Vietnam meant American soldiers had to push far from stationed medical support. Without a speedy exit from combat, a wound during the Vietnam War meant almost certain death. The brave men of the Dust-Off crews rescued American soldiers, civilians, and Vietnamese soldiers. When a call came in for Dust-Off to pick up wounded day and night, they went. The Dust-Off crews flew over 495,000 missions from 1962 to 1973, and sadly, of the 1,400 pilots, 90 were killed and roughly 380 were wounded. These evacuation flights were some of the Army's most dangerous missions. The heroism, valor, and tenacity displayed by these young air crews provided a gift of life that few consider or even think about today. For each person saved by a medical evacuation air crew, whether it be a man, woman, or a child, those individuals went on to enjoy their life beyond the strains of war. These young men voluntarily put their lives on the line every day to save another human being. Madam Speaker, I will leave you with the pledge of the Dust-Off crews. No hesitation, no reservation, no compromise. You get the wounded out. This pledge speaks volumes. The pilots of the Dust-Off crews deserve to be honored by this Congress with a Congressional Gold Medal. Once again, I would like to thank the bill sponsors for bringing forward this important legislation, and I urge my colleagues to support this bill. I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman reserves, and the gentlewoman from California is recognized.
I yield myself such time as I may consume. I rise in support of S 2825, the Dust-Off Crews of the Vietnam War Congressional Gold Medal Act, sponsored by Senator Cornyn. We're honoring the United States Army Dust-Off Crews of the Vietnam War who came from every state in the United States with the Congressional Gold Medal in recognition of their extraordinary heroism and life-saving actions in Vietnam. The Dust-Off crewmen served aboard helicopter air ambulances and performed medical evacuations for almost 900,000 Americans, South Vietnamese, and other individuals from Allied forces for more than 10 years. In these efforts, they often proved to be the difference between life and death for wounded personnel. The Dust-Off crews in Vietnam were innovative and resourceful. They took the new concept of helicopter medical evacuation and revolutionized it to meet the goal of quickly delivering a battlefield casualty to a hospital's operating table. Being a member of the Dust-Off crew meant that there was an inherent danger to their work and a high likelihood of being wounded or killed. Additionally, many of the evacuations took place at night, and Dust-Off crews would find themselves searching for a landing zone in complete darkness, bad weather, and mountainous terrain, all while being the target of intense enemy fire as they rescued the wounded. Collectively, the members of the Dust-Off crews earned 78 awards for their valor. The crews displayed heroism on a daily basis and were among the most highly decorated soldiers in United States history. And today, we will vote to present them with our highest honor, the Congressional Gold Medal. So, I want to thank the sponsors of this bill, including Mr. Kilmer. I now yield 3 minutes to the gentleman from Washington, Mr. Kilmer, who is also the sponsor of the House companion of this bill.
The gentleman is recognized for 3 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Every now and then, Democrats and Republicans come together to do something that matters for our veterans, and today is one of those days as we honor Vietnam veterans for their service and sacrifice, especially Dust-Off crews. Madam Speaker, between 1956 and 1975, 2.7 million Americans served in some of the most severe conditions in the history of American warfare. And unfortunately, when our service members came home, often they didn't get the gratitude that they earned. The legislation in front of us today is a small step in the effort to correct that. Today is an opportunity for our Congress and our country to say to Vietnam veterans, and specifically to Dust-Off crew members, we are grateful for your service and sacrifice to this country. You stepped up and offered your bodies and lives to protect our way of life. Despite everything Vietnam veterans went through, many never stopped serving our country or looking out for people who wear the uniform. And as a representative, that means a lot to me. As a dad, knowing my kids are growing up in a country that is stronger and freer because of those who served, that means a lot to me. And that gratitude needs to come with more than words of thanks. It needs to come with a commitment that future generations know of the sacrifice and service to our country. It means backing up words with action. It means the men and women who fight for our country shouldn't have to fight for a job when they come home. It means that in the land of the free and the home of the brave, every brave service member should have a home. And it means ensuring that veterans get the care and benefits and recognition that they have earned. And today, Congress can take another step forward in recognizing the valiant efforts of our Vietnam veterans by passing this bipartisan legislation led by myself and Cathy McMorris Rodgers, called the Dust-Off Crews of the Vietnam War Congressional Gold Medal Act. This legislation has a simple but important mission to award Dust-Off veterans, Dust-Off crews of the Vietnam War with the Congressional Gold Medal. Dust-Off crew members, helicopter air ambulance pilots, crew chiefs, and medics performed aeromedical evacuations of over 900,000 U.S., Vietnamese, and Allied forces from May 1962 to March 1973. Dust-Off crews often faced foul weather, mountainous terrain, and intense enemy fire, with crew members facing a 1 in 3 chance of being wounded or killed. These were heroes who saved lives. One Dust-Off unit, the 54th Medical Detachment, typified the heroism of Dust-Off crews. Over 10 months, 40 soldiers equipped with only 3 helicopters evacuated over 21,000 patients on 8,600 missions, over 5,000 hours, earning 78 Valor Awards. Awarding the Congressional Gold Medal to the Dust-Off crews of the Vietnam War is an important step toward recognizing the pivotal role that these service members played in saving the lives of so many and serving our country so proudly. Since the American Revolution, Congress has commissioned gold medals as its highest expression of national appreciation for distinguished achievements and contributions. Congress has never awarded the Congressional... May I ask for an additional minute?
Yes. I yield an additional minute.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank the gentlelady for yielding. Congress has never awarded the Congressional Gold Medal to any veteran of the Vietnam War. Today, we can change that by passing this legislation, and I ask my colleagues on both sides of the aisle to vote to do just that. To Representative McMorris Rodgers and Senators Cornyn and Warren, thank you for your partnership and leadership on this effort. To our veterans and to every family member or friend who has supported a veteran, thank you for that. To Vietnam veterans, we honor your service. And to Dust-Off crews, today we move forward in ensuring you are recognized with the Congressional Gold Medal. And to those Dust-Off crews, thank you for your service. God bless you, and God bless this country. Thank you, and I yield back.
The gentleman reserves, and the gentlewoman from California is recognized. Gentlewoman from California reserves, and the gentlewoman from California is recognized.
I am so pleased and so proud to be on this floor today in recognition of Vietnam era veterans and the service to this country. As a matter of fact, I've always felt very bad when I encountered Vietnam era veterans, and I've always apologized to them for the fact that they were not received back to their country in a manner that they should have been received and received the resources that they deserved, having served our country. And so this is a very important bill that will honor the U.S. Army Dust-Off crews of the Vietnam War collectively in recognition of their extraordinary heroism, their life-saving actions in Vietnam, and their direct contribution to the defense of the United States. And so I want to thank Mr. Kilmer and all the other persons and sponsors of this bill. And I asked my staff as we were sitting here, were the dust-off crews, a special unit that we are honoring today. Should we be looking at other Vietnam-era veterans? It's a question that I'm raising as I make this presentation today. So, Mr. Kilmer, thank you so very much. And I urge all of my colleagues to vote yes. And I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentlewoman yields. Gentlewoman from California is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I too want to echo all the comments that were said about honoring the Vietnam War era veterans. And I take the challenge that our ranking member has spoken about identifying and recognizing other Vietnam War veterans, and that's why I have done this, and I'm sure many of my colleagues do in their respective districts. We take the time to identify the Vietnam era war veterans, and every time we have a community event, we invite them and we present them with the token of a lapel pin to show our appreciation, and it's a small token of our saying thank you. And you know, you can never say enough about how we are happy that they're home. So we welcome everybody home, especially from Vietnam War. Thank you. And with that, I would just urge my colleagues to support S-2825 and yield back the balance of my time.
The young woman from California yields back her time. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass Senate 2825? Those in favor say yea. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 have been affirmed. The rules are suspended. The bill passed without objection. The motion is reconsidered and is laid on the table. For what purposes does the gentlewoman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move to suspend the rules and pass the bill S-2861, the Billie Jean King Congressional Gold Medal Act.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
Senate 2861, an act to award a Congressional Gold Medal to Billie Jean King, an American icon, in recognition of a remarkable life devoted to championing equal rights for all in sports and in society.
Purpose to the rule, the gentlewoman from California, Ms. Kim, and the gentlewoman from California, Ms. Waters, each will control 20 minutes of time. The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from California, Ms. Kim.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and include extraneous material on this bill.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself as much time as I may consume.
Gentleman's recognized.
I rise in support of S-2861, a bill that would award the Congressional Gold Medal to an American sports icon and champion of women's rights, Billie Jean King. I would like to start by thanking Representatives Brian Fitzpatrick and Mikey Sherrill for leading the House version of this bill, H.R. 1831. Mr. Speaker, I am honored to be here today to celebrate the historic accomplishments of Miss Billie Jean King. Billie Jean is a tennis legend. She was introduced to tennis at 11 years old and dominated the game until her retirement from competition in 1983. She reached #1 in the world with 39 Grand Slam singles, doubles, and mixed doubles titles. We're in awe of her athletic achievements and the impact on the game. However, we're not here today just to talk about her accomplishments on the court. Mr. Speaker, Billie Jean used her notoriety and her platform to fight for equal rights and equal opportunities for all, not just in sports, but in American society as well. She became an advocate for female athletes at a time when female accomplishments were not celebrated or rewarded in the same way as her male counterparts. Billie Jean had an instrumental hand in shaping the opportunities in education and sports for girls and women. Without her efforts and dedication to the passage of the Title IX of the Education Amendments Act of 1972, America would look very different today. After that legislative win, Billie Jean focused her efforts on lobbying for equal prize money for both men and women at the 1973 U.S. Open Tennis Championships. Although it would take another 34 years for the other 3 major tennis tournaments to offer equal prize money, she started a conversation that continued to push through barriers with her actions. That same year, Billie Jean did something unprecedented and played a tennis match against former world #1 player, male tennis star, Bobby Riggs. She defeated Riggs, and this match became a firm declaration of women's role in sports. Through her leadership, bravery, and activism, we owe her a huge debt of gratitude. I can think of no person more deserving to earn this distinguished honor. S2861 will recognize Billie Jean King's tireless efforts to make the world a better and more equitable place. It is only fitting that she be the first female athlete to receive a Congressional Gold Medal for those efforts. It is my hope that her courage will continue to inspire Americans today and every day. I reserve the balance of my time.
The young lady reserves her time. Gentlewoman from California, Ms. Waters.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself such time as I may consume. I rise in support of S2861, the Billie Jean King Congressional Gold Medal Act, sponsored by Senator Gillibrand. Today, we will vote to honor Billie Jean King's remarkable work in sports and society with the Congressional Gold Medal. Billie Jean King broke numerous barriers to become a #1 tennis player, and after growing in prominence, she used her platform as a celebrity to fight for equal rights and equal opportunities for women in American sports and society. Notably, Billie Jean King played an instrumental role in the passage of Title IX. That's the law that mandates equal funding for women's and men's sports in American schools. Title IX unlocked opportunities for girls and women in education and sports. I cannot help but mention Representative Mink, who served in this body. She authored Title IX of the Early Childhood Education Act and the Women's Educational Equity Act. During Billie Jean King's career, the pay difference between men and women for prize money continued to expand. Fewer and fewer tournaments were hosting women's events, but Billie Jean King led many efforts to elevate women's sports. Along with 8 other women tennis players, she formed an independent women's professional tennis circuit called the Virginia Slims Series. She also founded the Women's Tennis Association that still exists today, the Women's Sports Magazine, and the Women's Sports Foundation. All of these organizations have been instrumental in advancing women's voices in sports. And at the 1973 U.S. Open Tennis Championships, Billie Jean King successfully lobbied for equal prize money between men and women. Billie Jean King was awarded the Presidential Medal of Freedom in 2009, the highest civilian honor in the United States by President Barack Obama. The honor recognized her impactful work throughout the years in advocating for the rights of women. She was the first female athlete to receive the honor. In 2014, Billie Jean King founded the Billie Jean King Leadership Initiative to empower companies and individuals to create inclusive work environments. These inclusive work environments celebrate and promote diversity and equality. The Fed Cup, the World Cup of Women's Tennis, was renamed to the Billie Jean King Cup in 2020, making it the first global competition to be named after a woman. Billie Jean King has clearly been recognized for her extraordinary courage, leadership, and activism that have propelled the women's movement forward. And today, Congress will vote to bestow its highest honor as well. And so, I urge my colleagues to support this bill. Billie Jean King, I want you to know, before I close, attended my alma mater, the Cal State University in Los Angeles, and she was there from 1961 to 1964, and we honored her a long time ago. I yield back.
The young lady from California yields back. Excuse me? Gentlewoman from California, Ms. Kim.
Mr. Speaker, I yield to the gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Fitzpatrick, as much time as he may consume.
Gentleman's recognized.
Thank you. I appreciate the gentlewoman for yielding. Mr. Speaker, I rise today in strong support of S. 2861, the bipartisan, bicameral legislation to award the incomparable, the indomitable Billie Jean King, a legendary athlete, an ardent advocate, and a trailblazing icon, the Congressional Gold Medal. Mr. Speaker, last March, I proudly introduced this legislation, which has received overwhelming bipartisan support, standing at just under 300 co-sponsors, and a remarkable feat in and of itself. At just 11 years old, Billie Jean set her sights on becoming the greatest tennis player the world has ever seen. And Mr. Speaker, she did just that, and more. Billie Jean became a force on the tennis court and a transformative champion for equality, charting new paths for all athletes and spearheading the fight for gender equality in sports and beyond. Beyond her extraordinary collection of trophies and 39 Grand Slam titles, Billie Jean King leveraged her remarkable achievements and prominent platform to catalyze a seismic shift in the women's movement. Mr. Speaker, she didn't simply raise the profile of women's tennis, she redefined its very foundation. Through her fearless defiance of the status quo, her staunch advocacy for Title IX and pay equality, and her visionary efforts to expand opportunities for girls and women in sports, Billie Jean's impact has been transformative, and her legacy of advocacy stands unmatched. Mr. Speaker, this Friday will mark the 51st anniversary of the historic, iconic Battle of the Sexes match, where Billie Jean triumphantly defeated Bobby Riggs in front of tens of millions of people across America and across the globe, including my own mom, who was pregnant with me at the time. Billie Jean shattered the false narrative of women's inequality, proving that women can not only compete at the highest level, they can dominate at the highest level. That iconic victory ignited a seismic shift in women's sports, sparking a revolution that empowered generations of women to demand their rights and seek equality in every sphere of life. And now, 5 decades later, Billie Jean stands once more at the brink of yet another groundbreaking and trailblazing accomplishment. Mr. Speaker, the Congressional Gold Medal is the highest civilian honor this legislative body, the United States Congress, can bestow, awarded to those who have profoundly impacted our nation's history. Past recipients include influential athletes like Roberto Clemente and Arnold Palmer. But, Mr. Speaker, with the passage today of S. 2861, the indomitable Billie Jean will become the first female athlete ever in the United States history to receive this prestigious and well-deserved honor. And I want to extend my heartfelt thanks to my partners in the Senate, Senators Gillibrand and Senators Capito, and our House colleagues as well, Representative Sherrill and Representative Malliotakis, for their incredible work, doing the hard work, garnering co-sponsors on this floor day in and day out for many months. And I also want to thank U.S. Tennis Association for their support and tireless dedication to preserving and celebrating Billie Jean King's legacy. Mr. Speaker, it is time to enshrine Billie Jean King's legacy as not only a champion of tennis, but a champion of equality whose impact will continue to inspire women and girls and people across America and across the world. And I urge my colleagues from both sides of the aisle to support this measure. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
I reserve.
Gentlewoman from California Reserve.
First, I ask unanimous consent to reclaim my time. Thank you.
Recognized. Without objection. The
I reserve
gentlewoman's
my
recognized.
time. Thank you.
Gentlewoman from California is recognized.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I yield to the gentlelady from New York, Ms. Maliotakis, as much time as she may consume.
Gentlewoman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This week marks the 51st anniversary of the Battle of the Sexes, the female versus male tennis match between Billie Jean King and Bobby Riggs, played on September 20th, 1973. 90 million people in the world tuned in to watch as King made history and defeated Riggs at the Houston Astrodome in 3 straight sets, 6-4, 6-3, and 6-3. It was a first. It was groundbreaking. And it forever changed the sport of tennis and brought the issue of women's equality to the forefront of our nation. Billie Jean King has inspired generations of American women. She lived the dream for her generation and the women who came before her, who lived during a time when they were restricted from reaching their full potential. She has empowered younger women with the road she paved and the ceiling that she broke. My generation was the first to really benefit from the positive changes made because of her. And I can say that she certainly inspired me to challenge and defeat a man for this seat in the House of Representatives. But to really put it in perspective just how courageous and trailblazing Billie Jean King's actions were, you need to know what women endured at the time. In 1973, women could not get their own credit card or open a bank account without their husband or a male cosigner. They could not attend a U.S. military service academy. In some states, they couldn't even serve on a jury. There were no protections against sexual harassment in the workplace. They could get fired just for being pregnant, and there was no access to birth control. Women were paid 50% less than men, and the sport of tennis was no different. In fact, it was worse. In 1970, Billie Jean and 8 other female players created their own tennis circuit to protest men receiving 12-to-1 prize money at an upcoming tournament. In 1972, when Billie Jean won the U.S. Open singles title and received $10,000 in prize money, while her male winner was awarded $25,000, she used her platform to further champion the issue of equal prize money and threatened to boycott the U.S. Open unless the disparity was addressed. She founded the Women's Tennis Association, and she put her reputation, her tennis career, and her title on the line for gender equality, and she never wavered. Her courage, resolve, and determination pushed the U.S. Tennis Association to make the 1973 U.S. Open the first sporting event to offer equal prize money to female and male competitors. Billie Jean is also no stranger to the halls of Congress. She came to Washington to advocate for and testify in support of Title IX, signed by President Nixon in 1972, that prohibited sex discrimination in all federally funded school activities. Her achievements, both on and off the court, earned Billie Jean King accolades and honors. She became the first female athlete to be named a Sports Figure of the Year by Sports Illustrated. In 1975, 17 magazine readers named Billie Jean the most admired woman in the world. In 1976, she was Time magazine's Woman of the Year. In 1990, Life magazine named her one of the 100 most important Americans of the 20th century. She was inducted in the International Tennis Hall of Fame in 1987. In 2006, the U.S. Tennis Association Tennis Center in my city, New York City, home of the U.S. Open, was renamed in her honor. And in 2009, she was awarded the Presidential Medal of Freedom. She even has her own song by Elton John in tribute to her 1974 tennis team, Philadelphia Freedoms. As a representative of Staten Island, New York, where the sport of tennis was first brought and played by Mary Ewing Outerbridge 150 years ago, and where the first national tennis tournament was played in 1880, it gives me great pride to stand before you to join Representative Fitzpatrick and my colleagues in honoring the woman who advanced the sport and achieved equal prize money for herself and all the women who followed. Mr. Speaker, while Congress has awarded a Congressional Gold Medal to prolific male athletes in the past, this body has never awarded a female athlete the highest civilian honor. Today, we seek to change that and award it to the one woman who advocated, fought, and blazed the trail for equality in sports and won 129 singles titles and 39 Grand Slams titles along the way, Billie Jean King. I yield back.
I reserve.
Gentlewoman from California reserves. Gentlewoman from California, Ms. Waters, be recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. This important bill will award a Congressional Gold Medal to Billie Jean King in recognition of her remarkable work devoted to championing women's rights in sports and in society. She used her platform to fight for equal rights and opportunities for equality in sports and society. And I'm very thankful to Senator Gillibrand for her work on this important bill. But I cannot help but share with you today that because of Billie Jean King, she helped to inspire and also helped to ensure equal opportunities for future tennis players. And coming from my district, when they were reared and trained to be the champions that they became, Venus and Serena Williams are beneficiaries of all of that work that Billie Jean King did to change the way prize money was equalized and to make sure that women in tennis and women in all aspects of our society have equal opportunities. Thank you, Billie Jean King. I yield back the balance of my time.
Congresswoman from California yields her time. Congresswoman from California recognized.
Mr. Speaker, thank you. And I would like to thank all my colleagues who spoke in support of this legislation. And I believe this was a wonderful time where we got to understand much more than what we know from the news articles about Billie Jean and her accomplishment. And the legacy will continue on, and she will continue to be an inspiration to all of us, especially to girls and women and future athletes. Thank you so much. And I would just urge my colleagues to support S 2861, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentlewoman yields back. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass Senate Bill 2861? Those in favor say yea. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 in the affirmative.
No? You don't want?
Does the gentlewoman request the yeas and nays?
Yes. Yes, the floor team says yes. So I would request the yeas and nays on this.
I got it. The nays and yeas are requested. All those in favor of taking this vote by the yeas and nays will rise and remain standing until counted. A significant number has risen. The yeas and nays are ordered pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20. Further proceedings on this question will be postponed. For what purpose does the gentleman from Missouri seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I move to suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 5861, the Building on Reemployment Improvements to Deliver Good Employment for Workers, or the Bridge for Workers Act as amended.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
Union Calendar Number 222, H.R. 5861, a bill to extend reemployment services and eligibility assessments to all claimants for unemployment benefits and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Missouri, Mr. Smith, and the gentleman from Illinois, Mr. Davis, each will control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Missouri.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks and submit extraneous material on the bill under consideration.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in support of the Bridge for Workers Act to help more Americans who are out of work find employment faster. Currently, only those deemed most likely to exhaust their unemployment benefits are eligible for job placement services provided through the Reemployment Services and Eligibility Assessments Program. That unfairly limits resources to a small subset of UI recipients when thousands of others could be back in the workforce sooner with this assistance. This bill levels the playing field and extends these services to every American on unemployment benefits. These services are critical for helping Americans find work compatible with their experience and skills to help them get back to earning a paycheck again. Members of Congress have heard over and over again about a labor shortage and help wanted signs dotting storefronts across the country. This legislation will help address this shortage by helping more unemployed Americans get back into the workforce sooner. After fraudsters and criminals stole over $100 billion of unemployment benefits during COVID, the bill before us will also strengthen program integrity by ensuring claimants are complying with eligibility rules. Claimants must be able to work, available to work, and actively seeking work. This legislation was a bipartisan effort sponsored by the chairman and ranking member of the Ways and Means Work and Welfare Subcommittee, Representatives LaHood and Davis. I want to thank them both for their leadership in helping the Unemployment Insurance Program fulfill its mission of supporting unemployed Americans who are seeking stable work. The Bridge for Workers Act passed out of committee with every single Republican and Democrat voting for it. I hope we can have a repeat performance of strong bipartisan support in favor of this legislation today, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves the balance of his time. The gentleman from Illinois is Mr. Davis, recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself such time as I might consume.
Gentleman is recognized.
I rise in support of H.R. 5861, the Bridge for Workers Act, and I'm glad to see that the House is moving forward to ensure that state reemployment service programs serve the workers who can benefit from most of them, as we intended in our original bipartisan legislation. The Ways and Means Committee reported out this bill nearly a year ago, and I hope we can work together to finally enact it this year. As you know, this important technical clarification first passed our committee and then the full House on an overwhelming bipartisan vote in 2019, and Senate Republicans prevented it from becoming law. Our economic recovery has been historically strong, both in comparison to past recessions and compared to our peer countries. The right policies in the Biden-Harris American Rescue Plan Act resulted in strong GDP growth. Americans are back at work and earning higher wages than they were before. and inflation, which was always lower than in our peer countries, appears to be leveling off. American workers are the heart of our strong economy, and the best way to preserve and grow it is to ensure that they can get and keep good jobs while also caring for their families. Research shows one way we can help people go back to work faster is to ensure that they get simple services like job market information or resume help. This bipartisan legislation, which I was proud to work with my friend Mr. LaHood to introduce and move ahead, is key to ensuring that the right workers get these job-finding supports. Even a week or two of getting a paycheck instead of an unemployment benefit makes a difference for a household budget. I hope this bill is just the first effort to provide common sense help so that Americans can work and support their families. A good next step would be to enact universal paid family and medical leave and guaranteed child care. It is an embarrassment that some continue to block enactment of these essential supports that all other developed countries provide. So I thank you, Mr. Speaker. I look forward to working with my colleagues to support workers and enact this bipartisan bill before the end of the year. And I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman from Illinois reserves his time. The gentleman from Missouri.
I yield as much time as he may consume to the chairman of our Work and Welfare Subcommittee, the gentleman from Illinois, Mr. LaHood.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Chairman Smith, for your leadership on this bill. I rise today in strong support of our bill, H.R. 5861, the Bridge for Workers Act. This bipartisan bill demonstrates our joint commitment in Congress to supporting American workers. Unemployment insurance is meant to help people without a job get through a rough patch and find new opportunity to support themselves and their families. Reemployment services and eligibility assessment grants allow states to provide services to recipients of unemployment benefits who are identified as those that could return to work more quickly. These grants are used for job skills training, resume preparation, English as a second language classes, and career exploration to connect unemployed workers to in-demand jobs. Reemployment services have been demonstrated to improve employment outcomes and reduce the number of weeks that participants receive unemployment benefits. In addition, the program strengthens program integrity by ensuring claimants are complying with eligibility rules. The bill before us today would make a technical correction to clarify that reemployment services provided through these federal grants can be provided to all unemployment insurance claimants, not just those most likely to exhaust their benefits, as has been interpreted by the Department of Labor. I would like to thank my bill's co-lead and fellow Illinoisan and friend Danny Davis, the ranking member of the Work and Welfare Committee, for his work on this bill, which of course passed out of the Committee on Ways and Means with unanimous bipartisan support. This legislation provides the permanent flexibility states need to make reemployment services a successful tool for those that have lost their job through no fault of their own. This really is a bridge to help workers. I urge my colleagues to support it, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman from Missouri reserves. Gentleman from Illinois is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I have no further speakers, and I'm prepared to close, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields. Gentleman from Missouri is recognized.
We have no further no further members. Ready to close.
Gentleman is recognized from Missouri.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This bipartisan legislation will help more Americans in a rough patch get back on their feet quickly and back into the workforce. Communities across the country are currently in the middle of a multiple-year labor shortage. We know this from the companies of all sizes and in all industries who have warned what the lack of available workers is doing to their business. Some are cutting hours of operation, increasing customer wait times, while businesses forfeit opportunities to expand and grow because of the lack of labor. This shortage makes business less productive, slows down our economy, and adds to our national debt. Ultimately, families pay the highest price when able-bodied workers can't or don't find new employment. This bill takes steps to tackle the labor shortage by expanding needed job placement services to individuals receiving unemployment. This bipartisan bill is an easy, common-sense win for America's workers and small businesses. I urge all my colleagues to vote to advance this legislation, and I yield back the remainder of my time.
The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 5861 as amended? Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in affirmative, the rules are suspended and the bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. What purposes, gentleman from Missouri, seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move to suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 8292, the Taxpayer Data Protection Act, as amended.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
Union Calendar Number 471, H.R. 8292, a bill to amend the Internal Revenue Code of 1986 to increase penalties for unauthorized disclosure of taxpayer information.
Pursuant to the rules, the gentleman from Missouri, Mr. Smith, and the gentleman from Illinois, Mr. Davis, each will control 20 minutes. We have a change? Okay. Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Missouri, Mr. Smith, and the gentlewoman from California, Mrs. Sanchez, each will control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Missouri.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks and submit extraneous material on the bill under consideration.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to speak in favor of the Taxpayer Data Protection Act. When Americans file their taxes, they expect their personal data and tax information are confidential. But between 2017 and 2021, Charles Littlejohn, who worked as a contractor for the IRS, he stole taxpayer information, and he stole a lot of it. He gave it to the New York Times and ProPublica, who published articles containing that confidential tax information about President Trump and other notable figures. Mr. Littlejohn then destroyed evidence and obstructed law enforcement investigations. Despite his efforts to cover up his crimes, Mr. Littlejohn admitted that he was, quote, aware of the potential consequences, and in fact made his decision with full knowledge that he would end up in a courtroom. Current law failed to deter Mr. Littlejohn from stealing and leaking private and sensitive taxpayer information. Moreover, the Department of Justice only charged Mr. Littlejohn with a single count of unauthorized disclosure of private tax information. Given this lackluster charge, Republicans wrote the judge urging the court to sentence Mr. Littlejohn to the maximum sentence for the crimes he committed, particularly given the number of taxpayers impacted by his actions. Mr. Littlejohn ultimately received the maximum sentence available, but the court was limited to the single count that the Department of Justice brought charges on. This bipartisan bill ensures that the punishment fits the crime. Current law states that any violation shall be a felony, punishable by a fine in any amount not to exceed $5,000 or imprisonment of not more than 5 years, or both. This bill increases the maximum penalty for the unauthorized disclosure of returns and return information to include a fine of up to $250,000 or imprisonment of not more than 10 years or both. It also ensures that prosecutors can consider each taxpayer impacted by a disclosure to support a separate and distinct violation of the law. Increasing the punishment for this crime will result in better deterrence for potential criminals and fewer crimes of this sort being committed. I urge all my colleagues to support this legislation and send a very clear message that Congress will not tolerate the theft and leak of taxpayer information. I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman from Missouri reserves the balance of his time. The gentlewoman from California is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Gentlewoman is recognized.
Thank you. I rise in support of H.R. 8292, the Taxpayer Data Protection Act. I'm proud to vote for this bill that will enhance criminal penalties for the unlawful disclosure of taxpayer information. Under Section 6103 of the Tax Code, tax returns and return information are confidential and may only be disclosed by the Internal Revenue Service and its employees, agents, or contractors if an exception applies. Any unauthorized disclosure of tax information is a felony punishable by a maximum fine of $5,000 or imprisonment up to 5 years or both. This bill significantly increases the maximum penalty to $250,000 and imprisonment of up to 10 years. It also makes clear that each taxpayer disclosed is treated as a separate violation subject to the maximum penalty. This bill responds to one of the largest leaks of taxpayer information in the history of the IRS. While working at the IRS, a former contractor, Charles Littlejohn, unlawfully accessed and stole confidential tax information of the former president and thousands of wealthy taxpayers and disclosed it to 2 news organizations, including ProPublica. These news organizations then published a series of articles using the confidential tax information they were provided. Earlier this year, Mr. Littlejohn was sentenced to 5 years in federal prison for unlawfully accessing and disclosing tax information, which is the maximum sentence under current law. This bill would have provided the judge with the discretion to increase the sentence given the massive leak of information. As required by law, the IRS has notified nearly 70,000 taxpayers who were impacted by this unauthorized disclosure. We must do all that we can to prevent this from happening again. This bill will provide taxpayers additional confidence in the IRS that their information is safe and protected. I urge my colleagues to vote yes on this bill, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentlewoman reserves. The gentleman from Missouri is recognized.
I yield as much time as he may consume to the gentleman from Indiana, Mr. Yocum.
I thank the gentleman from Missouri and thank the chairman for your time today, as well as for your leadership on this bill. Mr. Speaker, I rise in strong support of the Taxpayer Data Protection Act, which will increase penalties for the unauthorized disclosure of personal information. Americans want certain things kept private. For example, the secret ballot protects the sanctity of the voting booth. HIPAA keeps medical history between you and your doctor. And Section 6103 is supposed to safeguard the sensitive information of our tax returns. But beginning in 2017, an IRS contractor illegally downloaded tax returns for thousands of Americans and began sharing them with reporters. When the investigators caught on, he tried to destroy the evidence of his crime. Yet the Biden-Harris administration let off the perpetrator of this egregious breach of trust with only a single count of unauthorized disclosure. We cannot let partisan actors with delusions of white knighthood think they can get away with sacrificing institutional trust in furtherance of their personal political vendettas. I thank Chairman Smith for keeping the spotlight on this case. I urge my colleagues to support the bill, and I yield back. Gentleman yields. Gentleman from Missouri reserves.
Gentlewoman from California.
Mr. Speaker, I have no further speakers, and I am prepared to close.
This is Gentlelady Reserve. Gentlelady is recognized.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, taxpayers must have full confidence that the IRS will safeguard their data. As members of Congress, we must strengthen our laws to ensure that every American's tax information is protected. This bill increases the maximum penalty for unauthorized disclosure, and I think will serve as a big deterrent for folks who may think about breaking the law. I urge my colleagues to vote yes in support of this bill, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentlewoman yields back. Gentleman from Missouri.
Mr. Speaker, every taxpayer deserves to have their data protected from theft and illegal disclosure. Our voluntary tax filing system depends on trust, a trust that was betrayed by a criminal with political motives who calculated that the crime would be worth the current punishment. Simply put, he knew the crime he was committing. He knew the likelihood he would end up in prison for just a few months or years, and decided the risk were clearly worth his reward. We have an opportunity to deter similar actions from happening again in the future by making the punishment match the crime. I urge my colleagues to join me in voting for the Taxpayer Data Protection Act, and I yield back the remainder of my time.
Gentleman yields back his time. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 8292 as amended? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended, the bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. For what purpose does the gentleman from Missouri seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move to suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 3784, the Improving Social Security Service to Victims of Identity Theft Act, as amended.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
Union Calendar Number 156, H.R. 3784, a bill to amend Title VII of the Social Security Act to provide for a single point of contact at the Social Security Administration for individuals who are victims of identity theft.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Missouri, Mr. Smith, and the gentleman from Connecticut, Mr. Larson, each will control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Missouri.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks and submit extraneous materials on the bill under consideration.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today in support of H.R. 3784, the Improving Social Security Service to Victims of Identity Theft Act. In 2022 alone, there were over 1,000 data breaches which exposed the private data such as names, dates of birth, and social security numbers of millions of Americans, putting their identities and financial well-being at risk. We all know someone who has been a victim of identity theft, and we have seen how difficult and time-consuming it is for those individuals to take back control of their credit and financial well-being. The longer it takes to resolve an issue like the loss or theft of a Social Security number, the longer fraudsters have to compromise or exploit an individual's identity. This Congress, the Ways and Means Committee, held a hearing that underlined exactly why this bill is needed. We heard from Margaret, a new mother who testified about her 9-month-old daughter's Social Security number being compromised and the stress associated with such a situation. She testified that having a single point of contact at the Social Security Administration to talk to about her case would have made a world of difference. And that's exactly what this bill does. H.R. 3784 will streamline the process of addressing concerns with lost or stolen Social Security numbers by reducing the burdens on victims and ensuring a more efficient resolution of their issues. I want to thank my colleagues, Social Security Subcommittee Chairman Drew Ferguson and Ranking Member John Larson, for their bipartisan work on this bill. I urge my colleagues to support this legislation. I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Connecticut.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Gentleman is recognized.
Let me also extend my congratulations to Mr. Ferguson and thank Mr. Smith for his comments on this very important piece of legislation. I think the public is always glad to see bipartisanship at work, and there's nobody who exemplifies that more than the chairman of the subcommittee, than Mr. Ferguson himself. Americans are increasingly vulnerable to identity theft, as we all know, and in 2023, the Federal Trade Commission received over 1 million reports of identity theft. Addressing identity theft can be a complex and time-consuming, and currently, a victim could run into incredible red tape when you try to go through the current system and get resolution to what obviously is a very disturbing incident that's just happened to you. We must do everything we can to improve the process for victims, and that's why we initiated this legislation that will allow that one-stop provision and will allow the individuals to make sure that they have a point of contact and work this way through instead of working their way through an entanglement of bureaucracy. We must also ensure that SAA has necessary funding, however, and resources to carry out its mission. Years of underfunding, and the American public should understand this. Social Security, man, it is over 70 million people. What other federal agency do you know of that administers that bureaucracy for under 1%? That's a shameful cut. We need to make sure that Social Security is funded appropriately and make sure that they have all the latest technology to deal with the more than 70 million people now that are receiving Social Security. Again, I think the nation is astounded. I come from an insurance capital of the world, and on average, they administer their insurance programs for around 20%. I think we ought to take a hard look, and I think everybody has to take a look into their heart. If we expect to provide people with the kind of service they should get from the #1 anti-poverty program for the elderly and the #1 anti-poverty program for children, then we have to make sure that that's appropriately funded. I reserve my time.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Missouri.
I yield as much time as he may consume to the gentleman from Georgia, Dr. Ferguson, the chairman of the Social Security Subcommittee.
Gentleman's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Chairman, thank you for your support. And Mr. Larson, thank you for your engagement and support on this issue. I rise today in support of H.R. 3784, a bill I introduced called the Improving Social Security Service to Victims of Identity Theft. In 2021, roughly 1.25 million children were the victims of identity fraud. That's 1 in nearly 50 children. The numbers are staggering. And I, as chairman, along with Ranking Member Larson, held a subcommittee hearing to discuss ways the Social Security Administration could responsibly do more to protect America's social security numbers from identity theft. And the hearing also highlighted the government's failure to help individuals whose Social Security numbers had been compromised. During the hearing, we heard from Mrs. Haggard, who testified her family had been forced to navigate the Social Security Administration's bureaucratic maze to protect her daughter's financial future. Mr. Speaker, she told the subcommittee that after giving birth to her third child, she promptly submitted the proper paperwork for a new birth certificate and a Social Security card. And while the birth certificate arrived without issue, the Social Security card did not. By the time her daughter was 7 weeks old and having not received the card, she grew concerned and contacted the Social Security Administration about the fact that the website said that it had been sent and received, when in fact it had not. And she initially assumed the card might have been misplaced, but after thoroughly checking her mail and contacting the Social Security Administration, she learned that the card had been issued but not received. The Social Security Administration advised patients, but her concerns about identity theft were dismissed. When she requested information about whether the card had been received or issued, she was simply told she could apply for a replacement card but not a new number, nor could she get the old number directly. Mr. Speaker, Mrs. Haywood eventually went to the Social Security office, and she stated that other employees provided inconsistent information, dismissed the need for a new number, and even suggested that a remedy was contacting the post office to locate the missing card. It was only after she sought help from her U.S. Senator that they were able to request a new card. When a replacement card finally arrived, the original card was still unaccounted for and potentially compromised. The process to monitor and protect her daughter's identity was really much too cumbersome and stressful. And having to re-explain the situation to multiple Social Security Administration employees about navigating this complex system and the issues that she'd faced is simply unacceptable. Preventing identity theft must be a top priority, yet Ms. Haywood's family and countless others across the nation have faced serious bureaucratic obstacles that extend the time that fraudsters have to misuse the personal information of their victims. This underscores the need for a system that proactively prevents identity theft and provides clear, consistent support for American families. Mr. Speaker, my bill addresses this by streamlining the process to a single point of contact at the Social Security Administration so that they can get their issues resolved more efficiently. Proud to author this bill along with my colleague from Connecticut, Mr. Larson, and ask that members support this bill. Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
Gentleman yields. Gentleman from Missouri reserves. Gentleman from Connecticut.
Mr. Speaker, I have no further speakers, and I'm prepared to close.
Gentleman's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Again, let me compliment the chairman, Mr. Ferguson, and thank him for his incredible work in this area. I also want to thank Commissioner O'Malley, who doesn't get the credit I believe he richly deserves, especially dealing with less resources and a larger and growing problem. Imagine, if you will, if I think most viewers don't know, that 10,000 baby boomers a day become eligible for Social Security. And it's growing rapidly. I am glad that Republicans support this bill to improve customer service for victims of identity theft, but they must also support giving SSA the resources it needs to implement it. I think that's pretty clear and straightforward. Mr. Speaker, I also believe that, as was pointed out by Mr. Smith and also by Mr. Ferguson, and the unfortunate experience that people go through, this is a crime, identity theft, and even more of a crime when you can't get the service. But what's really criminal about Social Security is that Congress has not taken on the responsibility of enhancing a program that was last improved when Richard Nixon was President of the United States. 53 years. Every single district, every single individual, everyone who's retiring is stuck at the same benefit level they were in 1971. There are 5 million Americans that get below poverty level checks because Congress hasn't acted. And for over 40% of Social Security recipients, that's 28 million people, all they have is Social Security. And the only body that can resolve that problem for them is the United States Congress. We took a baby step here as it relates to making sure about your identity theft. We need to take a major step and vote enhancements for people who richly deserve them. They are counting on us. It's the nation's insurance program, and we have not done our job as a Congress. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Missouri.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. A Social Security number is the gateway to taking control of an American's identity and finances. Congress owes it to the American people to do everything that we can to ensure their identities are protected, and that the process for taking back control of their identity when their Social Security number is compromised is streamlined and easy. We especially owe it to the almost 1 million children who were victims of identity fraud in 2022 through no fault of their own. H.R. 3784 is a long overdue step forward in streamlining the Social Security Administration's process and alleviating the burden on victims. I urge all my colleagues to support this legislation. I yield back the remainder of my time.
Gentleman yields back. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass Bill H.R. 3784 as amended? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended, the bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. For what purpose does the gentleman from Missouri seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move to suspend the rules and pass the bill S. 1146, the Find and Protect Foster Youth Act, as amended.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
Senate 1146, an act to amend Part E of Title IV of the Social Security Act to require the Secretary of Health and Human Services to identify obstacles to identifying and responding to reports of children missing from foster care and other vulnerable foster youth, to provide technical assistance relating to the removal of such obstacles and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Missouri, Mr. Smith, and the gentleman from Illinois, Mr. Davis, each will control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Missouri.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks and submit extraneous material on the bill under consideration.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Gentleman's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Every year, thousands of families open their hearts and welcome into their homes children who have suffered abuse, neglect, and abandonment. Right now, there are nearly 400,000 children in foster care. Youth in the foster care system often have experienced serious trauma and are at high risk of going missing or running away from their foster care placements, which increases their likelihood of experiencing homelessness, human trafficking, and other exploitation. Over the past year, the Ways and Means Committee has been hard at work reforming aspects of our child welfare programs. The Find and Protect Missing Foster Youth Act, introduced by Senator John Cornyn and Representative Tony Gonzalez, will bring us one step closer to realizing that goal. This legislation requires the Department of Health and Human Services and states to improve tracking for children in the foster care system who have run away or gone missing at some point, including screening youth for signs of human trafficking or other trauma. Under federal law, states are required to report missing foster children within 24 hours to law enforcement. Yet some states still struggle to implement those protocols. This means that in some cases, kids missing from foster care are not being tracked or reported as missing in a timely manner. This legislation also requires HHS to evaluate state protocols for shortcomings and share that information with Congress so we can implement the changes to better track and protect youth in our foster care system. I urge my colleagues to support this legislation, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Illinois.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Gentleman's recognized.
I rise in support of Senate Bill 1146, the Find and Protect Foster Youth Act as amended. This bill builds on existing HHS guidance to ensure that states understand their grave responsibilities when youth go missing from foster care. It would require HHS to determine whether states are in full compliance with the law and the guidance, and also to identify best practices and provide technical support to states so that they can do better by our youth. Our committee worked closely with HHS to update the original guidance and then advanced last year the bipartisan House Companion Bill, H.R. 26. Taking a child into foster care is a last resort, something that we should do only if a child cannot live safely at home, even with services or supports. Once a state takes custody of a child, they must keep that child safe and act in the child's best interest. There is no higher obligation than keeping a child safe in our care. We know that children who run away from foster care are not safe. They are disproportionately likely to be homeless or to fall prey to sex traffickers and other predators. They often struggle with mental health challenges or substance abuse. To our shame, many youth who run away from foster care also were not safe before they ran away. They ran away because they were placed in an unsafe home or separated from siblings and other family members. This amended version of S. 1146 addresses that issue by requiring HHS to study and learn more about how to prevent the situation that caused youth to flee. In crafting this bipartisan additional study requirement, I was fortunate to consult Brian Samuels and the able team at Chapin Hall in my city of Chicago. Their deep expertise and prior work on this topic informed our thinking. I take great pride in our committee's bipartisan work to strengthen families and protect vulnerable foster youth over the years, including the landmark Family First Prevention Services Act and the strong bill to reauthorize and invest in child welfare services that we also are considering today. I urge all members to support the Find and Protect Foster Youth Act and continue to work together to advance thoughtful legislation to help our most vulnerable youth and families. And I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Missouri.
I reserve.
Gentleman from Missouri reserves. Gentleman from Illinois.
Mr. Chairman, it's my pleasure to yield as such time as she might consume to Representative Brown from Ohio.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Davis, and thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today in support of the Find and Protect Foster Youth Act. Every day, 55 foster youth in the United States go missing. The average age is 15. Missing, meaning we don't know where they are or if they're safe, and all too often, they're not safe. Right now, the system is failing foster youth, and so often people say they fell through the cracks. It's our job to find where those cracks are and fill them. And that's what this bill does. It requires the federal government to coordinate with states to find the gaps and fill them so that we can keep foster youth safe. 55 new foster youth missing each day is 55 too many. I urge my colleagues to pass this bill for foster youth in Ohio and across the country. And with that, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from Illinois reserves. Gentleman from Missouri.
I continue to reserve.
Gentleman from Missouri reserves. Gentleman from Illinois.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have no further speakers, and I'm prepared to close.
Gentleman's recognized.
In closing, Mr. Speaker, I want to thank Chairman Smith and Chairman LaHood for their work and their assistance in moving this bill. That would require HHS to determine whether states are in full compliance with the law when youth go missing from foster care, and also to identify best practices and provide technical support to states so that they can better serve these young people in our care and need our help. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Missouri.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Our foster care system is a lifeline for thousands of children who have been displaced, abused, and neglected. Many of these children are at risk for going missing or running away from their foster homes, which puts them at risk of experiencing homelessness and human trafficking. As members of Congress, our responsibility to protect foster youth doesn't end once they're placed in a home. We must ensure that states have the tools and guidance to locate these children when they go missing in a timely manner and work to make sure every child has a safe and loving home. This legislation will strengthen communication between states and the federal government to help them find and protect missing foster youth who are in crisis. I urge my colleagues to support this bill, and I yield back the remainder of my time.
Gentleman yields back. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass Senate 1146 as amended? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative.
Mr. Speaker.
Does the gentleman from Missouri seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, on that, I demand the yeas and nays.
The yeas and nays are requested. All those in favor of taking this vote by the yeas and nays will rise and remain standing until counted. A sufficient number having arisen, the yeas and nays are ordered pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20. Further proceedings on this question will be postponed. For what purpose does the gentleman from Missouri seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move to suspend the rules and pass the bill, H.R. 9076, the Supporting America's Children and Families Act, as amended.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
H.R. 9076, a bill to reauthorize and modernize Part B of Title IV of the Social Security Act to strengthen child welfare services, expand the availability of prevention services to better meet the needs of vulnerable families, and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Missouri, Mr. Smith, and the gentleman from Illinois, Mr. Davis, each will control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Missouri.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks and submit extraneous materials on the bill under consideration.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Gentleman's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Title 4B of the Social Security Act provides critical resources to protect the safety and well-being of children in foster care and gives states, tribes, and territories flexibility to invest in prevention services to keep vulnerable families together whenever possible. Unfortunately, this program's authorization expired in 2021, and the program has remained largely unchanged since 2008. We have a responsibility to make sure programs are meeting the current needs of families and children that need it most. This reauthorization modernizes Title 4B, child welfare, and increases accountability. Right now, there are nearly 400,000 children in foster care and over 20,000 who age out of foster care each year. The Ways and Means Committee has worked over the last year to conduct a top-to-bottom review of America's child welfare system. We have held 4 hearings and numerous meetings with stakeholders to better understand where there are gaps and how to bring this program up to date to better serve America's children. I represent one of the poorest congressional districts in the country. And before I came to Congress, I practiced family law and saw firsthand how our child welfare system can put undue strain on families. That is why I particularly appreciate the opportunity to have worked with Representative Gwen Moore in introducing legislation included in this bill that prevents child services from taking children away from their families simply because they live in poverty. I think about the families separated in Missouri over the years, not because of abuse or neglect, but because they could not afford to pay a bill or new clothes for their kids. It is not right, and the bill corrects that. The bipartisan legislation before us today is a result of those efforts. It will not only help address the needs of children in foster care, but also support early intervention to help families stay together. The Protecting America's Children by Strengthening Families Act, introduced by the chair and ranking member of our Work and Welfare Subcommittee, Darren LaHood and Danny Davis, reauthorizes Title IV-B for 5 years and makes significant reforms to modernize the program. Specifically, this bill reduces administrative burden by dialing back paperwork and reporting requirements that are hamstringing caseworkers. It streamlines funding to improve access for Indian tribes. It helps to prevent abuse and neglect and ensures that children are not separated from their parents solely on the basis of poverty. It addresses the caseworker crisis by improving access to training. It strengthens the support system for the 2.5 million grandparents and relatives who provide kinship care to children who might otherwise enter foster care. And it improves outcomes for youth transitioning from foster care into adulthood. This bill also includes important legislation from Representative Hearn of Oklahoma that would strengthen the tools available to states and tribes to ensure millions of families receive the child support that they are owed. That bill would prevent the IRS from blocking state child support agencies from using contractors to administer their child support enforcement program. Representative Hearn's bill, the Strengthening State and Tribal Child Support Enforcement Act, will harmonize federal laws so states can continue carrying out necessary child support payment collections and allow tribal child support agencies to direct access the same tools. This bill avoids additional significant cost that would be incurred in both states and tribes should the IRS policy go into place as it is scheduled to do so on October 1st. I urge my colleagues to support this critical legislation, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Illinois is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Gentleman's recognized.
I rise in support of the Supporting America's Children and Families Act, which now includes 2 bipartisan bills reported out of the Ways and Means Committee. The first bill that would improve and invest in child welfare services funded under Title IV-B of the Social Security Act, and the second would ensure that state and tribal child support agencies can continue their work collecting child support obligations. I thank Chairman LaHood and Chairman Smith for their hard work and willingness to work with all of us to reauthorize and improve Title IV-B of the Social Security Act. I am delighted that today we advance this important bipartisan step forward for our most vulnerable children and families. This bill would increase guaranteed funding for the Mary Lee Allen Promoting Safe and Stable Families program for the first time since 2006, providing meaningful new resources to make sure that all children are in safe, loving, and permanent homes. The bill includes good ideas from members on both sides of the aisle and from the experts who work with us to prioritize child well-being in our work. Indeed, 228 national, state, and local organizations support this bill. The bill provides modest but critical funding for services all along the child welfare continuum. In addition to providing essential new funding for both state and tribal child welfare agencies to support families, this bill includes numerous significant investments and policy updates that improve child safety and well-being. For example, it invests in aiding kinship caregivers, in finding needed resources, and in evidence-based programs that successfully help parents overcome substance use disorders to safely care for their children. It increases funding for tribal child welfare programs while respecting tribal sovereignty and monitoring state engagement with the Indian Child Welfare Act. It updates our policies to help ensure that parents and children have access to independent legal representation in child welfare court proceedings, a key factor to address racial disparities in child welfare. This bill also provides for a new demonstration project to promote meaningful relationships between foster youth and their incarcerated parents. I have personally witnessed the power of these relationships to change lives for both children and parents. And I thank Chairman LaHood and my colleagues for working with me to help these families. In addition, the bill amends Section 6103 of the Internal Revenue Code to bring parity to tribal and state child support services agencies and to ensure that state agencies can continue their work. I recognize the leadership of Representatives Gwen Moore, Susan Delbene, and Kevin Hern on these provisions. I know that agencies across the country and in my home state of Illinois are eager for us to enact this provision quickly to resolve a long-standing discrepancy in interpretation about the use and definition of contractors assisting child support agency. The bill strengthens the ability of state, tribal, and local child support agencies to serve families. Both the substance of this bill and the true collaboration in both policy areas, child welfare and child support, represent a great step forward. I urge my colleagues to support its passage and reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserved. The gentleman from Missouri.
I yield as much time as he may consume to the chairman of our Work and Welfare Subcommittee, the gentleman from Illinois, Mr. LaHood.
Gentleman's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Chairman Smith, for your leadership and guidance in bringing this bill through committee and to the floor here today. I rise in strong support of this bill, Supporting America's Children and Families Act. As chairman of the House Ways and Means Subcommittee on Work and Welfare, I'm proud that this important legislation demonstrates our bipartisan commitment to supporting vulnerable children and parents. H.R. 9076 includes two pieces of legislation. Title I contains the, quote, Protecting America's Children by Strengthening Families Act, unquote, which I am proud to have introduced alongside my fellow Illinoisan and ranking member and friend Danny Davis to reauthorize and improve Title 4B the Title IV-B program. The bill authorizes and reforms this critical child welfare program to support the safety and well-being of children in foster care. The second bill, introduced by my friend, Representative Hearn of Oklahoma, will ensure states and tribes have the tools necessary to continue to collect child support on behalf of millions of families across the country. This combined legislation is a result of a year-long investigation and 5 committee hearings to learn from stakeholders, parents, states, and tribes. Based on that work, we have been able to include bipartisan reforms that will improve child welfare and strengthen child support enforcement across the country, all with the net result of a reduction in direct federal spending of $136 million over 10 years. Again, a reduction in direct federal spending of $136 million over 10 years. I take seriously the Work and Welfare Subcommittee's responsibility to ensure we have a strong safety net for the nearly 400,000 children in foster care who have experienced the trauma and hardships of abuse and neglect. This 5-year reauthorization modernizes the program and expands what we know is working. In government, we often add to programs over time in our quest for improvement. Regrettably, though, this approach often results in fragmented and complex systems that burden administrators and hinder families from receiving the support they desperately need. This legislation before us tackles that issue and represents the most significant reform and investment in child welfare since 1993. 19 members from both sides of the aisle introduced bills that are the foundation of what we are voting on here today. This bill will specifically save taxpayer dollars through the earlier intervention to keep families together whenever possible and reduce the need for foster care. It removes ineffective requirements and ensures states are accountable for matching federal funds. It frees up more time for states and caseworkers to focus on families by requiring HHS to reduce administrative burdens by 15%. It expands access for tribal communities by streamlining funding. It builds support systems for the 2.5 million grandparents and relatives serving as kinship caregivers, and strengthens post-adoption services to ensure children waiting for adoption find stable, loving homes. This child welfare reauthorization has been endorsed by more than 200 organizations, including our county, state, and tribal partners, as well as organizations representing former foster youth with lived experience. Title II of the legislation before us includes the, quote, Strengthening State and Tribal Child Support Enforcement Act, which I am proud to have co-sponsored with Representatives Hearn, Schweikert, Smucker, DelBene, and Gwen Moore. A key tool used to collect past due child support is the Treasury Offset Program. This program allows states to collect past due obligations by intercepting federal tax refunds from non-custodial parents. Last year, 5% or $1.5 billion was collected for families through this program. Unfortunately, a statutory conflict threatens to cut off access to this important child support enforcement tool for 42 states. Absent a legislative change, by October 1st of 2024, states and the federal government face hundreds of millions in new costs, and millions of families could lose vital child support payments. The legislation before us today will formally authorize state use of contractors while maintaining protections on the privacy of federal taxpayer information. Further, this bill authorizes tribal access, providing much-needed parity for tribal enforcement agencies. I want to thank Representative Hearn for his leadership on this bill. This legislation has garnered endorsements from state and tribal organizations across the country, including 26 sitting governors. The well-being and safety of America's children and struggling families is an area of common interest for both Republicans and Democrats. This legislation demonstrates what we can achieve when we work together. Again, I want to thank Ranking Member Davis for his continued partnership and leadership on these issues. In closing, I want to acknowledge all of the members of the subcommittee and the full Committee on Ways and Means for their valuable contribution and input on this important legislation. With that, I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Missouri yields. The gentleman from Illinois.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I now yield 1 minute to the ranking member of the Social Security Subcommittee, Mr. Larson.
The gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Danny, and congratulations to you on this outstanding piece of legislation. In my youth, I had the opportunity, as then Senate President in the state of Connecticut, to work with Dr. Edward Ziegler, commonly referred to as the father of Head Start, and really the person who came up with the concept and idea of family resource centers. He looked out around the country and saw schoolhouses, and he saw them in communities where everybody attended and worked and said, wouldn't that be a great idea? What he understood most, of course, is that child care is family care. And that's something that you, Mr. Davis, have exemplified in my time with you on the Ways and Means Committee. And I'm proud to be associated with you, this bill, and the work and effort of Dr. Edward Ziegler of Yale University. Thank you, and I yield back.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Missouri is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield as much time as he may consume to the gentleman from Oklahoma, Mr. Hearn.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Speaker, I rise today in favor of H.R. 9076. I'm very pleased that this legislation is coming to the House floor today. The Supporting America's Children and Families Act includes two pieces of legislation that are important, not just to me, but to my home state of Oklahoma. The first is strengthening the State and Tribal Child Support Enforcement Act. This policy finally allows tribes who run their own child support enforcement programs to access Treasury offset programs. There are 38 federally recognized tribes in my home state of Oklahoma, 10 of which run their own child support enforcement agencies. I would like to highlight this policy as support from the National Tribes Support Association and the National Association of Tribal Child Support Directors. Not only does this policy help tribes efficiently run their child support enforcement programs, states will be allowed to continue to use the third-party contractors to help run their child support enforcement programs. Child support enforcement is not a partisan issue. It's the right thing for Congress to do. Without this fix, we risk states having to bring all child support enforcement services in-house, costing hundreds of millions of dollars, along with the immediate pause of child support programs to millions of families, an absolutely devastating outcome. We cannot let this happen to our families. I urge all of my colleagues to support this piece of legislation to help the children that are growing up to be this country's next generation, because it truly is about the children. This legislation also includes the Tribal Welfare Support Act, which allows child welfare funds from Title IV-B to be paid directly to tribes, reducing the regulatory burden for both states and tribes. Right now, child welfare payments are made to tribes through two different funding allocations, one of which goes through states rather than directly to tribal guarantees, and an outdated and fragmented system that needs to be updated. The Tribal Child Welfare Support Act modernizes this process so that Title IV-B recipients can spend more time helping their children and families and less time wading through the red tape. The Supporting America's Children and Families Act passed unanimously out of Ways and Means and contains priorities that will help families and children all over this country. I urge all of my colleagues on both sides of the aisle to support this piece of legislation today. And Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Illinois is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And now it's my pleasure to yield 2 minutes to one of the most serious anti-poverty advocates that I know, Representative Gwen Moore.
The gentlewoman is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you so very, very much, Mr. Davis, and thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just want to start out by associating myself with all the comments that have been made today and describing the importance of these bills and getting us one step closer to a really healthy, robust 4B reauthorization and putting that into law. I want to especially thank Ranking Member Danny Davis and our chairman of the subcommittee for bringing us here today. As the chairwoman of the bipartisan Congressional Caucus on Foster Youth, I'm so grateful that so many of our priorities of the bipartisan caucus were addressed in this package, including ensuring that poverty is not synonymous with neglect, including enhancing peer-to-peer mentoring, listening to the voices of those with experience in the welfare system, supporting youth as they transition out of foster care, giving a larger, more broader platform to considering kinship caregiving as opposed to removing children from homes, improving our child support collection mechanisms, and strengthening the Indian Child Welfare Act. This package includes a much-needed, albeit small, increase in Title IV-B dollars. Whatever way you slice it, we can't make the system better or work the way we want it without making investments. One of my main priorities in Congress has been to make sure that poverty is not synonymous with neglect. And I was so very proud to work with Chairman Smith during the reauthorization effort to include this provision in the bill before us that would require—
additional 2 minutes to Representative
The gentleman
Moore.
is recognized for an additional 2 minutes.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. I was just proud to work with him to require that states receiving these federal dollars to identify and implement policies that would prevent family separation solely based on poverty. And I'm so proud to have worked on the provision to make sure that those with lived experience in the foster youth system are included in the development of state plans. And it's also critically important that we're passing the part of this legislation, the Strengthening State and Tribal Support Act, that piece of the legislation championed by Congressman Hurd, and I've joined him in co-sponsoring this bill to improve a key mechanism for enforcing child support orders, and that's intercepting state tax refunds. You know, child support payments are vital to child well-being and development, and they help fight child poverty and keeping both parents engaged in supporting their child. But you know what? Tribes are currently unable to directly request that tax refunds be garnished for child support. And states have problems as well with these hindrances. And this is also a direct front to tribal sovereignty, not to be able to provide these services directly. So, you know, I am so glad that these provisions have been included. And lastly, Mr. Chairman, I want to include without objection, for the record, a letter from those 27 governors, including Wisconsin's own Tony Evers, in support of the provisions which they argue will support the ability of state, tribal, and local child support agencies to adequately service families. I thank you so much, and I yield back to Mr. Davis.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Missouri is recognized.
I yield as much time as he may consume to the gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Smucker.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank the chair for yielding and thank the chair for his work on this very important piece of legislation. I'd like to thank the ranking member as well and the chairman of the subcommittee, Mr. Hood. I rise in strong support of H.R. 9076, the Supporting America's Children and Families Act. One pillar of this bill reauthorizes the Title IV-B program, which underpins much of the child welfare system and provides funding to states for community-based and prevention-oriented programs and services. And at the time we're reauthorizing, we take that opportunity to learn how we can improve. And so I think the improvements that are included today in that reauthorization will make a difference in the lives of many children and many families throughout the country. I'm very pleased that included in this package are 4 bills that I introduced after receiving input from providers and others in my community, in my district, and after hearing from individuals, from witnesses in hearings about this package. This will include policies to allow IV-B dollars to support kinship families. It will reduce the administrative burden on state and tribal child welfare agencies. It will support caseworkers and gather data on the effectiveness of post-adoptive services. The other pillar of this bill will ensure that states can utilize contractors to support their child welfare programs, which is a vital flexibility that the two counties that I represent, Lancaster and York counties in Pennsylvania, take advantage of to ensure steady child support payments. H.R. 9076 aims to provide vital resources to families in need with the goal of preventing them from needing the foster care system in the first place and helping to maintain healthy families, which are the cornerstone of our society. For these reasons, I urge my colleagues to vote yes on this bill. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back my time.
The gentleman from Missouri reserves. The gentleman from Illinois is recognized.
Speaker, I have no further We do? I have no further request for time since I'm prepared to close.
The gentleman from Illinois reserves. The gentleman from Missouri is recognized.
I yield as much time as he may consume to the gentleman from Indiana, Mr. Yocum.
The gentleman from Indiana is recognized.
I thank the chairman for yielding. I rise in strong support of the Supporting America's Children and Families Act, which updates key child welfare programs for the first time since 2008. That includes reducing the paperwork burden for states and caseworkers, improving training and technology available to caseworkers, strengthening support system for grandparents and other relatives who become primary caregivers, and providing better services for those aging out of foster care. When I was board chair for the St. Joe County Boys and Girls Club, I saw firsthand the difference programs of all types make in putting at-risk youth on a path to success and keeping them on it. That involves treating each child as an individual, not just another number, assessing their unique circumstances and needs. This takes more work, but it ensures the best result for the child, for their family, and for their communities. I want to thank Mr. LaHood, Mr. Davis, Chairman Smith, and Ranking Member Neal for their bipartisan work on this bill. I urge my colleagues to vote yes, and I yield back.
The gentleman yields. The gentleman from Missouri reserves.
We have no further speakers, so we're prepared to close.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Illinois is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In closing, I want to thank Chairman Smith and Chairman LaHood for their partnership on this important bill that would improve and invest in child welfare services under Title IV-B and ensure that state and tribal support agencies can continue their work. I think all of our committee can be seriously proud of this bipartisan work. So again, it's been a pleasure working with you, Mr. Chairman, Mr. LaHood, and urge passage of this very, very important legislation. I yield back.
Gentleman from Illinois yields. The gentleman from Missouri is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's not often that you find this many Republicans and Democrats voting together on a bill. But when it comes to supporting children and families, we are in strong agreement. Reauthorizing Title IV-B is a first-in-a-generation win that will refocus the child welfare system on keeping families together and preventing abuse and neglect. But don't take our word for it. The Title IV-B coalition, made up of 22 different national, state, and county organizations, has endorsed this legislation. The National Foster Youth Institute, the Child Welfare League of America, and the National Indian Child Welfare Association have all come out in support of this legislation. And I'd also like to give a special thank you to Paris Hilton for personally coming to Capitol Hill and testifying about her lived experience and in support of reforms to this program. The legislation from Representative Hearn that is also included in this bill will fix the disconnect between federal laws that are currently setting up state and tribal child support agencies for failure. The Child Support Enforcement Program is one of the most highly successful, cost-effective federal programs that millions of families across the country rely upon each month. The program produces $5 in benefits for every $1 spent on administration. Nearly 13 million children, representing 18% of all children, are affected by this program. 26 states from the National Governors Association have endorsed this legislation, along with the National Conference of State Legislatures, the National Association of Counties, and the National Association of Tribal Child Support Directors. I urge my colleagues to join them in supporting this important legislation, and I yield back the remainder of my time.
The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 9076 as amended? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative.
Mr. Speaker.
What purpose does the gentleman from Missouri rise?
On that, I demand the yeas and nays.
The yeas and nays are requested. All those in favor of taking this vote by the yeas and nays will rise and remain standing until counted. A sufficient number having risen, the yeas and nays are ordered. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings on this question will be postponed. For what purpose does the gentleman from Missouri seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move to suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 8314, the No Foreign Election Interference Act, as amended.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
Union Calendar Number 546, H.R. 8314, a bill to amend the Internal Revenue Code of 1986 to impose penalties with respect to contributions to political committees from certain tax-exempt organizations that receive contributions from foreign nationals.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Missouri, Mr. Smith, and the gentlewoman from California, Ms. Sanchez, each will control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Missouri.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks and submit extraneous materials on the bill under consideration.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As the world's leading democracy, America is an example for other nations to follow. Unfortunately, we are also a target. We are a target for foreign actors seeking to influence and undermine our elections. Over the last year, as the Ways and Means Committee has been investigating concerns about the dangerous influence of foreign money in our elections, it has become clear that loopholes exist. Loopholes exist in our tax code that foreign donors are able to take advantage of so they can influence the American electoral process. Under current law, foreign nationals are prohibited from making contributions directly to election campaigns. But there is nothing that prohibits overseas cash flowing from foreign nationals, including adversaries of the United States, such as China, through tax-exempt organizations and then into the hands of super PACs. The committee's investigation discovered a particularly disturbing example. A foreign national from Switzerland has given over $100 million through his tax-exempt organization to 1630 Fund, a 501c4, which subsequently distributed $63 million to super PACs to try and persuade the American voter. According to the New York Times, the 1630 Fund is a leading vehicle for dark money on the left. The American people shouldn't be subjected to to TV and digital ads financed by the Chinese Communist Party or other nations seeking to influence their vote or undermine our elections. I think we can all agree that our elections should be free of foreign interference. For my colleagues on the left who spent years talking about foreign election interference, this should be a no-brainer. If you care about our electoral process, making sure it is open and fair, then we need to make sure foreign money can't drown out the voices of American voters. The legislation before us today, sponsored by Representative Malliotakis, the No Foreign Election Interference Act, was approved in May by the Ways and Means Committee 39-1. Her bill closes this loophole in the tax code by restricting tax-exempt organizations from donating to super PACs after receiving foreign gifts or contributions. And it revokes the tax-exempt status for organizations who repeatedly violate this law. This bill is not aimed at program service revenue or member dues, but clearly focuses on contributions and gifts made to tax-exempt organizations that then make donations to super PACs. When it comes to our elections, the American people, not wealthy foreign donors, should decide the future direction of our country. I want to commend Representative Malliotakis for her leadership on this issue, and I encourage all of my colleagues to vote yes on this bill so that we can maintain the integrity of our election system. And I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman from Missouri reserves. The gentlewoman from California is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
I rise today in opposition to H.R. 8314, the No Foreign Election Interference Act. And while the title and no doubt the intent of the bill sound reasonable, in its current form, the bill ultimately fails in its goal to defend democracy. Instead, this bill would unfairly hurt American workers and the unions that represent them. This bill has many unintended and harmful consequences. So again, although the intent and the spirit of the bill are good, in the current form, it falls very short of its intention. It imposes penalties on organizations that make contributions to political committees and receive contributions or gifts from foreign nationals during an 8-year look-back period. However, it does not define a contribution or gift for this purpose or contain any reasonable cause exception. The penalty equals twice the amount of the contribution made to the political committee. If a tax-exempt organization makes more than 2 political contributions described in this bill, the organization loses its exempt status as of the 3rd contribution. I'm particularly concerned about the severe penalties the bill would impose on organizations that have international members and make political contributions. This bill is opposed by unions, including the AFL-CIO, which represents 60 affiliate unions and 12.5 million workers. Labor unions are obligated to represent all workers in a bargaining unit, but they have no role in who is hired. An employer may hire a citizen, a permanent resident who holds a legal green card, or an immigrant holding a temporary visa. Accordingly, if union dues are considered a contribution or gift, and the dues are received from a foreign national, that is, a non-citizen, this would restrict the union's right to give to a political committee. It's imperative that they be able to advocate on behalf of workers and fully engage in the political process. Since this bill only applies to nonprofits, for-profit corporations don't face this same danger. Finally, the bill is also redundant because foreign nationals are already prohibited from donating to political candidates in any federal, state, or local election under the Federal Election Campaign Act of 1971. If Republicans were serious about removing dark money from politics, the bill under consideration today would be the Disclose Act. I urge my colleagues to vote no on this anti-worker bill, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Missouri is recognized.
Well, Mr. Speaker, This is about as swampy as you can get in Washington. This bill passed out of the House Ways and Means Committee 39-1, including the gentlelady from California voted yes. But the only difference between when it passed out of the committee to where we are today is that some outside interest groups who apparently controls the voting cards and the opinions of a lot of people said this is a bad bill. So now we're no. Very, very unfortunate. I yield as much time as the gentlelady may consume from the state of New York, Ms. Malliotakis.
The gentlewoman from New York is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Chairman Smith, for advocating for this bill, working to bring it to the floor, and making sure that we do not have foreign election interference. Mr. Speaker, my legislation, H.R. 8314, the No Foreign Election Interference Act, closes a loophole in our tax code that foreign citizens and potentially foreign adversaries have used to influence and derail the will of the United States people. Under current law, foreign nationals are prohibited from donating to political committees, as my colleague on the other side pointed out. However, what my colleague on the other side of the aisle failed to mention is that there are no restrictions on foreign nationals flowing money through tax-exempt organizations, then moving that money into super PACs, issue advocacy organizations that get involved in American elections with the intention to influence our elections. This is a major loophole. Public reporting suggests that foreign nationals who are barred from directly contributing to candidate campaigns by the FEC are exploiting tax-exempt organizations as a pass-through, something that, as current law stands, is permissible. For example, a Swiss billionaire that used a network of nonprofits to steer tens of millions of dollars to influence our elections and undermine our democracy. And according to the New York Times, this same individual, between 2016 and 2020, donated significant sums of money to the 1630 Fund, which subsequently sent over $60 million to super PACs that supported exclusively Democrats. Perhaps that's why we all of a sudden see this opposition to this legislation after it passed committee almost unanimously. We should all be uncomfortable with any non-citizen having so much sway over our electoral decisions and public discourse. Our elections are our elections. They do not belong to individuals who cannot even cast a ballot in the United States. This bill would prohibit any tax-exempt organization that receives foreign national contributions from subsequently making contributions to political committees, such as super PACs, for 8 years. Failure to comply would result in significant fines and eventually revocation of tax-exempt status. Let me be abundantly clear to address the concern brought up by my colleague on the other side of the aisle. This legislation does not include any dues-paying trade organizations or labor unions. The sole intent of this bill is to keep foreign mega donor money out of our elections. Again, I want to thank Chairman Jason Smith of Ways and Means for working with me on this legislation, and I hope that my colleagues will support this legislation today and that will pass with bipartisan support as it did out of the committee. I yield back.
The gentlewoman yields. The gentleman from Missouri reserves. The gentlewoman from California is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I have no further speakers, and I'm prepared to close.
The woman reserves. The gentleman from Missouri is recognized.
We reserve.
Reserves. The gentlewoman from California is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, as I stated earlier, the intent of this bill is noble and even reasonable, but as it's written, it is fundamentally flawed. And while it is true that the bill passed out of committee on a nearly unanimous vote, and in its iteration, I did vote for it, upon further scrutiny of the bill, we noticed that there were some very troubling aspects of this bill which make it not fulfilling the promise that it is seeking, not fulfilling the solution to a problem that it's seeking to do. If my colleagues on the other side of the aisle were correct in saying that it doesn't unfairly target unions, they could tighten up the definition of what contributions are in this bill, or they could amend it to specifically exclude labor unions from the provisions of this bill that are so punitive. My question to my colleagues on the other side of the aisle is, I can understand wanting to remove foreign influence from our elections, but why do you want to silence the voices of working families in the United States? Because that is what this bill does. I support removing dark money from politics, but this bill is not the right bill, and it's certainly not the right approach. Its significant penalties on tax-exempt organizations unfairly target workers and the unions that represent them. And there's nothing swampy about wanting to defend those workers. This bill does not fail to meaningfully reduce the foreign election interference. So I must urge my colleagues to vote no in opposition of this bill, and I yield back.
The gentlewoman yields. The gentleman from Missouri is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think it's noteworthy to know that whenever we did the markup on this bill in committee, the other side did not present one amendment. Not one amendment to protect what they're suggesting now that they should have done an amendment. But guess what? They voted 39-1 for this bill. And those penalties that the gentlelady from California was pointing out that she didn't like, that hasn't changed. That was in the bill. And they passed it. She voted for it. This bill is about making sure American elections are decided by American voters, not foreign nationals who want to tip the scales in favor of their preferred candidate or policy. The 2020 elections were the most expensive elections in history, with election spending totaling more than $14 billion, an amount surely to be passed in 2024. The American people deserve to know that the commercials and ads that are being pumped through their TVs and phones are free from foreign influence. Representative Malliotakis' bill will close a loophole that allows wealthy foreigners to exercise outsized influence in our U.S. elections through donations to tax-exempt organizations who then flood our airwaves through super PAC spending emboldened with foreign dollars. Not American dollars, foreign dollars. I urge my colleagues to stand with American voters who shouldn't have their voices silenced by billionaires from overseas, and ask and encourage this body to support this legislation. Mr. Speaker, I yield back the remainder of my time.
The gentleman yields. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 8314 as amendment? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative. Purposes, the gentleman from...
Speaker, I would ask for the yeas and nays on that.
The yeas and nays are requested. All those in favor of taking this vote by the yeas and nays will rise and remain standing until counted. A sufficient number having risen, the yeas and nays are ordered. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings on this question will be postponed. For what purposes does the gentleman from Missouri seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move to suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 1432, the VSO Equal Tax Treatment, or the VET Act, as amended.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
Union Calendar Number 286, H.R. 1432. A bill to amend the Internal Revenue Code of 1986 to provide for the deductibility of charitable contributions to certain organizations for members of the armed forces.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Missouri, Mr. Smith, and the gentleman from Illinois, Mr. Davis, each will control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Missouri.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks and submit extraneous material on the bill under consideration.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today in support of H.R. 1432, the VSO Equal Tax Treatment Act, or VET Act, introduced by my Ways and Means colleague, Dr. Brad Winstrup, and Representative Jimmy Panetta. In short, this legislation makes it easier for those looking to support our veterans to do so through donations to the Veteran Service Organization of their choosing. Right now, certain VSOs are prohibited from accepting tax-deductible donations if over 10% of the members in their organization are not considered wartime veterans. But this prohibition is outdated. As our veteran population age, this needlessly restrictive definition excludes veteran populations who joined the service following the Vietnam War and before the Persian Gulf War. An estimated 2.4 million veterans living today do not meet the definition of wartime veterans, including some of the men and women who bravely served this country in Iraq and Afghanistan. VSOs provide critical services to our nation's veterans. They help with filing service-connected claims with the VA. They provide other types of assistance when it comes to navigating the confusing web of government programs our veterans rely on. And they also stand in support of our military families, the moms and dads, the husbands and wives, the sons and daughters of our veterans. Under this legislation, our tax code will no longer discriminate among our veterans service organizations. Charitable contributions to all federally chartered tax-exempt organizations that serve current and former members of the military will be tax deductible. The Ways and Means Committee approved this legislation unanimously. I urge all my colleagues to follow our bipartisan lead and vote yes on this common sense bill to support our veterans. And I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman from Missouri reserves. The gentleman from Illinois is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself such time as I might consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in support of H.R. 1432, the VET Act. Veteran service organizations provide vital and integral support to our service members in their local communities. This bill updates outdated rules in the tax code, and in doing so ensures that Americans have the needed incentives to support these organizations that serve those who served our country. By providing equal treatment to veterans that served in war and those who served in peacetime, we are ensuring that VSOs are able to grow and maintain their memberships without having to risk losing their ability to receive tax-deductible charitable donations. Mr. Speaker, if there is any group in our country, in our society, that deserve all of the effort that we can put forth to make sure that they receive the fairest of treatment in terms of what they have done to serve our country, is something I think we owe them all. And I support this legislation and reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Missouri is recognized.
I yield as much time as he may consume to the gentleman from Ohio, Dr. Winstrup.
The gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Chairman. I rise in support of my bill, H.R. 1432, the VSO Equal Tax Treatment Act, or the VET Act. The VET Act is a common-sense, bipartisan bill which I have been proud to lead since 2018. As a veteran myself, I know firsthand how these organizations offer vital support and a sense of community to Americans who wore our nation's uniform and sacrificed so much for our country. All veterans deserve our support and gratitude regardless of the period in which they served. Yet under the current tax code, veteran service organizations whose membership consists of less than 90% wartime veterans are prohibited from accepting tax-deductible donations. This disadvantages the VSOs that serve a broad membership of both wartime and non-wartime veterans and forces them to choose between the significant benefit of being able to accept tax-deductible donations for serving the 2.4 million veterans who do not meet the definition of wartime veterans. It's long past time that we fix this antiquated provision in the tax code by updating the definition of charitable contribution so that it includes congressionally chartered veteran service organizations. The VET Act would do exactly that, ending an unfair tax on Americans who donate to these deserving VSOs. This legislation is supported by a host of VSOs, including AMVETS, American Legion, Fleet Reserve Association, Jewish War Veterans, Military Order of the World Wars, Non-Commissioned Officers Association, U.S. Coast Guard Chief Petty Officers Association, and TRIA, the Enlisted Association. So I want to thank my partner on this bill, Representative Jimmy Panetta, who has been a tremendous advocate for veterans in Congress and who I've been proud to work with on this bill and other legislation, especially concerning veterans. And I'd be remiss if I didn't share my appreciation for our former colleague, Representative Ron Kind, who was the Democrat lead on this bill in previous Congresses. Mr. Speaker, I urge all of my colleagues to support this bill, fix this error in the tax code for the benefit of our veteran community, and with that, I yield back.
Gentleman from Ohio yields. Gentleman from Missouri reserves. Gentleman from Illinois is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I have no further requests for time, and I'm prepared to close.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Missouri is recognized. Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Illinois is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I want to thank all of my colleagues for their work on this legislation, especially Mr. Panetta and Dr. Winstrup. Again, if there's any group who could expect and should expect the greatest efforts to make sure that they are protected, it is our veterans. I yield back.
The gentleman yields. The gentleman from Missouri is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. There's a reason this bill passed the Ways and Means Committee 42-0. There's no denying this is the right thing to do. I urge all my colleagues to vote yes, and I yield back the remainder of my time.
The gentleman yields. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 1432 as amended? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended. The bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Yes. For what purpose does the gentleman from Missouri seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move to suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 3800, the Chronic Disease Flexible Coverage Act, as amended.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
Union Calendar number 575, H.R. 3800. A bill to codify Internal Revenue Service guidance relating to treatment of certain services and items for chronic conditions as meeting the preventative care deductible safe harbor for purposes of high deductible health plans in connection with health savings accounts.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Missouri, Mr. Smith, and the gentleman from Illinois, Mr. Davis, each will control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Missouri.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks and submit extraneous material on the bill under consideration.
Objection.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. 6 in 10 Americans live with at least one chronic disease, such as heart disease, cancer, or diabetes. Nearly 90% of the $4.1 trillion in annual healthcare spending in this country goes toward the treatment of patients with chronic diseases. Part of improving the delivery of healthcare in America must be expanding the opportunity for folks to better manage their chronic health conditions so that they can live longer, healthier lives, and we can bring down the financial impact of healthcare on individuals, families, businesses, and the government. The Chronic Disease Flexible Coverage Act, introduced by Ways and Means colleagues Dr. Winstrup and Representative Blumenauer, will expand treatment and disease management options by allowing employers that offer high-deductible health care plans to also offer pre-deductible coverage, otherwise known as first dollar coverage, for 14 chronic health care services. Those services include beta blockers for patients with congestive heart failure, blood pressure monitors for patients with high blood pressure, inhalers for patients with asthma and cholesterol drugs, and testing for patients with heart disease. But the list does not have to end there. In fact, the bill also allows for that list of covered services to be expanded in the future. The Chronic Disease Flexible Coverage Act actually codifies a Trump administration policy that will incentivize employers to offer coverage for these services so that they can lower health care costs for their workers and their businesses. High-deductible health plans are a great option for employers and employees looking for more affordable coverage, and this bill will make them even more beneficial to individuals with chronic disease. Flexibilities like these in care delivery and coverage options are key to improving patient outcomes, and I encourage all of my colleagues to support this legislation, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Illinois is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, the Chronic Disease Flexible Coverage Act is sponsored by Dr. Winstrup and Representative Earl Blumenauer. I thank my colleague, Dr. Winstrup, and my friend Earl Blumenauer for their tireless work in health care and on health care issues. As Earl prepares to retire, I want to recognize that he has long been a champion for improving care and services for those with chronic illnesses. I will miss his leadership on the Ways and Means Committee and in Congress. And while I voted against the bill in committee, I do understand the principle about trying to protect people from high out-of-pocket costs. This bill codifies the safe harbor for prevention services for high-deductible plans that offer additional preventive benefits pre-deductible. Given that the bill codifies a regulation, it is not making a new policy or giving Americans any protections they don't currently enjoy. And while I understand the desire to help workers stuck in high-deductible plans, we really need to look at the impact high-deductible plans are having on patients and families and how they contribute to medical debt. More than 100 million Americans are saddled with medical debt that can often be as a result of plans with high deductibles. We know out-of-pocket costs deter Americans from getting the care that they need, and we must change that. With that, I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Missouri is recognized.
Thank you. I yield as much time as he may consume to the gentleman from Ohio, Dr. Winstrup.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Chairman. I rise today in support of H.R. 3800, the Chronic Disease Flexible Coverage Act. I'm proud to lead this bill with my colleague Earl Blumenauer. As a physician, I've seen firsthand the impact that chronic disease is having on patients. 6 in 10 Americans live with at least one chronic disease. According to the CDC, approximately 90% of the United States healthcare spending is attributed to managing and treating patients with chronic diseases and mental health conditions. Clearly, we must take action to help Americans living with chronic disease better manage and treat their conditions. This bill would give employers who offer high-deductible health plans the option to cover 14 chronic care management medical services before an individual reaches their deductible. So in doing this, This bill allows employers a flexibility that helps incentivize their employees to adhere to services that help manage their chronic condition and keep them healthier. This is a win-win-win. It's a win for the patient, a win for the employer, and a win for our nation, where we manage healthy patients, keep them healthy so that they will be able to go to work and live a full life. Surveys show that when you offer employers the opportunity to expand pre-deductible services, they see the value in doing so and choose to give their employees that very opportunity. Every American deserves to live a healthy life, or as healthy as possible, considering their health situation. This bill would help Americans do just that by better managing and treating chronic conditions that affect so many of our fellow citizens. Patients are served well when their disease is treated before it progresses and gets worse. And when patients with chronic disease can access care sooner, they can stay healthier longer. A healthy nation is a strong nation. I urge my colleagues to vote yes on this, and with that, Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Illinois is recognized.
Speaker, I have no further speakers, and I'm prepared to close.
The reserves.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back.
The gentleman from Missouri is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This legislation was approved by the Ways and Means Committee with overwhelming bipartisan support, and I hope we can show that same level of support here today. I yield back the balance of my time.
The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 3800 as amended? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended, the bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Does the gentleman from Illinois seek recognition?
Hey, Mr. Speaker, I move to suspend the rules and pass H.R. 6324, the fiscal year 2024 Veterans Affairs Majority Medical Facility Authorization Act as amended.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
H.R. 6324, a bill to authorize major medical facility projects for the Department of Veterans Affairs for fiscal year 2024 and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Illinois, Mr. Bost, and the gentleman from California, Mr. Takano, each will control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Illinois.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks on H.R. 6324 as amended.
Without objection.
Speaker, I yield myself as much time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today in support of my bill, H.R. 6324, as amended. H.R. 6324 will authorize the major VA medical construction projects in Washington, Texas, Maryland, Oregon, Nevada, California, Missouri, Connecticut, and Puerto Rico. Updating VA aging infrastructure is a constant process. In order to best serve our nation's veterans and provide them with the modern health care that they deserve, it is essential that we fund projects like these. The projects in this bill include new health care centers, a community living center, specialty care buildings, mental health clinics, research facilities, and others. The average VA medical center is decades older than the average private hospital. I still believe the best way to solve the problem would be to align spending on VA facilities with the veterans population. Unfortunately, that is not being taken care of in the Senate. We have passed it out of here. We also need to fund the construction projects that VA is requesting right now. This legislation would deliver new facilities in the communities throughout the country. Now, I want to recognize the work of my colleagues on both sides of the aisle for helping with this legislation and bringing this bill to the floor on behalf of our nation's veterans. And I urge my colleagues to support H.R. 6324. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from California is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to express my support for H.R. 6324, the Fiscal Year 2024 Veterans Affairs Major Medical Facility Authorization Act as amended, end quote. I have always supported providing sufficient funding for VA construction projects which make critical investments in improving veterans' access to health care and modernizing the facilities where they receive their care. These investments come at a critical time when VA employees are being asked to do more with less and provide world-class care in aging and outdated buildings. The average age of VA-owned buildings is approaching 60 years old, with 1,800 buildings still in active use that are designated as historic or eligible for historic status. Meanwhile, private sector hospitals are less than 15 years old on average. Despite its aging infrastructure and these challenges, the Department of Veterans Affairs continues to deliver high-quality health care, with VA hospitals once again this year outperforming private hospitals on the Centers for Medicare and Medicaid Services annual hospital quality star ratings. To ensure VA can continue providing exceptional care for years to come, we must invest appropriately in its infrastructure. H.R. 6324, as amended, authorizes more than $3.35 billion for major medical facility construction projects in 11 locations, including $759.2 million for construction of a new healthcare center and utility plant in El Paso, Texas, $274.3 million for replacement of a community living center and expansion of parking facilities in Perry Point, Maryland, $613 million for seismic retrofitting and renovation of buildings, construction of a new specialty care facility and parking upgrades in Portland, Oregon, and $311.7 million for construction of a new spinal cord injury building, utility plant upgrades, seismic retrofitting, and other projects in San Diego, California. These projects will ensure the veterans in these communities have access to the highest level of care VA can provide. This legislation is a crucial step to continue our goal of making critical investments in the modernization of VA medical facilities. I wholeheartedly support H.R. 6324 as amended and urge my colleagues to do the same. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Illinois is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, we have no others to speak on the bill. I'm ready to close, and I reserve.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from California is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I have no further speakers, and I'm prepared to close.
The gentleman's recognized.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I ask all of my colleagues to join me in passing H.R. 6324, the Fiscal Year 2024 Veterans Affairs Major Medical Facility Authorization Act, as amended. And I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields. The gentleman from Illinois is recognized.
Speaker, once again, I encourage all my members to support the legislation. I yield back the balance of my time.
Right. The gentleman yields. The question now is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 6324 as amended? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended, the bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. For what purpose does the gentleman from Illinois now seek recognition?
Speaker, I move to suspend the rules and pass H.R. 7777, the Veterans Compensation Cost of Living Adjustment Act of 2024.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
Union Calendar number 491, H.R. 7777. A bill to increase, effective as of December 1st, 2024, the rates of compensation for veterans with service-connected disabilities and the rates of dependency and indemnity compensation for the survivors of certain disabled veterans and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Illinois, Mr. Bost, and the gentleman from California, Mr. Takano, each will control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Illinois.
Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks on H.R. 7777.
Without objection.
Speaker, I yield myself as much time as I may consume.
The gentleman's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today in support of H.R. 7777, offered by my friend and fellow veteran, Representative Luttrell. This bill will ensure that VA compensation benefits for veterans and their surviving loved ones keep pace with inflation and the increased costs of living. Veterans and their families often depend on VA's compensation benefits to pay for daily living expenses and to support their families. This bill would help them meet those financial needs by increasing the amount of certain disability compensation benefits by the same percentage as the cost of living increase for the Social Security benefits recipients. Congress must pass the cost of living adjustment every year to ensure that our veterans and their loved ones cover their expenses and keep food on the table for their families. I urge my colleagues to support H.R. 77, and with that, I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from California is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to express my support for H.R. 7777, the Veterans Compensation Cost of Living Adjustment Act of 2024. As we do every year, today we are considering legislation to increase payments for wartime disability compensation, compensation for dependents, the clothing allowance for certain disabled veterans, and dependency and indemnity compensation for surviving spouses and children. Specifically, this bill mandates that the VA raise these benefit amounts by the same percentage as the cost of living or COLA provided to Social Security recipients. This ensures that veterans and their families maintain their quality of life and are protected from reductions in their earned benefits as economic conditions shift. The cost of living adjustments reflects our nation's ongoing gratitude for the service and sacrifice not only those who have bravely worn our nation's uniform, but also to their families, who bear significant burdens as well. As the ranking member of the Committee on Veterans Affairs, I'm honored to support this effort. Now, I would also like to commend the Subcommittee on Disability Assistance and Memorial Affairs and extend my thanks to Ranking Member Pappas and Chair Luttrell for sponsoring this year's House bill for their steadfast commitment to supporting our veterans. I fully support H.R. 7777 and urge my colleagues to do the same. I also call on the Senate to swiftly pass this measure. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Illinois is recognized.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, at this time I would like to yield to the gentleman from Texas, the sponsor of the bill, Mr. Morgan Luttrell, for as much time as he may consume.
The gentleman's recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I'm honored to be here today to speak on my bill, H.R. 7777, the Veterans Compensation Cost of Living Adjustment Act of 2024. The bill would increase certain amounts of compensation that veterans and their families receive, as well as the clothing allowance benefits for certain veterans. Specifically, the bill would ensure that the VA benefits are adjusted by the same percentage as the cost of living adjustment for Social Security benefits recipients. Veterans and their families often depend on VA compensation benefits to meet their financial needs. This bill is critical to ensure that the VA benefits keep up with the inflation and today's increased cost of living. I appreciate Ranking Member Pappas, Mr. Bost, for their support in this bill. I urge my colleagues to support H.R. 77, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields.
Speaker, we have no more speakers, but I'll reserve, and we're ready to close.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from California is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I have no further speakers, and I'm prepared to close.
The gentleman from California is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I ask all my colleagues to join me in passing H.R. 7777, the Veterans Compensation Cost of Living Adjustment Act of 2024, and I yield back the balance of my time.
From Illinois is recognized.
I urge my members to support the legislation. I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields. The question now is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 7777? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended, the bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Same thing. For what purpose does the gentleman from Illinois seek recognition?
Speaker, I move to suspend the rules and pass H.R. 7100, the Prioritized Veterans Survivor Act.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
Union Calendar number 545, H.R. 7100. A bill to amend Title 38 United States Code to clarify the organization of the Office of Survivors Assistance of the Department of Veterans Affairs.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Illinois, Mr. Bost, and the gentleman from California, Mr. Takano, each will control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Illinois.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks on H.R. 7100.
Without objection.
Speaker, I yield to myself as much time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today in support of H.R. 7100 as offered by Representative Ciscomani. This bill would ensure that VA prioritize care, services, and benefits for the surviving family members, veterans, as much as the VA does for the veterans. The bill would also, by ensuring the VA Office of Survivors Assistance conducts its mission with the Office of the VA Secretary. In 2008, Congress created an Office of Survivors Assistance and to serve as the Secretary's principal advisor, to serve as a resource of all benefits and services for veterans' surviving loved ones. But the Biden-Harris administration did veterans survivors a disservice by moving the office from the Secretary's office to the Veterans Benefits Administration, Pension and Fiduciary Services. This office is nowhere near the top of the organization chart, and the office no longer advises the Secretary on the benefits and services for those survivors. The Office of the Survivors Assistance it's understaffed and no longer has resources for survivors on all care services and benefit offers by all the VA officers. Mr. Ciscomani's bill would correct this Biden-Harris administration misguided changes and ensure survivors have a seat at the table again. We must ensure the voices of veteran survivor families are heard and that they are prioritized by the VA. This bill will ensure that. Now, I'm proud to be co-lead this bill with Representative Ciscomani, and I urge all my colleagues to support H.R. 7100. And with that, I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from California is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to express my support for H.R. 7100, the Prioritizing Veterans Survivors Act. This bill requires VA to move the Office of Survivors Assistance, or OCA, to a position directly reporting to the Office of the VA Secretary. The Office of Survivor Assistance was established by statute in 2008 to serve as a resource regarding all benefits and services furnished by the Department to survivors and dependents of deceased veterans and members of the armed forces. OCA also serves as a principal advisor to the Secretary and promotes the use of VA benefits, programs, and services to survivors. Now, recently, VA moved supervision of OCA from the Office of Outreach, Transition, and Economic Development to VBA's Pension and Fiduciary Service. Now, VA made this move with the idea that it would increase emphasis on the office and oversight of OSA, as VBA has more capacity to properly oversee the function. However, the survivors community has been critical of this move, characterizing it as a downgrade of the function and a diminishing of the importance of survivors in VA's mission. H.R. 7100 is responsive to those concerns. Now, historically, there has been a lack of resources dedicated to the mission of serving survivors. For example, there are only 3 employees in the Office of Survivors Assistance to serve over 450,000 employees. I repeat, 3 employees in the Office of Survivors Assistance to serve over 450,000. So we also see a lack of awareness of whom is part of the survivors community, where the community is, and a lack of direct and targeted outreach. As such, we have seen an underutilization of survivors' benefits. So, we must do whatever we can to remedy that situation. Now, this bill is a small but important step in that process. I would be remiss, however, if I didn't also point to other legislation that we can and should be taking up to improve benefits for survivors. I've introduced H.R. 7150, the Survivors Benefits Delivery Improvement Act, a bill that puts new tools in VA's hands to aid in reaching survivors where they are and better inform them of the benefits they have earned. We have members like Julia Brownlee, who has introduced legislation to extend CHAMP VA eligibility. Representative Johanna Hayes has also introduced legislation to raise the levels of dependency and indemnity compensation benefits on par with other federal survivors programs. And we have members like Representative Dean Phillips, who has introduced the Love Lives On Act that would repeal the ridiculous penalties survivors face when they choose to remarry. And we have legislation introduced by Representative Frank Mervan to increase benefits for those using Chapter 35 education benefits, but making those individuals eligible for more robust, comprehensive benefits equal to the Forever GI Bill. So, my hope is that in the waning days of this Congress, we see fit to consider these other pieces of legislation as well. In the meantime, however, I do support this bill, and I encourage my colleagues to support it as well. And I want to extend a special thank you to the survivors who may be listening today and those who are with us only in spirit. Your stories demonstrate bravery and courage, and you deserve every ounce of our effort in creating a VA that is welcoming and accessible, and every dollar of benefits we can muster on your behalf. Thank you, and I reserve the balance of my time, Mr. Speaker.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Illinois is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I now recognize for as much time as he may consume the sponsor of this bill, Representative Ciscomani from Arizona.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Chairman Boss, for yielding me time to speak today in support of my bill, H.R. 7100, the Prioritizing Veterans Survivor Act. Since I was elected, I've heard from military service members and veteran surviving family members about their struggle accessing VA benefits. In my district, I organized a Veterans Advisory Council, and ensuring that surviving spouses and children accessing VA benefits and services is a top priority that we have discussed time and time again. I'm always looking for ways to ensure that top VA leaders hear the concerns of veterans' loved ones. From its creation, the Office of Survivors Assistance, or OSA, was meant to serve as the principal advisor to the VA Secretary on all survivors' benefits and services, including medical care and burial benefits. When VA began operating the OSA within the Veterans Benefits Administration, the VA deprioritized survivors' policies and skirted Congress's intent when they created this office. My bill would fix this, requiring OSA to operate within the Secretary's office, thereby prioritizing advocacy and services for service members and veteran surviving spouses and families. I'd like to highlight the comment of a member of my Veterans Advisory Council, Ms. Jane Strain, a surviving spouse, and an Army veteran herself. She said surviving spouses and families are family members who cared for children, moved many times during their military career, compromised their careers, and maintained home life while the service member deployed. They have earned and deserve attention when the spouse has passed. Placing the OSA directly under the Secretary will help to recognize the importance of this population. I was proud to work alongside Chairman Boss to ensure survivors have a seat at the table. I urge my colleagues to vote in favor of this common sense legislation. And with that, I yield my time.
The gentleman yields.
Mr. Speaker, we have no more speakers. I'm ready to close, and I reserve the balance of our time.
The gentleman from Illinois reserves. The gentleman from California is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I have no further speakers, and I'm prepared to close.
The gentleman from California is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I urge all my colleagues to join me in passing H.R. 7100, the Prioritizing Veteran Survivors Act, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields. The gentleman from Illinois is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, once again, I encourage all the members to support this legislation. I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields. The question now is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 7100? Those in favor would say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended, the bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. For what purpose does the gentleman from Illinois seek recognition?
Speaker, I move to suspend the rules and pass H.R. 4424, the Vietnam Veterans Liver Fluke Cancer Study Act as amended.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
Union Calendar number 500, H.R. 4424. A bill to direct the Secretary of Veterans Affairs to study and report on the prevalence of cholangiocarcinoma in veterans who served in the Vietnam Theater of Operations during the Vietnam era and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Illinois, Mr. Bost, and the gentleman from California, Mr. Takano, each will control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Illinois.
Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks on H.R. 4424 as amended.
Without objection.
Speaker, I now yield myself as much time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today in support of H.R. 4424 as amended, introduced by my friend and fellow veteran, Mr. LaLota from New York. Representative LaLota's bill would require VA to conduct a study and produce a report on the frequency of bile duct cancer for veterans who serve in and around Vietnam War. Speaker, it goes without saying that many veterans and Vietnam veterans suffer greatly in their services of their country. Thousands of Vietnam veterans still live with the invisible and visible wounds of war today. Eating uncooked fish while deployed over 60 years ago may have added to that harm. Certain undercooked fish contain a parasite known as a liver fluke, which can cause infection and scarring that could lead to bile duct cancer. This type of cancer is a rare form of cancer and is in the U.S., but more common is in Southeast Asia. The study in this bill would rightfully require VA to determine if the bile duct cancer is a result of the Vietnam era veterans' deployment in that region. One of the VA's most important missions is to take care of the veterans' service-connected injuries. This study would help uphold that sacred mission. This bill is also an important step in conducting and continuing to ensure our Vietnam veterans receive the respect and care they have earned. And I want to thank Mr. LaLota for this vitally important work on this bill. And I urge all of my colleagues to support H.R. 4424 as amended. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from California is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to express my support for H.R. 4424, the Vietnam Veterans Liver Fluke Cancer Study Act, as amended. Liver fluke is a serious parasitic infection that is a well-recognized risk factor for the development of bile duct cancer. H.R. 4424, as amended, would require VA, in consultation with the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention, to commence a epidemiological study on the prevalence of bile duct cancer in veterans who served in the Vietnam War versus their non-veteran U.S. resident counterparts. This legislation requires VA to submit a regular report with the results of the study broken out by age, gender, race, ethnicity, and geographic location. I certainly understand why Vietnam War veterans would be concerned about their exposure to this disease and believe we should do everything possible to ensure veterans have access to care and treatment for diseases they may have been exposed to as a part of their service. While I have concerns that this effort is duplicative given VA's previous and ongoing research on this disorder, I welcome additional research and will support the bill today. I urge my colleagues to do the same, and thank you, Mr. Speaker. I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Illinois is recognized.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, at this time I'd like to yield to the gentleman from New York, Mr. Lalotepet, and the sponsor of the bill for as much time as he may consume.
The gentleman's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank the chairman, a Marine Corps veteran, for yielding. Mr. Speaker, there's an obvious link between liver fluke disease and our Vietnam veterans' service in that war, but the VA won't cover their care. My bill will help fix that and do right by our Vietnam veterans. Data from multiple studies clearly demonstrate Vietnam veterans have a much greater chance of contracting, suffering from, and dying from the liver fluke parasite. Yet the VA does not help veterans who are fighting liver fluke disease, and that is wrong, Mr. Speaker. The correlation between the liver fluke parasite and service in Vietnam is obvious. In 2018, the Northport VA Medical Center conducted a first-of-its-kind study using a 50-size veteran sample. The initial results of that study highlighted three things: a substantial need for greater study of this issue, 2, the development of standardized treatment options, and 3, broader accessibility of care for veterans at VA facilities across the country. That study was 6 years ago and could have been justification enough for the VA to start covering affected Vietnam veterans. But the VA insisted on another study. So a second study was ordered, and after years of delays, supposedly due to the pandemic, a more recent study finally concluded in 2024. The 2024 study affirmed what so many Vietnam veterans have been saying for years, that there is indeed a link between the liver fluke disease and service in Vietnam. Specifically, the study in which Marine Corps veterans participated demonstrated that there is a 30% greater risk of mortality from this liver fluke disease from Marines who served in the Vietnam War and theater as compared to Marines who served elsewhere. You would think these findings, coupled with the 2018 findings, would be justification enough for the VA to start covering affected Vietnam veterans. Yet, after multiple in-depth studies which corroborate the link between our veteran service in Vietnam and the rare liver fluke disease, the VA says the studies still are not enough. To fight the VA's ambivalence towards these Vietnam veterans, I am urging all of my colleagues to support my bipartisan legislation, H.R. 4424, the Liver Fluke Cancer Study Act. This act would require the VA, in conjunction with the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention, to conduct a third study to determine the prevalence of liver fluke amongst the Vietnam veteran population. If the VA won't take action, we will continue to force them to confront the facts until they come to the same conclusion as the rest of us. Our Vietnam veterans are dying every day, and we do not have the luxury of time. Too much time has passed already. We went through a similar and terrible situation with our Blue Water Navy veterans in Agent Orange. Let us not make the same mistake with liver fluke. I want to thank Chairman Bost and Ranking Member Takano for the leadership and support of this legislation. Together, we can make sure that our Vietnam veterans receive the care, recognition, and support they rightfully deserve. Thank you, and I yield back.
The gentleman yields.
Mr. Speaker, we have no more speakers on this particular legislation. We're ready to close, and I reserve.
The gentleman from Illinois reserves. The gentleman from California is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I have no further speakers, and I'm prepared to close.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman's recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I ask all of my colleagues to join me in passing H.R. 4424, the Vietnam Veterans Liver Fluke Cancer Study Act, as amended. And with that, I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields. The gentleman from Illinois is recognized.
Speaker, once again, I also encourage the members to support this legislation, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 4424 as amended? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended, the bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Illinois seek recognition?
Suspend the rules and pass H.R. 7342, the Veterans Accessibility Advisory Committee Act, as amended. Mr. Speaker,
the clerk will report the title of the bill.
H.R. 7342, a bill to establish the Veterans Advisory Committee on Equal Access and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Illinois, Mr. Bost, and the gentleman from California, Mr. Takano, each will control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Illinois.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks on H.R. 7342 as amended.
The gentleman is recognized. Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself as much time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today in support of H.R. 7342, offered by my friend and colleague, Congressman David Valadao of California. This bill would direct the Department of Veterans Affairs to establish the Veterans Advisory Committee on Equal Access. The committee would advise the VA Secretary on how to improve access to VA service programs, facilities for veterans living with disabilities to enhance their experience at VA. The committee would rightfully bring together veterans with disabilities, subject matters experts, VA employees, and representatives of veteran service organizations to get to the heart of the matter. Speaker, it goes without saying that this is long overdue. Americans with disabilities are entitled to an equal access to health care and benefits nationwide. That includes at the VA. Congress made that very clear through the American with Disabilities Act and other laws. But veterans with disabilities are still being shortchanged far too often. We know these accessible gaps still exist because of work of the Paralyzed Veterans of America, the Blind Veterans Association, other VSOs and advocacy groups, and the work of this committee. Now, I want to thank them for their collaboration with the Congress on this legislation. Their only focus is to eliminate barriers and achieving universal access and equality for veterans living with disabilities. This is an important goal, and I believe the advisory committee is well justified. I also share many of my colleagues' concerns about the growth of adversarial committees in the federal government. There are simply too many. That's why the legislation would direct VA to eliminate a consolidate an inactive adversary committee. This bill is, or advisory committee, I'm sorry. This bill would and is a responsible step forward to use VA resources wisely. ultimately improve access for veterans living with disabilities. I urge all of my colleagues to support H.R. 7342 as amended, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from California is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today in support of H.R. 7342 as amended, the Veterans Accessibility Advisory Committee Act of 2024. Now, this bill establishes an advisory committee that brings disabled veterans' voices into the fold and provides a seat at the table with top decision makers at VA. Access is an issue I have sought to champion during my time in Congress, and particularly during my time with the Veterans Affairs Committee. Disabled veterans still face many barriers in accessing the care and services they have rightfully earned. Those barriers deserve the time and attention of a VA advisory committee so that experts can come together to improve how veterans with disabilities access their care and benefits. Advocates like the Blinded Veterans Association, Paralyzed Veterans of America, and Disabled American Veterans have been tireless voices in our communities, raising awareness of these issues. Establishing a Veterans Accessibility Advisory Committee will provide a direct line for these voices to be heard and for change to be made at VA so that all veterans can access their care and benefits with ease. I urge my colleagues to vote yes on this bill, and I reserved the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Illinois is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like at this time to yield to the gentleman that is the sponsor of the bill from California, Representative Valadeo, as much time as he may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Well, I thank the chairman or the gentleman for yielding, and I thank him and his committee for all their help on getting this bill here. I rise today to urge my colleagues to support my bill, the Veterans Accessibility Advisory Committee Act. Sadly, many disabled veterans in the Central Valley and across the country are facing barriers in accessing the critical services they need. From struggling with physical infrastructure at the VA facilities to navigating the red tape in the benefits process, disabled veterans are too often getting left behind. Doorways are too narrow, elevators are constantly out of service, and the exam rooms that aren't big enough to accommodate wheelchairs are just a few of the obstacles veterans face when trying to receive care. Serving disabled veterans is a critical part of the VA's mission, but they need to do more to ensure the unique needs of disabled veterans are being heard. By establishing a permanent advisory committee within the VA, my bill ensures disabled veterans have a seat at the table in providing feedback so that they can easily access the benefits, services, and the facilities they've earned. We cannot leave our disabled veterans behind. Our veterans have sacrificed so much for our nation, and they deserve a VA that's responsive to their needs. I urge all of my colleagues to support this legislation, and I thank the chairman, I thank you all, and I yield back.
Gentleman from
And we're ready to close, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. The gentleman from California is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I have no further speakers, and I'm prepared to close.
The gentleman from California is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I ask all of my colleagues to join me in passing H.R. 7342, the Veterans Accessibility Advisory Committee Act of 2024, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Illinois is recognized.
Speaker, once again, I encourage all members to support this legislation and to improve access to VA services for veterans with disabilities, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass Bill H.R. 7342 as amended? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended. The bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. For what purpose does the gentleman from Illinois seek recognition?
Speaker, I move to suspend the rules and pass H.R. 7816, the Clear Communications for Veterans Claims Act as amended.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
H.R. 7816, A bill to direct the Secretary of Veterans Affairs to seek to enter into an agreement with a federally funded research and development center for an assessment of notice letters that the Secretary sends to claimants for benefits under laws administered by the Secretary and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Illinois, Mr. Bose, and the gentleman from California, Mr. Tancano, each will control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Illinois.
Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks on H.R. 7816 as amended.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself as much time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today in support of H.R. 7816 as amended. The bill would that's introduced by my colleague, Representative Duarte, and I'm a proud co-sponsor of this bill, is H.R. 7816 as amended would require VA to contract with a research entity to improve the notice letters VA sends to veterans and survivors who file claims for benefits. VA is required to provide information throughout the VA claims process to veterans and their survivors who have filed claims for VA benefits. However, at a recent oversight hearing, we heard from veterans and their advocates that VA notice letters are difficult to understand, too long, filled with legal jargon, and contain information that is not relevant to the veterans or survivors' overall claims. These complex letters have caused veterans and survivors confusion and stress. Some become so overwhelmed that they abandon their claims. This is unacceptable. As a veteran myself, I've also received these complex letters. You shouldn't have to be a member of Congress or an attorney to understand your rights under the claims process. H.R. 7816, as amended, would ensure that the VA notice letters do not discourage veterans from accessing the benefits they've earned. This legislation would ensure that VA sends veterans and survivors understandable notices, letters so that they can make informed decisions about their claims. I would like to thank the veteran service organizations for their support and help in this drafted bill. I also want to thank Ranking Member Tancano and his staff for working with Representative Duarte and me and myself to make the changes necessary to move this bill forward. Now, I urge my colleagues' support to H.R. 7816 as amended, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from California is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Without objection. The gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to express my support for H.R. 7816, the Clear Communication for Veterans Claims Act as amended. You know, when a veteran applies for benefits at VA, the agency corresponds with that veteran at multiple points in the process regarding their claim. This communication is often through letters which can be densely laden with legal jargon and confusing information, which makes it hard for the veteran to understand what's required of them, or the benefits decision VA has arrived at. Now, this can lead the veteran to miss important deadlines or fail to submit proper documentation, which can ultimately lead to the rejection of their claims. Now, VA has launched an internal review of these notice letters and has already redrafted many of them to be more direct and easier to understand. But VA could also use some outside help in reviewing the literally thousands of different possible letters they might send a veteran. H.R. 7816 seeks to provide that assistance. Specifically, it mandates that VA make its notice letters, documents that explain decisions on benefits, shorter, clearer, and easier for veterans and their families to understand. This bill requires the VA to contract with a third party to assess and recommend improvements to these letters, which often contain complex legalese that can confuse veterans. The bill also sets deadlines for action. VA must contract with a federally funded research and development center, or FFRDC, to evaluate these communications within 30 days of the bill's enactment and submit its recommendation within 90 days. This effort aims to streamline the claims process and reduce the stress and confusion many veterans face when dealing with their benefits. I support H.R. 7816 and urge my colleagues to do the same. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Illinois is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to at this time yield to our colleague, Representative Daugherty, who is the sponsor of this bill, and as much time as he may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Chairman Bost, for yielding. Madam Speaker, I rise today in support of my bill, the Clear Communications for Veterans Claims Act. I'm proud that the House is considering my bill on the floor today and for the support of Democrats and Republicans so that veterans can obtain the benefits they've earned in service to our nation. I want to thank Chairman Bost for his support of this bill and my Democrat co-lead, Congressman Nikki Bedinsky, for joining me on this important legislation. This bill is a testament of what Congress can achieve when working across party lines. Since coming to office, I've led several veterans town halls across California's Central Valley. And one topic that continues to come up is the daunting challenge that our veterans, young and old, face when applying for and receiving benefits through the VA after their service to our nation, and this is unacceptable. Currently, when a veteran applies for benefits or files a claim with the VA responds in writing and often provides updates in writing. At a Veterans Affairs Committee hearing in March 2024, it became clear that the VA's effort to make these letters easy to understand, to guide veterans through the process, have failed. We learned the VA letters are often lengthy, packed with indecipherable legal jargon, sometimes omit crucial information needed to advance a claim, and can be over 20 pages long. These letters cause confusion, anxiety, and stress among our veterans. And some veterans are so overwhelmed that they give up on their claims entirely. The Clear Communications for Veterans Act would require the VA to work with a federally funded research and development center to simplify the notification letters for VA benefits, including disability compensation, disability ratings, health benefits, and education. This bill would require the VA to contract with the FFRDC to assess within 30 days the letters sent to veterans, and within 90 days of receiving the assessment, the VA would be required to notify Congress and implement any recommendations from the FFDRC. This legislation is supported by numerous veterans groups across California, including the Paralyzed Veterans of America, the Disabled Veterans, the National Organization of Veterans Advocates, the American Legion, as well as the Stanislaus County Veterans Advisory Commission. Their endorsements underscore the vital need for this reform. We must uphold our commitment to those who have bravely served our country. And as a congressman, I'm always honored to help Central Valley veterans get their benefits. This bill is a step towards correcting the flawed VA claims process to help ensure our veterans get the care and benefits they earned from a grateful nation. Again, I'd like to thank Chairman Bost for supporting the Clear Communications for Veterans Act. I urge my colleagues to support this bill. Madam Speaker, I yield back the balance of my time.
Mr. Speaker, we have no other speakers. We're ready to close, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. The gentleman from California is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I have no further speakers, and I'm prepared to close.
The gentleman from California is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I ask all my colleagues to join me in supporting H.R. 7816, the Clear Communication for Veterans Claims Act, as amended, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Yields back. The gentleman from Illinois is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, once again, I encourage all members to support this legislation. I yield back the balance of my time.
The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 7816 as amended? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended, the bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. For what purpose does the gentleman from Illinois seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move to suspend the rules and pass H.R. 5464.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
H.R. 5464, a bill to name the Department of Veterans Affairs Community-Based Outpatient Clinic in Guntersville, Alabama, as the Colonel Ola Lee Mize Department of Veterans Affairs Clinic.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Illinois, Mr. Bose, and the gentleman from California, Mr. Takano, each will control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Illinois.
Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks on H.R. 5464.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized.
Speaker, I yield myself as much time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today in support of H.R. 5464, a bill to name the Department of Veterans Affairs community-based outpatient clinic in Guntersville, Alabama, the Ola Lee Mize Department of Veterans Affairs Clinic. Ola Mize was born August 28, 1931, in Albertsville, Alabama. Now, although he was initially rejected the U.S. Army for being underweight, after much persistence, he joined the Army in 1950 and was assigned to the 82nd Airborne Division. Now, when the Korean War broke out, rather than pursuing an education, Ola Mize decided to re-enlist. On the night of June 10th, 1953, Sergeant Mize unit was defending an outpost Henry, when they came under artillery fire. This fire was shortly followed by an assault by a battalion-sized force of Chinese troops, which quickly overran the Americans' position. Sergeant Mize then took his rifle and began taking defensive action, killing around 40 enemy troops. When nearly all the officers were casualties, he took the initiative to establish a defensive position. Sergeant Mize and his team went from bunker to bunker, firing at the enemy, confusing them into thinking Americans had a larger defense position than they actually did. With all the chaos going on around him, he worked tirelessly to assist the wounded and put them into makeshift shelters away from enemy fire. The next morning, Sergeant Mize led a counterattack, wiping out the remaining enemy. For his action, Ola Mize was awarded the Medal of Honor by President Eisenhower on September 7, 1954. After receiving the Medal of Honor, he continued his service, being awarded the Silver Star for valor and for his service in Vietnam. Ola Mize retired from the Army as a colonel in 1981. Stories of heroes like Colonel Mize should continue to be told to generations of Americans. By naming the VA clinic in honor, we will surely do just that. Colonel Mize's service to our country and his legacy will always be remembered. And I want to thank the sponsor, Mr. Adderhall, as well as the entire Alabama delegation for leading this effort. Now, I urge my colleagues to support H.R. 5464, and with that, I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman from Illinois reserves. The gentleman from California is recognized.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to express my support for H.R. 5464, a bill to designate the Department of Veterans Affairs community-based outpatient clinic in Guntersville, Alabama, as the Colonel Ola Lee Mize Department of Veterans Affairs Clinic. Colonel Mize's story is one of heroism and perseverance. His actions saved lives and helped turn the tide of conflict. I'm glad to support this bill to honor his service. Like many service members, Mr. Mize joined the Army seeking to support his family. He was the son of Alabama sharecroppers and had to leave school in the 9th grade. Despite initially being rejected due to his small stature, he persevered and was accepted. After a peacetime tour of duty, Mr. Mize re-enlisted when the Korean War began. As a member of the Army's Company K, 15th Infantry Regiment, 3rd Infantry Division, and now a sergeant, Mr. Mize was stationed to defend a strategic posting known as Outpost Harry. His actions in this posting are nothing short of heroic. He bravely answered the call to help a medic rescue. He bravely answered the call to help a medic rescue an injured soldier at a listening post and brought him back to safety. Sergeant Mize then fought his way to assist an American machine gun nest that had been overrun. On his way, he was blown down. He was blown down 3 separate times by artillery and grenade blasts, but he returned to his astounded men alive. Sergeant Mize brought down as many as 65 enemy soldiers and helped rescue the outpost for the American forces. Of 56 Americans involved in the Outpost Harry fighting, only 8 survived, but Sergeant Mize's actions helped ensure that number was as high as it was. In a testament to his loyalty to his men, Sergeant Mize initially refused the Medal of Honor when he was told that he would be honored with it, saying it should go to mark their bravery instead. When he did finally accept it from President Eisenhower in 1954, he accepted it on behalf of his men. Despite demonstrating more than enough valor for one lifetime, Colonel Mize received a commission with the U.S. Special Forces and served 4 tours of duty, including 3 in Vietnam with the Army Green Berets. In addition to his Medal of Honor, throughout his military career, he was awarded the Legion of Merit twice, the Silver Star, the Bronze Star 5 times, and the Purple Heart, among others. After an assignment to the Special Forces School, he retired as a full colonel in 1981. As a nation, we must remember Colonel Mize's sense of duty, loyalty to his men, and heroism. I can think of no better way to honor him. Mr. Speaker, I support this important piece of legislation, and I ask that my colleagues do the same. Thank you, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman from California reserves. The gentleman from Illinois is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. At this time, I would like to yield to as much time as he will consume the sponsor of this bill, Representative Adderhall from Alabama.
The gentleman from Alabama is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I rise in strong support of this legislation, H.R. 5464, to rename the Guntersville, Alabama Community-Based Veterans Outpatient Clinic to the Colonel Ola Lee Mize Department of Veteran Affairs Clinic. I was proud to introduce this bill in honor of Colonel Ola Lee Mize, and a true American hero from Alabama's 4th Congressional District, which I am honored to represent. Ola Lee Mize was a native of Alabama's 4th Congressional District. He was born, he was raised in Albertville, a town next to Guntersville where this clinic is located, and he therefore, in 1954, as it has been stated, Colonel Mize was awarded the Medal of Honor, which is the highest military honor by President Dwight D. Eisenhower for his heroic actions in saving a wounded soldier and leading a successful military operation in the defense of Outpost Harry, as it has been described by my colleagues. According to reports on that day, of the 56 Americans involved in Outpost Harry battle, only 8 survived. Colonel Mize served his country with honor for more than 30 years in the United States Army. Among his many other accomplishments were numerous additional deployments, including multiple tours in Vietnam as a Green Beret, rising to the rank of colonel and serving as commander of the Special Forces School at Fort Bragg, North Carolina. In addition to the Medal of Honor, Colonel Mize's other military decorations include 2 Legion of Merits, the Silver Star, 5 Bronze Stars, and the Purple Heart. Following his retirement from the Army in 1982, Colonel Mize spent his remaining years in Gadsden, Alabama, in neighboring Etowah County, until he passed away in 2014. He is survived by his wife, Betty Mize, and a daughter, Teresa Peterson, and numerous grandchildren and great-grandchildren. Like I said before, Colonel Mize was a true American hero, and the people of Alabama's 4th Congressional District are proud to call him our own. We will not forget the legacy he left behind, and neither should any American. That is why renaming the Veterans Clinic in Guntersville will honor Colonel Mize's service and inspire future generations of Alabamians. Thanks to my colleagues, Chairman Bost, and to Ranking Member Tincano for their work in bringing this legislation to the floor today. I, like my colleagues, urge all of my colleagues to join me in supporting this legislation, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields. The gentleman from Illinois is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We have no more speakers, and I'm ready to close, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from California is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I have no further speakers, and I'm prepared to close.
The gentleman from California reserves.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I ask all my colleagues to join me in passing H.R. 5464 to designate the Department of Veterans Affairs Community-Based Outpatient Clinic in Guntersville, Alabama, as the Colonel Ola Lee Mize Department of Veterans Affairs Clinic. And with that, I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields. The gentleman from Illinois is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I encourage all of our members to support this legislation. I yield back the balance of my time.
The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 5464? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended. The bill is passed without objection. The motion to reconsider is laid on the table. For what purpose does the gentleman from Illinois seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move to suspend the rules and pass H.R. 4190 to restore benefits to Defrauded Veterans Act as amended.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
Union Calendar Number 552, H.R. 4190. A bill to amend Title 38 United States Code to direct the Secretary of Veterans Affairs to repay the estates of deceased beneficiaries for certain benefits paid by the Secretary and misused by fiduciaries of such beneficiaries.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Illinois, Mr. Bost, and the gentleman from California, Mr. Tincano, each will control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Illinois.
Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks on H.R. 4190 as amended.
Objection, the gentleman is recognized.
Speaker, I yield myself as much time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today in support of 4190 as amended. This bill was introduced by Representative Trone. It ensures no fiduciary who steals a veteran's earned VA benefits can profit from their misuse if the veteran passes. I support the bill wholeheartedly, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman from Illinois reserves. The gentleman from California is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to express my support for H.R. 4190, the Restoring Benefits to Defrauded Veterans Act, as amended. Mr. Speaker, it is an unfortunate reality that veterans, especially elderly veterans, find themselves as prime targets for fraud. And it is even more unfortunate that oftentimes this fraud is perpetuated by those closest to the veteran, sometimes even family and friends who were tasked with assisting that veteran. Thankfully, VA has set as a set of policies and procedures for uncovering, investigating, and prosecuting that fraud, and that includes making restitution to the veteran. Earlier this year, we passed H.R. 4016, the Veteran Fraud Reimbursement Act, introduced by Representative Jerry Connolly to help expedite that process. I urge the Senate to quickly take up that bill as well. Sadly, though, it seems that sometimes it happens that the veteran who was the victim of this fraud passes away before VA is able to make restitution. But VA is currently barred from making the estate of that beneficiary whole. H.R. 4190, introduced by Representative David Trone, seeks to create a set of procedures for VA to follow to restore or reinstate benefits for veterans who were defrauded but unfortunately die before VA can compensate them. Importantly, for those veterans who may have been defrauded by a family member, it also prevents VA from repaying benefits to anyone who may have been a party to the fraud, regardless of whether they may have been named in the veteran's will as an heir. Mr. Speaker, we owe our veterans and their survivors all the protections we can possibly afford them through the law. H.R. 4190 offers one more avenue to ensure veterans are receiving the benefits they have earned in spite of those who seek to defraud them. I encourage my colleagues to support this measure, and I encourage the Senate to quickly pass this bill as well, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman from California reserves. The gentleman from Illinois is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, we have no speakers on this bill, and I reserve the balance. I'm ready to close, but I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Illinois reserves. The gentleman from California is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I do have a speaker. I would like to yield 3 minutes to my good friend who is the author of H.R. 4190. He currently serves on the House Appropriations Committee and the Budget Committee. He is also a former member of the House Veterans Affairs Committee, and the gentleman from Maryland, Representative David Trone.
The gentleman from Maryland is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to urge a yes vote on my bill, the Restoring Benefits to Defrauded Veterans Act. Today we must remember the courageous men and women who have dedicated their lives to defend our country and our freedoms. They still need us. My bill addresses this long-standing issue affecting millions of veterans' fraud. Just last year, the Federal Trade Commission estimated $477 million was stolen from veterans, military personnel, and their spouses. This is a $63 million increase, 15% from the year before. Under the current law, if the veteran passes away before their case is resolved, their family cannot be reimbursed for lost dollars. It's unacceptable. My bill, the Restoring Benefits to Defrauded Veterans Act, will help the veterans and their families reclaim these defrauded dollars and give them access to the money that they earned. Specifically, the legislation requires the Secretary of Veterans Affairs to reissue the misused benefits to the beneficiary's estate in cases where the beneficiary passed before the reissuance. We must ensure the veterans and their families are able to recapture any lost benefits they were scammed out of. It's just the right thing to do. I strongly urge a yes vote, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields. Gentleman from California is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I have no further speakers, and I'm prepared to close.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I ask all my colleagues to join me in passing H.R. 4190, the Restoring Benefits to Defrauded Veterans Act, as amended. And with that, I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields. The gentleman from Illinois is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I encourage all of my colleagues to support this legislation. I yield back the balance of my time.
The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 7190 as amended? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended, the bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. For what purpose does the gentleman from Illinois seek recognition?
Speaker, I move to suspend the rules and pass H.R. 2911, the Fairness for Service Members and Their Families Act of 2024, as amended.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
Union Calendar number 551, H.R. 2911, a bill to amend Title 38 United States Code to require the Secretary of Veterans Affairs to periodically review the automatic maximum coverage under the Service Members Group Life Insurance Program and the Veterans Group Life Insurance Program, and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Illinois, Mr. Bose, and the gentleman from California, Mr. Takano, each will control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Illinois.
Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks on H.R. 2911 as amended.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized.
Speaker, I yield myself as much time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today in support of H.R. 2911 as amended. This bill was introduced by Representative Strickland and co-led by our colleagues, Representative Bacon and Turner. H.R. 2911 as amended would require VA to regularly review and compare the maximum coverage under the VA life insurance programs, which the average cost of living changes across the country. I support this legislation, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman from Illinois reserves. The gentleman from California is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to express my support for H.R. 2111, the Fairness for Service Members and Their Families Act of 2024, as amended. Mr. Speaker, last Congress we passed S. 2794 into law. This bill increased the maximum coverage amount under the Service Members Group Life Insurance, or SGLI program, and the Veterans Group Life Insurance VGLI program from $400,000 to $500,000. Prior to that legislation, however, those maximum coverage amounts had not increased since 2005, clearly failing to keep pace with inflation. To ensure that we are not waiting another decade or more to improve this benefit for our service members and veterans, my good friend, Representative Marilyn Strickland, has introduced this bill, which requires VA to periodically review coverage amounts every 5 years and to report to Congress what the level of benefits would be if adjusted for inflation over that period. This will allow Congress to regularly make a more informed decision about whether or not these maximum coverage amounts should be increased. Mr. Speaker, this is common sense legislation that allows Congress to better do our part to support service members, veterans, and their families, and I encourage my colleagues to support it. Thank you, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman from California reserves. The gentleman from Illinois is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, we have no speakers on this bill, and I will ready to close and reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman from Illinois reserves. The gentleman from California is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, at this time, I yield 3 minutes to my good friend, who is the author of H.R. 2911. She serves on the Armed Services Committee and the Transportation and Infrastructure Committee, Representative Strickland from Washington State.
The gentlewoman from Washington is recognized.
Ranking Member Takano, thank you for yielding. Mr. Speaker, I rise today in support of my bill, H.R. 2911, the Fairness for Service Members and Their Families Act of 2024. I first want to thank Chairman Bost and Luttrell, Ranking Members Takano and Pappas for working with me to get this bill to the floor. I also want to thank my partners in this effort, Congressman Don Bacon and Senator John Cornyn. The Fairness for Service Members and Their Families Act will help ensure that life insurance benefits for service members and veterans account for changes in the economy. This legislation will require the Department of Veterans Affairs to periodically review and report on the maximum coverage available under the Service Members Group Life Insurance and Veterans Group Life Insurance. Accurate and reliable data will allow the VA to make necessary policy adjustments to ensure accurate payments. I have the honor of representing Joint Base Lewis McChord and tens of thousands of service members and their families who call the South Sound home. Our service members courageously put their lives on the line for their country, and it's our duty to reciprocate and help them. This means ensuring the well-being of their families and loved ones in the event of a tragedy. Service members' life insurance plans must keep pace with economic demands. A robust life insurance policy can provide a grieving family with the security they need to navigate the loss of their loved ones with dignity. The brave men and women who sacrifice their lives deserve peace of mind knowing that their families will be taken care of. For nearly 2 decades, the maximum coverage of the Service Members Group Life Insurance and Veterans Group Life Insurance programs have been stagnant, even as the cost of housing, goods, and services rose, as they typically do over time. This bill will ensure that these programs are reviewed periodically to verify that their value sufficiently reflects the contemporary consumer price index. I want to thank my colleagues for their unwavering commitment to supporting veterans and their families and for prioritizing their care. And finally, I want to take a point of privilege to thank my Army fellow who worked in my office from last year, Major Felix Gumbiner, for bringing this issue to my attention and for working with the offices of Congressman Bacon and Senator Cornyn to develop this legislation. I look forward to the House passing the Fairness for Service Members and Their Families Act of 2024 and for it to become the law of the land. Thank you, Mr. Takano, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman yields. The gentleman from California is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I have no further speakers, and I'm prepared to close.
The gentleman from California is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I ask all my colleagues to join me in passing H.R. 2911, the Fairness for Service Members and Their Families Act of 2024, as amended. And with that, I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields. The gentleman from Illinois is recognized.
I encourage all my colleagues to support this legislation. I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields. The question is, will the House suspend the rules, pass the bill H.R. 2911 as amended? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended. The bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move that the House suspend the rules and pass H.R. 9468.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
H.R. 9468, a bill making supplemental appropriations for the fiscal year ending September 30th, 2024, and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from California, Mr. Garcia, and the gentlewoman from Florida, Ms. Wasserman Schultz, each will control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from California.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days to revise and extend the remarks and include extraneous material in H.R. 9468.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself as much time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today, I want to stand in support of this very important veteran supplemental bill. My district, as you know, is home to one of the largest veteran populations in the country. From World War II to the global war on terror, we take pride in knowing that our sons and daughters have answered their nation's call to duty time and time again without hesitation. They answered the call not for personal gain and not for personal glory, but out of a deep love for their country and out of deep patriotism, and a belief that their government, including the VA, would always stand behind them. They didn't ask for much, just that their government keep its end of the bargain. But right now, that belief, that trust is being tested. Due to the VA's mismanagement of their budget, 7 million veterans will lose their benefits beginning on October 4th without congressional action. They will lose their pension benefits. They will lose their GI Bill benefits, their burial benefits, life insurance payments, survivor benefits. This is a cliff that happens on September 20th and will affect their payments as of October 1st. As a combat veteran and former naval aviator myself, I was not comfortable allowing these benefits to simply lapse. My bill, the Veterans Benefits Continuity and Accountability Supplemental Appropriations Act, will step in to fill the VA's $2.88 billion shortfall as a result of their mismanagement, helping to avoid a disastrous funding cliff and stepping in where the VA had failed. And my bill does more than just provide funding. It demands accountability, which is desperately needed here. It includes oversight measures like an inspector general investigation and a requirement for the VA to open its financial records to Congress. We need to know exactly how this shortfall occurred and ensure that every dollar is spent appropriately. To that end, within 30 days, this bill requires a report from the VA on corrections made to the budget with assumptions for the President's budget's request to avoid this type of shortfall next year. Within 60 days, this bill requires a report on how the VA spent the funds appropriated by this bill, and requires this report every 90 days through FY26. And at the 180-day mark, it requires a report from the Inspector General on the findings of his investigation into the causes of this shortfall. We can't afford to leave our vets high and dry without the medical care and the GI benefits that they've earned. But we also can't afford to just give the VA a blank check without figuring out the root cause of the issue to be solved. This isn't just about funding. It's about fixing a broken system and ensuring that our veterans aren't left behind simply because of bureaucratic failures. They deserve better, and it's on us as members of Congress, as their representatives, to fix this and get it right. I want to thank Chairman Cole and the Appropriations Committee and Chairman Boss and the Veterans Committee, as well as Subcommittee Chairman Judge Carter for their support on this bill and their ongoing investigation into the shortfall to get answers for our vets. We owe it to them, our veterans, to honor their service and fulfill our country's promise to them. We've made a commitment to these men and women, and we cannot afford to fall short. This bill does exactly that, and I strongly encourage my colleagues to support it. I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. For what purpose does the gentleman from Florida is recognized?
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself such time as I may consume. Mr. Speaker, I rise in support of H.R. 9468. This bill will alleviate a shortfall in the Veterans Benefits Administration by providing $3 billion, ensuring veterans receive the benefits that they have rightfully earned. Without this funding, veterans and survivors' payments to over 500,000 individuals scheduled to be delivered on October 1st will be at risk. This shortfall, unlike what the gentleman just referred to, exists because the PACT Act is working. Ever since it was signed into law, the VA has been hard at work finding veterans in need of care and cutting through the bureaucracy to get them the benefits and medical care that they deserve. There are now a record number of veterans receiving disability or compensation benefits, 6.6 million, up from 6.3 million last year. And the VA is hard at work processing a record number of claims, exceeding 2 million, on pace to break last year's record by 30%. Veterans are also using GI Bill and job training benefits at record rates. Funding this shortfall will ensure that the VA continues delivering for veterans. However, this bill alone will not address all the pressing funding needs at the VA. We know that the VA requires more funding to ensure that the PACT Act is fully implemented in the next fiscal year. There is another $12 billion shortfall for fiscal year 2025 in the Veterans Health Administration, also due to increasing demands from the PACT Act. The smoke and mirrors that is being stirred up by our friends on the other side of the aisle is just that. There is massive demand for the health care benefits and the additional PACT Act benefits that thankfully Democrats provided under President Biden and Vice President Harris's leadership. And you can see in the fact that more veterans are enrolling in VA care. Over 412,000 have enrolled in the last 365 days, a 27% increase year over year. The VA has also seen a record number of health care appointments, on pace for 127 million in 2024. Well exceeding the previous year's record. The VA's targeted and aggressive outreach to veterans ensures that they know about the care and benefits the Bipartisan PACT Act made available and shows that it's working. So although this $3 billion for benefits is critical, I urge my Republican colleagues to also support the $12 billion that is needed for health care in fiscal year 2025 in the continuing budget resolution. And people who are listening to this discussion should know that inexplicably, this funding has been excluded by the Republican majority in the CR that goes until March that we understand we're likely voting on tomorrow. So our friends on the other side of the aisle are going to deprive veterans of the vital health care that the PACT Act requires that they receive and continue to cloud the ability for us to be able to get our veterans those care. So I'm a show me person, not a tell me person. And so we need to show the veterans who have earned these benefits that the PACT Act requires we provide for them. And we do that by making sure that we address the shortfall that is the result of the demand that we knew there was. Because for so many years, veterans were denied access to the care that they had earned, the clear exposure to toxic substances while they were in battle, while they were defending our country, resulted in illnesses that now the PACT Act allows them to get access to that health care and ensure that's covered. And if we don't fulfill that $12 billion and make sure that those resources are available to our veterans, then our friends on the other side of the aisle will be responsible for that. And as I've said, I support this bill before us, but I'm disappointed that my colleagues across the aisle did not work in a bipartisan manner to draft this legislation. And let me be clear, it's not perfect. There is a reporting requirement that I would have written differently if we were consulted on that language, but it is critical that we get this funding to our veterans and survivors before funding runs out. Therefore, I do urge my colleagues to support this bill, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman reserves. The gentleman from California is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I just want to clarify, and I appreciate the bipartisan support for this stopgap measure, but this isn't smoke and mirrors. There are more veterans. There are more benefits. These are good things. Okay. All we're asking for is that the President's budget request and the congressional processes reflect the higher demands and thus the higher dollar values, but also hopefully gain more efficiencies and frankly have the dollars go a little bit further through the VA processes, and that's why the reporting language in this bill is very important. But I'm glad that this does have bipartisan support. With that, I yield to the gentleman from the great state of California, a member of the Military Construction Veterans Affairs Subcommittee, a hero to the veterans community, Mr. Valadeo, for 2 minutes.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you to the gentleman for yielding. I rise today in support of the Veterans Benefits Continuity and Accountability Supplemental Appropriations Act, which addresses the $3 billion mandatory shortfall for disability and education benefits that the VA expects to face in October. Our veterans have made incredible sacrifices for our country, and it is our responsibility to guarantee they receive the benefits they've earned. We're debating this legislation today because the VA failed to properly manage their budget this year, putting the benefits of millions of veterans at risk. This is unacceptable. Our veterans should not pay the price for the VA's mismanagement. This legislation makes good on our nation's commitment to care for the men and women who have served our country. It also requires greater oversight on the budget process moving forward to hold the VA accountable so that this does not happen again. I look forward to voting yes on this legislation to ensure our veterans can continue to access the benefits that they have earned, and I thank you, and I yield back.
The gentleman yields. The gentleman from California reserves.
Gentleman reserves.
The gentlewoman from Florida is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, it's now my pleasure to yield 5 minutes to the gentleman from California, the distinguished ranking member of the Veterans Affairs Committee, Mr. Takano.
The gentleman is recognized.
I thank my good friend and colleague, the gentlewoman from Florida, for yielding, and I associate myself with all of what she has said in the debate so far. Mr. Speaker, I rise to express my support for H.R. 9468, legislation that addresses a critical funding shortfall at the Veterans Benefit Administration, which could delay delivery of crucial veterans education and disability benefits. Now, when we passed the Honoring Our Pact Act into law, we intended that VA move quickly to implement the law. This speed was necessary so that veterans who needed care and benefits could receive them as quickly as possible. We also gave VA the money necessary to do the work and the authority to move more quickly if it could. On day one, President Biden accelerated implementation of the law, and 1 year later, VA also hit the gas so that more veterans could enroll in VA health care more quickly. VA set aggressive goals, and what we're seeing right now is the result of VA exceeding those goals. VA has granted almost 1.2 million PACT Act disability claims. Hundreds of thousands of new veterans have been enrolled in VA health care at VA. GI Bill and job training benefits are being used at unprecedented levels to further veterans' education and careers. These are all good things, and I don't think my colleagues on the other side of the aisle are arguing that they're bad. But their rhetoric regarding VA's financial management belies their true motive here, which is to take any and every opportunity to bash the Biden-Harris administration, and in this case, for simply providing care and benefits to veterans. From what we've heard today, it sounds like Republicans are begrudgingly willing to fund VBA when this is the bare minimum that we should be doing. And while I'm glad that we are getting the VBA supplemental completed this week, I'm very concerned and frankly disappointed that we are also not taking action on the $12 billion Veterans Health Administration shortfall. The deadline for the VHA shortfall is not this week, but that does not make it any less pressing. The time when VHA will need this funding is fast approaching, and this Congress has not shown itself to be capable of reliably passing funding bills on time. Republicans have even refused to include VHA funding in their continuing resolution text that was introduced last week and is up for a vote tomorrow. I have heard the chairman of the Veterans Affairs Committee say that Congress never fails to fund the VA. And so I'm confident that this VBA supplemental will pass easily with plenty of support from both sides of the aisle. But why the political games with veterans' health care? Why not address it now while we are here working on VBA funding and provide veterans and their families and the VA workforce some much-needed stability? Why not include it in the CR we are voting on tomorrow? We must get VHA the funding it needs to provide world-class health care to those who served, and any delay in that care could be devastating for veterans. Enough of the brinksmanship. Republicans are shorting veterans and their families by not addressing VHA funding now, along with VBA funding. Democrats are once again charged with being the adults in the room and are calling on the majority to do the right thing. Pass all of the funding VA needs now and stop any uncertainty for veterans. Let's get this done. VHA's need for an additional $12 billion is not malfeasance or incompetence. More veterans than ever before are accessing VA health care. We should be celebrating and applauding that fact, not denigrating VA and its hardworking staff. When every VA request for additional funding is met with suspicion, accusations of mismanagement, and derision of VA, what is the true motivation of my colleagues? Is it to ensure that VA is able to ensure the necessary care and benefits to veterans, or is it to extract a pound of political flesh? I have no doubt that this bill will pass. It includes added reporting requirements that will aid us in our oversight responsibilities, which I support. But let us not assign blame where there is none, and let us not denigrate those who wake up daily to do their best to serve those who have served our nation. And whatever we do, Mr. Speaker, let us get VA all the resources it needs to deliver for our veterans. And I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields. The gentlewoman reserves. The gentleman from California is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, this isn't about getting a pound of political flesh or making this about Republicans versus Democrats, left versus right. This is about doing what's right for our veterans. The fact is there is a real cliff that hits at the end of this week, and tying it to a CR is a disservice. We shouldn't use veterans as political pawns within the CR conversation. And facts are stubborn things. The executive branch owns the VA. The VA is part of the executive branch. And before we discuss the $12 billion shortfall in FY25 funding, we should require a root cause analysis to be done on why we have a shortfall this year itself. From there, we will move forward. You have our commitment as a Republican majority that we will never let the benefits of our veterans lapse as a result of anything, much less frankly, lack of oversight by the executive branch. With that, I want to recognize the gentlelady from Oklahoma, a member of the Military Construction Veterans Affairs Subcommittee, Mrs. Bice, for 1 minute.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today in support of H.R. 9468, which addresses the VA's budget shortfall. The Biden administration shared news of this impending budget gap days before we left in July, with very little information on why there was a shortfall. In fact, following several inquiries from my office, the administration still has not been able to fully substantiate why the budget projections were so off. I want to thank my friend and colleague Mike Garcia for his strong leadership in authoring this bill. Ensuring the men and women who honorably served our nation are provided the medical care and benefits that they have earned. It is my top priority, and I'm also pleased the bill includes new reporting and accountability requirements to ensure this type of budget mismanagement does not occur again in the future. I ask all of my colleagues to support H.R. 9468 to preserve the benefits of our veterans. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I yield.
The gentlewoman yields. The gentleman from California reserves. The gentlewoman from Florida is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, I yield 2 minutes to the distinguished gentlewoman from Connecticut, the ranking member of the Appropriations Committee, Ms. DeLauro.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
I want to thank Ranking Member Wasserman Schultz for yielding. Mr. Speaker, I rise in support of this legislation, which will provide our veterans, this nation's veterans, with the benefits that they have duly earned in their selfless service and sacrifice to our nation. Veterans Affairs is imminently facing a shortfall. Why? Don't listen to mismanagement and other things. Why? Because of successful efforts of the administration to identify and reach veterans across the country who are entitled to these benefits. We signed something called the PACT Act, which says that service people in all wars were going to be able to get medical services if they were exposed to toxic chemicals and to burn pits. That opened up a wide gulf of individuals who were going to take advantage of these medical services. This is a success story. We should applaud the Biden-Harris administration for ensuring America is holding up its promises to our brave veterans. We shouldn't come kicking and screaming to it. We should applaud doing what we're doing. However, I am disappointed that the majority did not work across the aisle on this bill to ensure we are meeting all of our veterans' needs. While I support this bill, it falls short of what is needed to ensure that veterans exposed to toxic substances receive the care they deserve and require. 2 summers ago, again, we enacted that PACT Act. We promised our veterans that they receive the benefits and medical care that they require after exposure to toxic substances with dedicated funding. We need to provide the additional $12 billion. It's not there. This is $12 billion for medical services, which they have not included. Medical services for our veterans. We want to ensure by providing that money that there's no interruption. 30 seconds.
Expired.
Thank you. We need to provide the additional $12 billion to ensure there is no interruption for our veterans' health care, which the majority failed to include in this bill, and in their half-year continuing resolution that they're going to bring to the floor tomorrow. One thing that's unbelievable in that bill coming up tomorrow is they tell the Veterans Administration to spend faster on the medical services, except they put no money in for medical services, so spend faster on $0. It is laughable, but it is very, very serious and detrimental to our veterans. I support this bill. Urge my colleagues to vote in favor of it. Yield back the balance of my time.
Reserve.
Gentlelady from Florida reserves. Gentleman from California is recognized.
I just want to reiterate again, facts are stubborn things. The VA is part of the executive branch. We have a higher demand. We know PACT Act exists. Let's have the president ask for a commensurate level of money before going to Congress. The PBR, President's budget request, should reflect this higher demand. This is one of the issues with root cause. That's what we're asking for, not just giving the money to the VA, but getting to root cause. With that, I yield to the gentleman from Illinois, the chairman of the Veterans Affairs Committee, Mr. Boss, for as much time as he may consume.
Gentleman's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Chairman, for yielding. I rise today in support of H.R. 9468, offered by my friend and fellow veteran. Let me say that again, friend and fellow veteran, because when our side over here is talking, we're talking as veterans who understand the issues. Representative Mike Garcia of California is carrying this bill. And I thank him for his service. I'm a veteran. Today, we're carrying our responsibility to protect our veterans and taxpayers. This bill will appropriate $2.88 billion to make sure that veterans' disability compensation education payments will continue without delay. We also expect the Department of Veterans Affairs to handle the taxpayers' money responsibly. That's why the bill would also force VA to improve their budget and provide more information on how they handle the benefits funding. Because, Speaker, the Biden-Harris administration should have never put VA in a position in the first place.
The House be in order. The House will be in order. Recognized.
The VA shortfall is yet another prime example of critical mismanagement by the current administration. This bill would also direct Inspector General to do a top-to-bottom audit of reasons for the health care and benefit shortfall. I've been getting half answers from the executives at VA for 2 months about this shortfall. The Biden-Harris administration has asked Congress to hand over another $12 billion right now based on 8 pages of old numbers that don't add up. That's not what the Constitution sent us here to do. and it's what our constituents sent us here to do. They expect me, as the chairman of the VA and as a member of Congress, to ask very important questions and get to the bottom of the reality of what's happening. And that's what I intend to do. This legislation is a step in the right direction, and it upholds the House Republicans' commitment to always care for men and women who have served our military. And I'm proud to support it. But whenever the statement is made about the fact that Republicans aren't doing that, yes, we are. But we're doing it with the responsibility of exactly what we're supposed to be doing, and that's giving oversight. Somehow the other side of the aisle forgets that we have to do that. And for some reason, the administration doesn't want to answer the questions we're asking. Ladies and gentlemen, our responsibility is to look over the budget and make sure it's being spent wisely. And remember, the VA was not created for the VA, it was created for the veterans. And that's what this language does. And with that, I yield back.
Thank you, gentlemen. I'll reserve the time.
Gentleman from California reserves. Lady from Florida is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, I don't have any additional speakers, and I'm prepared to close.
Gentlelady reserves.
No, I'm prepared to close.
Gentleman from California is recognized.
Ready to close.
Gentleman reserves. Gentlelady from Florida is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You know what's a stubborn thing, Mr. Chairman? Math. Math is a stubborn thing. As I've mentioned earlier, this bill falls short of supporting the full funding needs for the VA. It's very simple. The VA has told us that by March of 2025, which is only a few months away, they will need an additional $12 billion for veterans health care. There's nothing mysterious about this. I'm not that good at math, but because the VA has reported that they are delivering more appointments to veterans than ever before, that has something directly to do with why they need the additional resources. In fact, there have been 91 million appointments thus far in 2024, outpacing last year's total. The VA expects to see 127 million appointments by the end of this month. The VA has also reported that costs for drugs and prosthetic devices are higher due to market pressures. Additionally, community care costs will need to grow by 16.5% next year in order to deliver anticipated community care needs for veterans. Math is a difficult thing, apparently, for our friends on the other side of the aisle, but despite these warnings, my colleagues across the aisle have decided to ignore the VA, to obfuscate, to create smoke and mirrors. And you know what? I spent the morning with over 100 of my veterans from World War II, the Korean conflict, and the Vietnam War. And I promised them as I was departing that I was coming back here. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Chairman, I think the House is not in order.
We'll suspend the House. The House will be in order. Please take your conversations outside. The House will be in order. Gentlelady is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I spent the morning with over 100 of my veterans who served in World War II, the Korean conflict, and the Vietnam War. And I promised them that I was coming back here to make sure that we address this $3 billion shortfall and that we would ensure that we fully implemented the PACT Act and ensured that veterans who were exposed to toxic substances, where the PACT Act presumes, Mr. Chairman, that exposure is what caused their illnesses, caused the disease, that so many had to struggle with getting the ability to have that health care paid for until the PACT Act became law. Despite these warnings, my colleagues have decided across the aisle to ignore the VA. In their continuing resolution, which would end on March 28th and which we expect to vote on tomorrow, they purposefully excluded any additional funding for veterans. And I'll remind you, Mr. Chairman, and my colleagues, that they also, when we committed that we would make sure that the PACT Act funds were guaranteed, that we had guaranteed funding so that we wouldn't leave the funding for veterans health care to the whims of the appropriations process as we do every year, our friends on the other side of the aisle decided to put a bill together that denied that guaranteed funding. They denied that guaranteed funding repeatedly. until they were finally shamed into living up to our commitment to our veterans. This funding is needed to hire more medical professionals, deal with the growing costs of community care, relieve cost growth issues for pharmacy and prosthetics, and we have to make sure that we are there for them. The bottom line is that this bill that is here before us is a good first step in addressing the funding pressures the VA is experiencing because of the administration's successful implementation of the PACT Act, but it fails to address the additional funding needs in healthcare. So I encourage my colleagues across the aisle to include the funding in a CR that is necessary for the VA to ensure that our veterans receive the quality care that we promised them, that the law requires, and that they deserve. And thank you. I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentlelady from Florida yields. Gentleman from California is recognized.
Speaker, just a reminder, there's $140 billion cash on hand by the VA and discretionary dollars for FY25. This bill works to close the gap for FY24 to the tune of $2.88 billion. This is an opportunity for every single member of Congress to show their support for our veterans across the nation, 7 million of them. I urge support for H.R. 9468, and with that, I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 9468? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. Depending on the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended. The bill is passed. And without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Proceedings will resume on motions to suspend the rules previously postponed. Votes will be taken in the following order: H.R. 8314 and Senate Bill 2861. The first electronic vote will be conducted as a 15-minute vote. Pursuant to Clause 9 of Rule 20, remaining electronic votes will be conducted as 5-minute votes. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business is the vote on the motion of the gentleman from Missouri, Mr. Smith, to suspend the rules and pass H.R. 8314 as amended, on which the yeas and nays are ordered. The clerk will report the title.
Union Calendar Number 546, H.R. 8314, a bill to amend the Internal Revenue Code of 1986 to impose penalties with respect to contributions to political committees from certain tax-exempt organizations that receive contributions from foreign nationals.
The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill as amended? Members will record their votes by electronic device. This is a 15-minute vote. Members voted. Yeas are 218, the nays are 181. Two-thirds not being unrecorded is present. Two-thirds not being in the affirmative, the rules are not suspended, and the bill is not passed. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business is the vote on the motion of the gentlewoman from California, Ms. Kim, to suspend the rules and pass Senate Bill 2861, on which the yeas and nays are ordered. The clerk will report the title.
Senate 2861, an act to award a Congressional Gold Medal to Billie Jean King, an American icon, in recognition of a remarkable life devoted to championing equal rights for all in sports and in society.
Members who will record their votes by electronic device, this is a 5-minute vote.
On this vote, the yeas are 308, the nays are 87. Two-thirds being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended, the bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. The chair will remind all persons in the gallery that they are here as guests of the House, and that any manifestation of approval or disapproval of proceedings is in violation of the rules of the House. For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I hereby remove my name as a co-sponsor from H.R. 9255. Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
The request is granted. The House will come to order. Please take any conversations off the floor. Can I mention names? For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to speak out of order for 1 minute.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized.
My colleagues and I are here tonight to honor the life of Harris County Precinct 4 Constable Corporal Maher Husseini, who was senselessly murdered on September 3rd. Maher was an American by choice, immigrating here 30 years ago. He was my constituent. He lived the American dream, starting a business and raising a family. He also sought to serve the community he called home, Harris County and the city of Houston. For 3 years, he was a proud and dedicated member of the Thin Blue Line. He committed himself to training others who wanted to serve their country and community as a law enforcement officer. Corporal Husseini leaves behind a wife, Jamila, 2 sons, Amin and Jamil. His loss leaves an irreplaceable hole in their lives and the lives of all those impacted. At this point, I'd like to yield just a moment to my friend, Mr. Green from Texas.
I thank the gentleman, and I speak with a heavy heart, because on occasions such as this, we are reminded of the realistic possibility of losing a loved one without notice. It was without notice that a wife has lost her husband, that children have lost their father, and America has lost a hero. While members of Congress do not always agree, today we stand shoulder to shoulder in our desire to see tragedies such as this cease within our nation. We want the family of this hero to know that we are forever grateful to them for sharing him with us. They are not only in our thoughts and prayers, they are also in our hearts. I yield back.
Thank you. As Houstonians, as Texans, as Americans, we want to thank him for his service and for his sacrifice, and most of all, thank his family. At this time, I ask the House to observe a moment of silence to honor Corporal Maher Husseini. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Iowa seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move that the House suspend the rules and pass Bill H.R. 7208 as amended.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
7208. H.R. 7208, a bill to reauthorize the Traumatic Brain Injury Program.
Pursuant to the rule, the lady from Iowa, Ms. Miller Meeks, and the gentleman from New Jersey, Mr. Pallone, each will control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the lady from Iowa.
I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and insert extraneous materials into the record on the bill.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentlelady is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in support of H.R. 7208, the Dennis John Benigno Traumatic Brain Injury Reauthorization Act of 2024, led by Congressman Bill Pascrell. This bill will continue important resources for TBI prevention, help improve access to TBI rehabilitation, and support TBI patient advocacy systems. From 2020 to 2021, there were over 200,000 TBI-related hospitalizations and almost 70,000 deaths. People 75 and older had the highest rates of TBI-related hospitalizations and death. Recent data suggests that over 1.5 million Americans survive a traumatic brain injury each year. TBIs can impact a person's life in many ways, putting patients at increased risk for depression, falls, and permanent cognitive decline. This legislation would continue resources to help support states and other entities to ensure providers and patients are educated on the incidence of TBIs and improve methods to treat and prevent such incidents. I encourage my colleagues to support this bill, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The lady reserves. Gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, I rise in support of H.R. 7208, the Dennis John Benigno Traumatic Brain Injury Program Reauthorization Act. This bill was long championed by the late New Jersey Congressman Bill Pascrell. It reauthorizes a critical grant program to states through the Administration for Community Living, as well as data collection, surveillance, and analysis through the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention. Before I talk about the importance of the bill, I want to take a moment to talk about our dear friend and colleague, Representative Bill Pascrell Jr., who served here in this House for 27 years. He truly was the first son of Patterson and left an indelible mark on New Jersey throughout his public service career as a mayor, a public school teacher, an assemblyman, and a congressman. Simply put, he never, ever backed down from doing what was right and for always fighting for the little guy. So it's fitting today that we're considering legislation that he was extremely passionate about and embodied his tenacious spirit in supporting policies that made an impact in all of our communities. The first enacted in 1996, thanks to the tireless advocacy of Representative Pascrell, this law was the only federal program which specifically addressed traumatic brain injury, or TBI, prevention, research, and service delivery through grants to states. Today, I'm proud that this legislation will bear the names of two fierce advocates in the TBI community. In his first term in Congress, Representative Pascrell founded the Congressional Traumatic Brain Injury Task Force after meeting with Dennis John Benigno. Dennis John was a 15-year-old boy who was critically injured in 1984 after being struck by a car and suffered a severe brain injury that left him completely disabled. Before then, many in Congress had little firsthand knowledge about TBI or its forever long-term care impact on patient and families. Thus, this passion to share Dennis John's story and highlight the need of TBI research and support across the country became the successful law before us today. This legislation will not only honor the legacy and courage of the Benigno family, but also rename the national program to bear the biggest congressional champion's name, Representative Bill Pascrell Jr. National Program for Traumatic Brain Injury, Surveillance, and Injury. According to the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention, there were more than 214,000 TBI-related hospitalizations in 2020 and more than 69,000 TBI-related deaths in 2021. These estimates do not include the many TBIs that are only treated in the emergency department, urgent care, primary care, or those that simply go untreated. So I urge my colleagues to continue the support for this program and the research, treatment, and data surveillance counted on by the 5.3 million people living with lifelong disabilities due to a TBI. And I want to thank Chair Rogers and Subcommittee Chair Guthrie for their collaboration to advance this important bipartisan bill and to forever honor the legacy of its greatest champions. So I urge my colleagues' support on a bipartisan basis, and I reserve the balance of my time, Mr. Speaker.
The gentleman reserves. The gentlewoman from...
I reserve.
The gentlewoman reserves. The gentleman's recognized.
I have no more speakers, so I'll close, if that's fine. Again, I just want to urge my colleagues to support this in the name of both Mr. Benigno and our colleague, Bill Pascrell, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields. Gentlewoman's recognized.
In closing, I encourage a yes vote on this bill, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 7208 as amended? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, two-thirds being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended, the bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Iowa seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move that the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 8111 as amended.
Clerk will report the title of the bill.
Union Calendar number 504, H.R. 8111. A bill to amend Title 19 of the Social Security Act to ensure the reliability of address information provided under the Medicaid program.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentlewoman from Iowa, Ms. Miller-Meeks, and the gentleman from New Jersey, Mr. Pallone, each will control 20 minutes. The chair now recognizes the gentlewoman from Iowa.
I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and insert extraneous material in the record on the bill.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today in strong support of H.R. 8111, the Medicaid Program Improvement Act. This bill represents a significant step forward in how we manage and improve the Medicaid program. Every day, Medicaid serves millions of Americans, providing critical health care services. However, an often overlooked aspect of this vital program is the accuracy and reliability of address information for our beneficiaries. Inaccurate or outdated addresses can lead to beneficiaries being enrolled in multiple state Medicaid programs, jeopardizing program integrity. The Medicaid Program Improvement Act addresses this issue head-on. By amending Title 19 of the Social Security Act, we will ensure that Medicaid programs have a robust and regular process for verifying and updating address information. Starting January 1st, 2026, state Medicaid programs will utilize reliable data sources to keep address information current, which will be crucial in ensuring that individuals receive the care they need, but are also eligible for without unnecessary interruptions. Additionally, my bill extends these requirements to the Children's Health Insurance Program, CHIP, and mandates that managed care organizations transmit accurate address information to states. This comprehensive approach guarantees that all aspects of our Medicaid and CHIP systems work in concert to deliver seamless, effective care. Let's take this important step together and ensure that state Medicaid systems function reliably and effectively as much as they can. Thank you, and I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. Gentleman reserves. The gentleman is recognized.
And Mr. Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Gentleman is recognized.
And Mr. Speaker, I rise today in support of H.R. 8111, which is sponsored by both Representative Miller Meeks as well as Representative Cartwright. And this bipartisan bill would require state Medicaid agencies to regularly obtain updated beneficiary address information from reliable sources, including Medicaid managed care plans. And this requirement helps to accomplish two things. First, when the time comes for a state Medicaid agency to renew a person's Medicaid eligibility, it is critical that the state has the most up-to-date address information. Too often people lose Medicaid coverage for administrative reasons, and this is not, they just don't return the paperwork, for example. So some people simply never receive the notice that the state has sent them indicating it was time to renew their health care coverage through Medicaid. Collecting and using updated address information from reliable sources helps states to teach people, or to reach them, I should say, and renew their coverage. The second thing is having updated address information helps states identify when an individual may have moved out of state. And this information can help states ensure payments are not made for beneficiaries who are no longer residents of the state. So this is a straightforward policy that helps to address practical challenges for people and for state Medicaid agencies, and I urge my colleagues to vote yes on H.R. 8111. I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentlelady from Iowa is recognized.
I reserve.
The gentlelady recognizes. The gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
I have no additional speakers. I would simply ask that members vote for this bill on a bipartisan basis. It is important for Medicaid recipients.
Does the gentleman yield back? The gentleman yields back. The gentlelady from Iowa is recognized.
In closing, I encourage a yes vote on this bill, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentlelady yields back. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 8111 as amended? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, two-thirds being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended, the bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. For what purpose does the gentlelady from Iowa seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move that the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 4758 as amended.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
H.R. 4758, a bill to amend Title 19 of the Social Security Act to streamline enrollment under the Medicaid program of certain providers across state lines and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentlelady from Iowa, Ms. Miller Meeks, and the gentleman from New Jersey, Mr. Sloan, each will control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Iowa.
I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and insert extraneous material into the record on the bill.
Without objection, so ordered.
I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Gentlelady is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today in strong support of my legislation, H.R. 4758, the Accelerating Kids Access to Care Act. For many families facing rare and severe pediatric conditions, accessing out-of-state care can be a daunting and lengthy process. The barriers are not just logistical, but also administrative, leading to unnecessary delays that can be detrimental to a child's health and even life-threatening. The Accelerating Kids Access to Care Act addresses this issue by streamlining the enrollment process for out-of-state pediatric providers under Medicaid, meaning that if a child needs to travel out-of-state to receive care, bureaucratic hurdles won't stand in their way. More specifically, the Accelerating Kids Access to Care Act will enable states to adopt a simplified process for out-of-state providers to enroll in their Medicaid programs. This change will reduce delays and prevent the denial of care due to administrative inefficiencies. It will also ensure that once enrolled, providers remain active for 5 years unless otherwise terminated, which brings stability and consistency to care delivery. In addition, the bill includes provisions to combat abusive pricing practices in Medicaid, ensuring transparency and fairness in the cost of prescription drugs. By enforcing transparent pricing models by banning spread pricing, we can protect both the integrity of Medicaid dollars and the interests of families relying on this essential program. This bipartisan piece of legislation is supported by over 215 organizations, including the Children's Hospital Association and the Leukemia and Lymphoma Society, reflecting a broad consensus on its importance. I want to thank Congresswoman Trahan and Senators Grassley and Bennett for their work on this bill, and I ask all of my colleagues to join us in supporting this vital piece of legislation. Thank you, and I reserve.
The gentlelady reserves. The gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today in support of H.R. 4758, the Accelerating Kids Access to Care Act, sponsored by Representatives Trahan and Miller Meeks. And H.R. 4758 will ensure that children enrolled in Medicaid who need specialized care from out-of-state providers can receive that care without undue delay. Children with complex medical needs often require care that can only be provided by specialists in states other than the one in which they live. And it's unacceptable that these children may have to wait months to receive the care they need, making their condition worse and adding unnecessary stress and burden to their already overwhelmed families. These delays stem from complicated processes that prevent out-of-state Medicaid providers from quickly enrolling in the child's home state Medicaid program. So H.R. 4758 will streamline that process to ensure children can more quickly get the care that they need. This bill also includes a prohibition on so-called spread pricing by pharmacy benefit managers in the Medicaid program. Spread pricing occurs when pharmacy benefit managers keep a portion of the amount paid to them for prescription drugs, charging Medicaid an excess amount for the drug. And I will be pleased to see this wasteful spending come to an end, frankly. I'd like to thank Representative Trahan for her leadership on this important bill. I urge all of my colleagues to vote yes, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman from New Jersey reserves. The gentlelady from Iowa was recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 5 minutes to the gentleman from Georgia, Mr. Carter.
The gentleman from Georgia is recognized for 5 minutes.
I thank the gentlelady for yielding. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to express my support for the Accelerating Kids Access to Care Act, which will help families access life-saving care for children with complex medical conditions. In Georgia, we are blessed to have world-class children's hospitals that care for kids across the country. However, in some cases, patients with rare and complex diseases have to travel out of state to receive specialized care when the services they need are not available in their own state. The process is difficult and full of red tape, often delaying children and their families from receiving the care they desperately need, and in some cases, blocking access to care altogether. The Accelerating Kids Access to Care Act will allow states to streamline the process for out-of-state pediatric care providers to enroll in another state's Medicaid program, while also providing important guardrails. This is common sense policy that will help with children with complex medical conditions access critical care. I'm also pleased to see the bipartisan amendment include crucial pharmacy benefit manager reforms from my Drug Price Transparency and Medicaid Act. This provision would prohibit spread pricing in Medicaid and clarify that states should reimburse PBMs contracting with Medicaid managed care organizations for an administrative fee for managing the pharmacy benefit for Medicaid beneficiaries. This will save taxpayers millions of dollars and will provide patients, pharmacies, and others from middleman tactics that drive up prescription drug prices. I commend Dr. Miller Meeks and Representative Trahan for working on this issue, and I urge my colleagues to support the Accelerating Kids Access to Care Act. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. The gentlelady reserves.
Reserves.
The gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to yield such time as she may consume to the main author of this bill, Representative Trahan from Massachusetts.
The gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the ranking member for yielding. I'd like to express my sincere gratitude to Ranking Member Pallone, Chair Rogers, Ranking Member Eshoo, Chairman Guthrie, Congresswoman Miller Meeks, and my colleagues on the Energy and Commerce Committee for their unanimous support of this important bipartisan, bicameral legislation. When medical professionals determine that clinical care is necessary to treat a child battling a rare disease, there should be no reason that administrative burdens get in the way. However, that's exactly what happens far too often to children with complex medical needs. In fact, when children with serious health conditions lack access to the specialized care that they need in their home state, parents can be forced to navigate the complicated process of working with health care providers and state Medicaid officials to arrange for out-of-state care. Unfortunately, those same parents are often met with burdensome requirements that can lead to significant delays for children in desperate need of care. And in some cases, it can prevent access to care entirely. Mr. Speaker, the Accelerating Kids Access to Care Act is urgently needed to eliminate this red tape and ensure that children receive appropriate, often life-saving care that they deserve. To highlight the importance of getting this bipartisan legislation over the finish line, I'd like to just highlight a story from a patient who was negatively impacted by the onerous and time-consuming Medicaid provider screening and enrollment process. Almost 3 years ago, a baby, and I will name her Lily, was born in a rural state with her esophagus in 2 separate segments and connected abnormally to her windpipe. Because this condition requires a particularly complicated procedure to correct it, doctors explained to the family that there are only 2 places in the country where it could be done. One of them was Boston Children's Hospital in my home state of Massachusetts. Now, like most parents, Lily's mom and dad were immediately ready to travel to Boston, where the surgeons were standing by to perform the life-saving operation. But instead, Lily, who was a Medicaid recipient, was waiting for her home state to enroll the 8 providers at Boston Children's who had the expertise to perform this complex surgery. Her state, confused about the rules concerning out-of-state provider enrollment, wouldn't authorize the surgery that Lily desperately needed. And over the next 7 months, Lily's surgery was delayed and rescheduled over 3 times. And as she waited, she lived with a floppy airwave that could have collapsed at any moment. Mr. Speaker, clearly the stakes are far too high to allow bureaucratic hurdles to stand in the way of urgent medical care for children like Lily. Failing to address this issue will have severe and far-reaching consequences, not only on children who are battling complications that could be addressed with immediate care, but also their families who are forced to endure significant financial and emotional strain when the care is delayed. What's worse is that these delays also lead to a greater reliance on emergency services and drive up overall health care costs. Passage of the Accelerating Kids Access to Care Act is instrumental in fixing this issue. This bipartisan legislation will get us one step closer to ensuring that no child on Medicaid has to endure unnecessary delays when they need critical care outside of their home state. That's why I'm so grateful to my colleagues on both sides of the aisle, in both chambers, who were instrumental in drafting the advancement of this legislation, including Congresswoman Miller Meeks and Senators Grassley and Bennett. It's why I urge my members on both sides of the aisle to join us in passing this strong, bipartisan, and potentially life-saving legislation. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back.
The gentlelady yields back. The gentleman from New Jersey reserves. The gentlelady from Iowa is recognized. The gentlelady reserves. The gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
No speakers, so I'll close. I think we heard from Representative Trahan.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think we heard from Representative Trahan why this is so important a bill, and so I would urge all colleagues to vote for it on a bipartisan basis, and I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. The gentlelady from Iowa is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This bipartisan, bicameral legislation is critical in making sure that kids have the access to life-saving care that they need without burdensome overregulation. In closing, I encourage a yes vote on this bill, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentlelady yields back. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 4758 as amended? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended. The bill is passed. Without objection, the motion will be considered as laid on the table. Without objection, the title is amended. For what purpose does the gentlelady from Iowa seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move that the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 7218.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
Union Calendar Number 428, H.R. 7218, a bill to amend Title III of the Public Health Service Act to extend the program for promotion of public health knowledge and awareness of Alzheimer's disease and related dementias and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentlelady from Iowa, Ms. Miller Meeks, and the gentleman from New Jersey, Mr. Pallone, each will control 20 minutes. The chair now recognizes the gentlelady from Iowa.
I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and insert extraneous materials in the record on the bill.
Without objection, so ordered.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentlelady is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in support of H.R. 7218, the Building Our Largest Dementia, or BOLD, Infrastructure for Alzheimer's Reauthorization Act of 2024, led by Representative Brett Guthrie. Nearly 7 million Americans, including my mother, age 65 and older, are currently living with Alzheimer's. By 2050, this number is projected to rise to 12.7 million. This means that over 10% of people over age 65 have Alzheimer's, and sadly, 1 in 3 seniors dies with Alzheimer's or another type of dementia. The cost of this disease is also tremendous, with health and long-term care costs projected to reach $360 billion in 2024. The BOLD Infrastructure for Alzheimer's Reauthorization would continue to support and strengthen programs and strategies to promote brain health and improve outcomes for individuals living with Alzheimer's and related dementias and their caregivers. I encourage my colleagues to support this bill, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Reserves. The gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise in support of H.R. 7218, the BOLD Infrastructure for Alzheimer's Act, sponsored by Health Subcommittee Chairman Guthrie and Representative Tonko. This bipartisan legislation will reauthorize funding for state and local programs that support their public health efforts to address Alzheimer's dementia in their communities. Approximately 6.9 million Americans ages 65 or older are living with Alzheimer's dementia. And given the impact Alzheimer's has on those suffering from the disease and their families, it's critical we reauthorize funding for the BOLD Act to continue efforts to address this disease. In 2018, the original BOLD Act was signed into law, which directed the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention to build an Alzheimer's public health infrastructure to address the disease across the country. And since then, state and local public health departments have been able to build out Alzheimer's programs that focus on increasing early detection and diagnosis, risk reduction, prevention of avoidable hospitalizations, and supporting caregiving for dementia. Now, thanks to the BOLD Act, our nation has made significant strides in strengthening our Alzheimer's public health infrastructure, and by passing this bill, we make a commitment to continue our programs in addressing Alzheimer's dementia. So I urge my colleagues to vote yes to reauthorize funding for the BOLD Act, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman from New Jersey reserves. The gentleman from Iowa is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 5 minutes to the gentleman from Kentucky, Mr. Brett Guthrie.
The gentleman from Kentucky is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate my good friend from Iowa yielding and appreciate her leadership on this issue. And as we've heard from so many of the bills we're debating tonight and talking about tonight, and complimenting her leadership and bringing her medical expertise to the Energy and Commerce Committee, particularly the Health Subcommittee, it's much, much appreciated. But I rise tonight in support of my bill, the H.R. 7218, the Building Our Largest Dementia, or BOLD, Infrastructure for Alzheimer's Reauthorization Act of 2024. Nearly 7 million Americans, and my family members as well. I know my good friend from Iowa said her mother just lost my mother-in-law almost a year ago to Alzheimer's. But 7 million Americans aged 65 and older are currently living with Alzheimer's. By 2050, this number is projected to rise to 12.7 million. This means that over 10% of people over the age 65 have Alzheimer's, and sadly, 1 in 3 seniors dies with Alzheimer's or another dementia. The cost of this disease is tremendous, particularly in human costs, of what it does to families, what it does to the person suffering with Alzheimer's, but the families of the emotions, exhaustion, of dealing with this very, very emotional and difficult disease. But it's also tremendously costly with long-term health care costs projected to reach $360 billion in 2024 and nearly $1 trillion in 2050, according to the Alzheimer's Association. The Bold Reauthorization Act will enable continued research into Alzheimer's disease, invest in caregiver support services, including more hands-on educational resources for those caregiving for their loved ones, and help support local efforts to detect and diagnose Alzheimer's disease sooner, especially for those in rural and medically underserved communities. The more we know about this disease, the sooner we'll be able to appropriately treat it, giving patients more precious time with their loved ones and easing the significant caregiver burdens associated with Alzheimer's and related dementias. I look forward to continued progress in ushering in a new era of innovation. I appreciate the bipartisan action that the Energy and Commerce Committee has taken on this bill. I appreciate everybody working together, and I urge my colleagues to continue to show the bipartisan action by supporting the underlying bill, and I thank you, and I yield back.
I reserve.
Yields back. The gentlelady from Iowa is recognized. The gentlelady reserves. The gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
I'll continue to reserve, Mr. Speaker.
Gentleman reserves. The gentlelady from Iowa is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 5 minutes to the gentleman from Georgia, Mr. Carter.
The gentleman from Georgia is recognized for 5 minutes.
I thank the gentlelady for yielding. Mr. Speaker, I rise today in strong support of H.R. 7218, the Bold Infrastructure for Alzheimer's Reauthorization Act of 2024. As my colleagues have pointed out, this legislation reauthorizes programs to drive early screening and detection, as well as research initiatives to help identify treatments and cures for Alzheimer's disease through 2029. Alzheimer's is a cruel disease that attacks a person's quality of life. As a pharmacist, I saw firsthand the impact Alzheimer's and other forms of dementia have on patients, families, caregivers, and society overall. People living with Alzheimer's lose their memories, their independence, their relationships, and ultimately their lives. Beyond the patients, caregivers, and loved ones endure immense emotional and financial difficulties. With nearly 7 million Americans suffering with Alzheimer's, there is a critical need for federal resources to prevent, treat, and ultimately find a cure for this devastating disease. I'm optimistic that the tide can be reversed. We now have FDA-approved treatments to slow disease progression, and I think we all can agree that we look forward to the day the world has its first survivor of Alzheimer's. While great progress has been made and new therapies are advancing to help patients and caregivers, we cannot let up the fight. In honor of those who have battled and continue to battle this disease, let's continue to work together to raise awareness and pass this bill. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
The gentleman from Georgia yields back. The gentlelady from Washington State, the esteemed chair of the Energy and Commerce Committee, is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I reserve.
The gentlelady reserves.
I have no additional speakers. I don't know if, no. Or then I'll just close and say, Mr. Speaker, this is a bill that's very important. We know how important it is to address Alzheimer's, so I'd urge all my colleagues to vote yes, and I yield back.
So the gentleman from New Jersey yields back. The gentlelady from Washington is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I urge support and yield back the remainder of my time.
The gentlelady yields back. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 7218? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended. The bill is passed. Without objection, the motion reconsidered is laid on the table. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Washington seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move that the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 8112 as amended.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
Union Calendar Number 505, H.R. 8112, a bill to amend Title 19 of the Social Security Act to further require certain additional provider screening under the Medicaid program.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentlewoman from Washington, Mr. Rogers, and the gentleman from New Jersey, Mr. Malone, will each control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Washington.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and insert extraneous materials in the record on the bill.
Without objection, so ordered.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentlelady is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. H.R. 8112 is simple. We should not let bad actors that the Medicaid program has determined should not see seniors continue to see Medicaid patients. Medicare may remove providers for a number of reasons, including felonies that take place the Medicare program or its beneficiaries at immediate risk, such as a malpractice suit that results in conviction of criminal neglect. For example, a doctor has been found guilty of running a pill mill can be removed from being able to be paid by Medicare and Medicaid. Doctors that have been terminated are listed in the Data Exchange, or the DEX, a federal database that monitors doctors who have been terminated from Medicare and Medicaid program. But currently, states are not required to check the DEC. If a doctor breaks the law in one state and it is removed from that state's Medicaid program, the doctor will be entered into the data exchange. However, if my home state isn't checking that, the doctor may set up a practice across the state line and be paid by Medicaid. This bill is straightforward and would require states to check every month to ensure that bad actors aren't in our systems. I hope we can all agree that keeping bad actors and bad doctors out of Medicaid is in everyone's best interest. I urge my colleagues to support the bill, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Reserves, and the gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today in support of H.R. 8112, legislation to amend Title 19 of the Social Security Act to require certain additional provider screening under the Medicaid program. This bill clarifies that states must regularly check a federal database that identifies healthcare providers who have been revoked from Medicare or terminated from states' Medicaid programs. It's important that states regularly take this step to identify providers who have been terminated from Medicare or Medicaid for reasons like fraudulent conduct or falsification of medical records. Once these bad actors are identified, states should take appropriate action against them. So this is yet another way that we can protect Americans against healthcare providers who don't have the best interests of their patients in mind. So I encourage my colleagues to join me in voting yes on H.R. 8112, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman from New Jersey reserves. The gentleman from Washington is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to yield 5 minutes to the gentleman from New York, Mr. De-Esposito.
The gentleman from New York is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Madam Chair. I rise today to urge support for my bill, H.R. 8112, the Medicaid Integrity Act. As it stands now, bad actor physicians are logged into the Data Exchange Database, or the DEX, and prohibited from participating and billing Medicare, preventing them from further taking advantage of America's seniors. Tragically, there exists no such protection for Americans on Medicaid, as states are not required to check the status of a provider's eligibility. Americans who rely on Medicaid are among the most vulnerable populations in this nation, and the adoption of my bill would implement additional protectors to do right by these vulnerable Americans. I was sent to Congress by my neighbors in New York's 4th Congressional District not to restrict or limit Medicare or Medicaid, but to protect and expand these vital, life-saving programs. The legislation my colleagues will soon have an opportunity to vote on will do exactly that. This 1.5-page bill applies the same simple protections we use for Medicare to Medicaid, ensuring the physicians looking to make a quick buck on America's most vulnerable are prohibited from doing so. This is a no-brainer. It's no-brainer legislation that strengthens Medicaid, ensuring its integrity, making good on America's promise to our vulnerable and elderly made nearly 60 years ago. With that, Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
Yields back. The gentleman from Washington is recognized.
I reserve.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
I have no additional speakers. Should I be closing? Or?
Yes.
Okay. Mr. Speaker, I would just say that
the gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Again, what we're trying to do here, as the chair of the committee has said, is get rid of bad actors, and I think this is an effective way to do it. So I would hope everyone would join me on both sides of the aisle in voting yes on this legislation, and I yield back.
When New Jersey yields back, the gentleman from Washington is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In closing, I encourage a yes vote, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentlelady yields back. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 8112 as amended? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. Opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative. The rules are suspended. The bill is passed without objection. The motion to reconsider is laid on the table. For what purpose does the gentlelady from Washington seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move that the House suspend the rules and pass H.R. 7213 as amended.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
H.R. 7213, a bill to amend the Public Health Service Act to enhance and reauthorize activities and programs relating to autism spectrum disorder and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule of the gentlelady from Washington, Ms. Rogers, and the gentleman from New Jersey, Mr. Colon, each will control 20 minutes. Chair recognizes the gentlelady from Washington.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself such. I ask unanimous consent that members may have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and insert extraneous materials in the record of the bill.
Without objection, so ordered.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Gentlelady is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in support of H.R. 7212, the Autism Collaboration and Accountability Research, Education, and Support Act, or the Autism CARES Act of 2024, led by Congressman Chris Smith. First, I'm grateful for all the work that has been done, the tremendous leadership of Representative Smith. He's been a fierce advocate and a leader on these issues for decades. Autism affects an estimated 1 in 36 children in the United States, with recent studies showing an increasing prevalence nationwide. Research has also shown that early intervention and therapies often lead to positive outcomes later on in life for individuals with autism. The Autism CARES Act of 2024 will reauthorize critical programs and activities that support autism research, services, training, and monitoring across the federal government. Importantly, it also takes steps to ensure the public and all individuals within the autism community have an opportunity to engage in and are included in the research process and other activities related to autism spectrum disorder. I appreciate the passionate engagement and support from stakeholders throughout this process, and I'm really grateful that we're considering this bill on the floor tonight before the program's September 30th expiration. I encourage my colleagues to support the bill, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentlelady reserves. The gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise in support of H.R. 7213, the bicameral bipartisan bill to reauthorize the Autism CARES Act, which is sponsored by my colleague from New Jersey, Chris Smith. The Autism CARES Act, formerly known as the Combating Autism Act, is the primary source of federal funding for autism research, services, training, and monitoring. Since 2006, this law has paved the way for incredible scientific developments. Research funded by the law has advanced diagnosis in young children 18 to 24 months of age and has helped identify timely interventions to make a lifetime difference in the care and treatment of individuals with autism spectrum disorder. Another significant example of the Act's success is the Leadership Education in Neurodevelopmental and Other Related Disabilities, or LEND program. And this program has trained nearly 22,000 interdisciplinary health professionals in autism screening and identification benchmarks to improve diagnosis and care. These programs collectively provide diagnostic services to confirm or rule out autism or developmental disabilities to over 115,000 children. In my home state of New Jersey, the prevalence of autism remains alarmingly high as the incidence of autism continues to grow nationally. And we're fortunate to have Rutgers University as the home of New Jersey's Autism Center for Excellence, leading the way on several important issues to the New Jersey autism community, including highlighting disparities in getting diagnosis, providing service programs aimed at adults with autism spectrum disorder, and improving the lives of people who are living with this disorder. And progress has been made, but our work is far from over, and we must continue supporting children, families, and caregivers throughout their lives. So I'm pleased that through our bicameral, bipartisan negotiations, we're able to increase the number of NIH centers of excellence from 5 to 7. We were also able to come to agreement on requiring more updated reporting from the Department of Health and Human Services on mental health needs among autism patients. This will help provide better research and support for children transitioning to adulthood with autism, and providing a technical assistance center to ensure evidence-based communication tools are available to patients with speech pathology or audiology challenges. Now, I must say that I am disappointed that the current Speaker's protocol prevents us from providing the robust funding necessary to meet the implementing agency's projections for this law's 5-year reauthorization period. I feel the bicameral bipartisan compromise before us is a strong product, and I urge my colleagues to support it. So thank you again, and I reserve the balance of my time, Mr. Speaker.
The gentleman reserves. The gentlelady from Washington is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to yield 5 minutes to the prime sponsor, the champion of the legislation, the gentleman from New Jersey, Mr. Smith.
The gentleman from New Jersey is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair, for your leadership on this important issue and so many other health issues that is making all the difference in the world. And this bill would not be on the floor today without your leadership. So Kathy B. Morris-Rogers, Chairwoman, thank you so very, very much for that leadership. I want to thank my good friend Frank Pallone for his strong support as well. I would like to thank Henry Cuellar, who's the prime Democratic co-sponsor. 61 members of the House have co-sponsored it. It's a totally bipartisan piece of legislation. Anna Eshoo has not only as a co-sponsor, but very helpful when we did Autism Cares of 2019. So this builds on that and expands it and strengthens it going forward. So, and I also want to thank the staff. You know, we know so much of the great hard work, the spade work is done by the staff, Molly Brimmer, Kristen Fritsch, Caitlin Wilson. I also want to thank John McDonough on my staff. I thought John would be here. He'll be here in a moment. And Scott Badich, who worked for Autism Society, who is now on our staff for a dozen years, and also for the United Way. Just a great collaboration of great people, all on behalf of helping those on the spectrum, those with severe autism, and of course, the family members and friends who have such a heavy, heavy lift in caring for and loving because there are so many challenges. Autism spectrum disorder, Mr. Speaker, is a neurodevelopmental condition characterized by persistent impairments in social communication and social interaction, as well as restricted and repetitive patterns of behavior, leading to difficulty in developing, maintaining, and understanding relationships with others. Frequently, if that's not enough, frequently accompanying autism are other co-occurring medical, behavioral, or mental health conditions, including gastrointestinal disorders, learning challenges, sleep disorders, feeding and eating issues, mental health challenges such as depression and anxiety, and sensory sensitivities that can lead to seizures. In some cases, certain symptoms are co-occurring conditions that result in self-injurious behaviors that present complex challenges to parents and caregivers. I'd point out for the record, Mr. Speaker, about 30 years ago, Bobby and Billy Gallagher, parents of 2 children with autism, who were babies at the time, came into my office in Whiting, New Jersey and said, we need to do something. Nothing's really being done. And sure enough, we found out that CDC was spending about $287,000 a year for their entire program, straight line for 5 years. I introduced legislation. Energy and Commerce Committee incorporated into the Children's Health Act, and that began this important rise in focus and providing the necessary resources to help those with autism to try to find a way of mitigating its impact on both the person with it as well as upon the family. The Autism Cares Act is a comprehensive reauthorization and strengthening of the whole of government effort that we have been working on now for 3 decades. We wouldn't be here tonight as well if it wasn't for the organizations. You know, several of them, we all know them, Autism Speaks, the Association of University of Centers on Disabilities, the ARC of the United States, Profound Autism Alliance, and Autism Society, among many others, who provided us useful and very informed thoughts and suggestions that are incorporated into this bill. For the last 2 years, we've been meeting with them, again, trying to find what needs to be done, where there's overlap. We don't want to repeat things that don't need to be done. And one of the things I've learned so much about how well this is working under IAC, which is the Interagency Coordinating Committee, is they go overboard trying to prevent duplicative research, so that we're not just spending money, we're trying to do it in a way that is very, very precise, and very focused. As the chairwoman a moment ago said, 1 in 36 children in the United States are on the spectrum. In my state, it's 1 in 35. So we're one of the top 3 in the country that have manifestations of autism. So we need to do more on this. The bill does also include the whole idea of the entirety of the age. You know, no matter what age you are, if you have autism, we want to help you and provide the necessary resources. And we started that in the last time, and it is making a difference. As my friend from New Jersey pointed out, it increases from 5 to 7, the NIH Centers of Excellence. And it just does so much in every category to try to, again, help those. Let me just remind my colleagues, and I'll finish with this, that we now have the capability to detect autism as early as 18 months. Incredible developments have been made in this area, yet the median age of diagnosis in the United States is not until 4 years of age. So we're missing crucial early intervention opportunities by not identifying and then helping those who have it. So I urge passage and yield back to balance. And again,
the gentleman yields back. The gentlelady from Washington is recognized.
I reserve.
The gentlelady reserves. The gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
I have no additional speakers, but I'll reserve if the gentleman.
The gentleman reserves. The gentlelady from Washington is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Please yield 3 minutes to the gentleman from Georgia, Mr. Carter.
The gentleman from Georgia is recognized for 3 minutes.
I thank the lady for yielding. Mr. Speaker, I rise today in strong support of H.R. 7213, the Autism Cares Act of 2024, which reauthorizes and strengthens the Autism Spectrum Disorder Initiative through 2029. The Autism Cares Act is the single most important driver of federal investment in autism research and training programs over the past 2 decades. It has led to improvements in early intervention services, a better understanding of the prevalence of autism, and a better understanding of the co-occurring health conditions that autistic people experience. Importantly, it has also been responsible for thousands of future health professionals being trained on how to screen, diagnose, and provide interventions to autistic people and other individuals with neurodevelopment disabilities to improve their health and well-being. Thanks to the Autism Cares Act, many health professionals are better equipped to meet the ever-changing and diverse needs of autistic people and other people with neurodevelopmental disabilities. This bill will ensure ongoing support by NIH of research at institutions like the Marcus Autism Center in Atlanta and the Georgia Lynn program at Georgia State University. Located in my home state of Georgia within Children's Healthcare of Atlanta, the Marcus Autism Center is one of the largest organizations in the country that blends research on autism with providing clinical services for children on the autism spectrum and their families. I'd like to thank Representative Chris Smith for working on this important issue, and I urge my colleagues to support this legislation. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. The gentlelady from Washington is recognized.
I reserve.
Gentlelady reserves. The gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
Continue to reserve. I believe you have some additional speakers.
The gentleman reserves. The gentlelady from Washington is recognized.
From New York, Mr. Molinaro. Yes, ma'am.
2 minutes.
2 minutes. Mr. Speaker, I'm pleased to yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from New York, Mr. Molinaro.
The gentleman from New York is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Madam Chair. And I'm certainly grateful to Representative Chris Smith for his leadership. The Autism Cares Act has made an immeasurable difference in the lives of countless Americans living with either autism, neurodivergence themselves, or the family members that support them. The massive investment made by this federal government in research, education, and intervention has not only ensured great advancement in how we both diagnose and treat and assist those living on the autism spectrum, but it's helped to bring dignity to their lives. I join my colleagues in advocating for the bill, certainly support the legislation. I do so as a member of Congress, but I also do so as a father of an adult living on the autism spectrum. I cannot tell you the struggle, the challenge that families like ours and certainly individuals like my daughter have had to face. Thanks to the Autism Cares Act, originally adopted some years ago, now reauthorized, every step along the way, we now have a partner in providing and ensuring that those caregivers, those who interact, those who provide care, have the tools and the resources necessary to provide dignity and opportunity to her life. And so on behalf of my daughter, Abigail Faith Molinaro, I join my colleagues on both sides of the aisle and encourage support for the Autism Cares Act reauthorization, and I yield the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields back. The gentlelady from Washington is recognized.
I reserve.
The gentlelady reserves. The gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
Prepared to close?
Yes.
Okay. I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The
Mr.
gentleman
Speaker.
from New Jersey is
Again,
recognized.
I would say we can see this is a very important piece of legislation dealing with autism spectrum disorder, and I would urge my colleagues to support it on both sides of the aisle. Yield back.
Yields back. The gentlelady from Washington is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In closing, I encourage a yes vote on this bill, and I ask for the yeas and nays.
The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 7213 as amended? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, two-thirds being in the affirmative, for what purposes does the gentlelady from Washington seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I request the yeas and nays.
The yeas and nays are requested. All those in favor of taking this vote by the yeas and nays will rise and remain standing until counted. A sufficient number having risen, the yeas and nays are ordered. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings on this question will be postponed. For what purpose does the gentlelady from Washington seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move that the House suspend the rules and pass H.R. 8089 as amended.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
Union Calendar Number 506, H.R. 8089, a bill to amend Title 19, A bill to amend Title 19 of the Social Security Act to require certain additional provider screening under the Medicaid program.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentlelady from Washington, Ms. Rogers, and the gentleman from New Jersey, Mr. Pallone, each will control 20 minutes. The chair now recognizes the gentlelady from Washington.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and insert extraneous materials in the record on the bill.
Without objection, so ordered.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentlelady is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. H.R. 8089, the Medicare and Medicaid Fraud Prevention Act, is a straightforward bill. And I want to thank my friend, Mr. Garcia, for putting forth this proposal. The bill would require states to regularly check the Social Security Administration's Death Master File for doctors who are enrolled in their Medicaid programs and to remove the doctors who are already dead. It almost sounds silly, but it can be quite serious. When a doctor dies, their National Provider Identification, or NPI, is not immediately deactivated. The NPI of the deceased physician is low-hanging fruit for a hacker to steal and start billing Medicaid with. This can go on for a long time as no one is checking for suspicious activity. To address waste, fraud, and abuse, states will need to be an active partner. Removing deceased doctors from a state's Medicaid program is a simple step states can take. I encourage my colleagues to support this bill, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Reserves. The gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise in support of H.R. 8089, the Medicare and Medicaid Fraud Prevention Act, sponsored by Representatives Garcia and Peters. H.R. 8089 would clarify that state Medicaid agencies must check that a healthcare provider has not passed away as part of a provider's enrollment and revalidation of enrollment in the Medicaid program. States must perform this check using the Social Security Administration's Death Master File, and this is the same system that H.R. 8084, the Live Beneficiaries Act, would require states to use in order to ensure deceased Medicaid enrollees do not remain enrolled in the program. And we will also be discussing that bill today. Ensuring that states check the file helps to identify and prevent waste, and in the case of providers, fraudulent activity of individuals who may attempt to use the identity of a deceased healthcare provider. So I encourage my colleagues to vote yes on this legislation, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Washington is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Please yield 5 minutes to the gentleman from California, Mr. Garcia.
The gentleman from California is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Madam Chair, for your leadership on these very important issues. Since day one of representing my constituents of the beautiful 27th Congressional District in the halls of Congress, I've promised to never vote to cut Social Security, Medicare, or Medicaid. In fact, I've been committed to improving or fortifying these programs throughout my time in the House of Representatives. It is with this commitment in mind that I rise today in support of my bill, H.R. 8089, which is the Medicare and Medicaid Fraud Prevention Act. In these hyper-partisan times, it feels harder than ever to find issues where Republicans and Democrats can come together to find common-sense solutions to help American families and help their lives in what is otherwise very tumultuous period. That's why I'm grateful for the partnership of my fellow Californian Representative Scott Peters, who was the co-lead for this very important bill. I also want to extend my heartfelt gratitude to the chairwoman of the Energy and Commerce Committee, as well as the staff, Chair Mick Rogers. Her leadership has been unprecedented in this chamber, and for everything that you've done, Ms. Rogers, thank you. Mr. Speaker, I've long said that programs like Social Security and Medicare are literally contracts between the government and its citizens. American people need the government to uphold their end of the contract by paying into and supporting these programs. The American people literally are giving their money into these programs and in exchange expect the government to return that money to them on the backside. And Congress must uphold our end by ensuring these programs remain viable and accessible to those who need them. That includes paying out benefits in full to those who earn them, which is why it's so important that Congress prioritize repealing things like the windfall elimination program and other provisions of Social Security, such as bills like H.R. 82, which I am proud to support, and hopefully we can bring to the floor for a vote as well. Part of this commitment is ensuring that these programs remain solvent for the years to come, and that's exactly what this bill does. This bill will save Medicare and Medicaid millions of dollars over time by implementing a common-sense measure to ensure that fraudsters and scammers don't literally steal doctors' credentials, dead doctors' credentials, to bill Medicare and Medicaid for services that they never provided. Our seniors and Americans deserve to have funds in these programs used for them, not for scammers and fraudsters. This is not just about combating fraud, it's about honoring our commitment to programs like Medicare, Medicaid, and Social Security. These are programs that countless Americans rely on and deserve to be protected, and I'm proud to support them and will continue to support and never cut Medicare or Social Security. I once again urge support for my bill, and I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. The gentlelady from Washington is recognized.
I reserve.
The gentlelady reserves. The gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
Continue to reserve if you have additional speakers.
The gentleman reserves. The gentlelady from Washington is recognized.
We're prepared to close.
The gentlelady reserves. The gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would urge all my colleagues to vote for this. We obviously very important to prevent any kind of fraud in the Medicare and Medicaid programs, and I yield back.
The gentleman from New Jersey yields back. The gentlelady from Washington is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In closing, I also encourage a yes vote on the bill, and I yield back the remainder of my time.
The gentlelady yields back. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 8089 as amended? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended. The bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. For what purpose does the gentlelady from Washington seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move that the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 8084 as amended.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
Union Calendar Number 507, H.R. 8084, a bill to amend Title 19 of the Social Security Act to require states to verify certain eligibility criteria for individuals enrolled for medical assistance quarterly and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentlelady from Washington, Ms. Rogers, and the gentleman from New Jersey, Mr. Pallone, will each control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentlelady from Washington.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and insert extraneous materials in the record on the bill.
Without objection, so ordered.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentlelady is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. According to the HHS Office of Inspector General, states pay hundreds of millions per year to Medicaid-managed care organizations to care for beneficiaries who have passed away. It feels almost impossible to believe that precious Medicaid dollars intended to help pregnant women, children, and those in need would instead go to insurance companies to help manage care for people who are already deceased. And yet it's happening. H.R. 8084 will hopefully change this by requiring states to check the Social Security Administration's Death Master File every quarter to identify individuals still enrolled in the state's Medicaid program who are deceased. This is a common sense solution that will better serve the people Medicaid is intended to help. I encourage my colleagues to support this bill, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentlelady reserves. The gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today in support of H.R. 808 for the Live Beneficiaries Act, sponsored by Representatives Craig and Bilirakis. This bipartisan bill would require state Medicaid agencies to use a database managed by the Social Security Administration to identify people who have passed away yet remain enrolled in the Medicaid program. In recent years, the Department of Health and Human Services Office of the Inspector General has identified payments made by states to Medicaid managed care plans for people who had already passed away. So H.R. 8084 would help to prevent this wasteful spending by requiring states to check the Social Security Administration's Death Master File on a quarterly basis at a minimum, and to disenroll anyone who was deceased before any additional payments can be made inadvertently on their behalf. Importantly, though, H.R. 8084 includes protections to ensure that in the rare circumstance an individual is falsely identified as deceased, the state must reinstate the person's coverage retroactive to the date that the person was improperly disenrolled. So I hope my colleagues will join me in voting yes on this bill, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Reserves. The gentleman from Washington is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to yield 5 minutes to the Subcommittee Chair of Energy and Commerce and the prime sponsor of this legislation, gentleman from Florida, Mr. Bilirakis.
The gentleman from Florida is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I want to thank the chair for giving me the opportunity. She's done such an outstanding job as chairman of the Energy and Commerce Committee. We're so very fortunate. She thinks of her constituents first and the American people as a whole. We really appreciate her service. I rise in strong support of my bill, H.R. 8084, the Leveraging, Integrity, and Verification of Eligibility, or Live Beneficiaries Act. I'm grateful to have worked with in a bipartisan fashion alongside Representative Craig and thank her for her support of this common sense bill focused on Medicaid program integrity and preventing fraud, waste, and abuse to save taxpayer dollars. Our legislation requires CMS to ensure that states are certifying, at least on a quarterly basis, that enrollees are not listed on the Social Security Administration's Death Master File database. We also included provision to give states the ability to check other death records to make sure Medicaid beneficiaries are not deceased. I mean, what we want is to save money for senior citizens and those that need Medicaid as well. So this is a good bill, and unfortunately, it's a must-pass bill. Shouldn't have to happen, but we're going to save dollars, and we're going to take care of this with this particular bill. We also require immediate disenrollment of beneficiaries. They need to verify that they're obviously the Medicaid enrollees. This repeals the current CMS guidance that forced states to collect additional information about their beneficiaries to ensure their records are correct. CMS has started to recognize this problem and take some administrative steps with states, but not enough. This bill will help ensure we are abiding by good governance standards and statute. We know that too often fraudulent, wasteful payments occur in the Medicaid and Medicare programs, and we should continue to find ways to cut down and save taxpayer dollars wherever possible. Again, the money is intended to go to our seniors and those who are on Medicaid, and that's what we're doing with this bill, and I want to commend Representative Garcia for his bill as well. Thank you, and I want to thank the chairman again and the ranking member. I ask my colleagues to support H.R. 8084, and I yield back, Mr. Speaker.
The gentleman yields back. The gentlelady from Washington is recognized. The gentlelady reserves. The gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
I'll reserve, but I have no additional speakers.
The gentleman reserves. The gentlelady from Washington State is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We're prepared to close.
The gentleman from New Jersey is, the gentlelady from Washington reserves. The gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Again, this is a bill that addresses wasteful spending, and I think it's important for us to make sure that we support it on a bipartisan basis, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. Does the gentleman yield back?
Yes, I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Washington is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In closing, I urge a yes vote on this bill and yield back the balance of my time.
The gentlelady yields back. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 8084 as amended? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. The opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative. The rules are suspended. The bill is passed. And without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. For what purpose does the gentlelady from Washington seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move that the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 6160 as amended.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
Union Calendar Number 426, H.R. 6160, a bill to amend the Public Health Service Act to reauthorize a lifespan respite care program.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentlelady from Washington, Ms. Rogers, and the gentleman from New Jersey, Mr. Pallone, each will control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentlelady from Washington.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and insert extraneous materials in the record on the bill.
Without objection, so ordered.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentlelady is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in support of H.R. 6160, led by Mr. Molinaro, which reauthorizes the Lifespan Respite Care Program administered by the Administration for Community Living. This program helps support state systems to provide community-based respite care services to family caregivers tending to children and adults with disabilities and chronic conditions. There are about 53 million family caregivers in the United States, more than 5 million of who are parents or guardians caring for children with special health care needs. Many family caregivers have unmet respite needs, and studies show that increasing respite accessibility can decrease burnout rates and help individuals continue caregiving. Reauthorizing the Lifespan Respite Care Program will continue vital resources for family caregivers so they can operate at their highest potential. I encourage my colleagues to support this bill, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentlelady reserves. The gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
And Mr. Speaker, I rise in support of H.R. 6160, a bill to amend the Public Health Service Act to reauthorize the Lifespan Respite Care Program led by Representatives Molinaro and Cardenas. There are more than 52 million family caregivers in the United States, and for many, caregiving is a 24/7 job. While it can be very rewarding, it can also be emotionally and physically challenging. Respite care, the opportunity to temporarily entrust the care of loved ones to someone else, is one of the most frequently reported unmet needs of caregivers. Respite care can be provided in a variety of settings, including the home, adult daycare centers, or residential care facilities. By providing temporary relief for caregivers, respite care helps to reduce the mental stress and physical health issues that caregivers might experience. In doing so, respite care also decreases the need for professional long-term care and allows people who require care to remain at home. So this bill reauthorizes the Lifespan Respite Care Program operated by the Administration for Community Living. This program empowers state systems to provide accessible, community-based respite care services, which can contribute to the health and well-being of both caregivers and care recipients. And this important program provides much-needed relief to caregivers and helps to improve the availability of respite services to families across the age and disability spectrum. So I encourage all my colleagues to vote yes on H.R. 6160, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Reserves. The gentlelady from Washington is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to yield 5 minutes to the gentleman from New York, the prime sponsor of this legislation, Mr. Molinaro.
The gentleman from New York is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the chairwoman not only for her leadership but support of this legislation as well. Mr. Speaker, I rise today in support of my bill, H.R. 6160, the Lifespan Respite Reauthorization Act. As we know, over 48 million Americans are caring for someone over the age of 18. Recent reports from the AARP have shown that caregivers have reported increases in stress levels and a decline in overall health. Respite services offer families much-needed temporary care or supervision for children and adults of all ages with disabilities and chronic illnesses. As the parent of an adult child with a developmental disability, I know firsthand the value of respite care. Having interacted with many respite care workers, I know, in fact, how important their work is and how they deserve greater respect and more support. My bill authorizes the Lifespan Respite Care Program through fiscal year 2029 to provide states with federal funding to continue to offer these essential services and provide relief to our caregivers. Authorized by Congress in 2006, the Lifespan Respite Care Program has been a lifeline for our caregivers and provides them with critical assistance so they can recharge and meet their families' needs. Family caregivers are often the unsung heroes who make personal sacrifices to care for their loved ones. And I'm proud to work alongside my colleagues to pass this bipartisan Lifespan Respite Reauthorization Act and continue to provide caregivers with the relief and assistance so they can lead a balanced life while tending to their loved ones. I'd like to extend my appreciation to Congressman Cardenas for his support of this legislation and urge my colleagues to support this common-sense bipartisan bill. And with that, I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Washington reserves. The gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
I'm prepared to close, Mr. Speaker.
Does the gentleman reserve?
I'll just ask for time so that I can close.
You have 18 and a half minutes.
Oh, I'm fine. I'll yield myself such time as I may consume.
The fine gentleman is recognized.
Again, let me just say that respite care is obviously very important, and this bill goes a long way towards dealing with that. So I would ask all my colleagues to support it and yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Washington is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In closing, I urge a yes vote on this legislation and yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields back. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass Bill H.R. 6160 as amended? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, two-thirds being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended. The bill is passed without objection. The motion to reconsider is laid on the table. For what purpose does the gentlelady from Washington seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move that the House suspend the rules and pass S. 4351.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
Senate 4351, an act to amend the Public Health Service Act to reauthorize certain poison control programs.
Pursuant to the rule of the gentlelady from Washington, Ms. Rogers, and the gentleman from New Jersey, Mr. Pallone, each will control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentlelady from Washington.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and insert extraneous materials in the record on the bill.
Without objection, so ordered.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentlelady is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in support of Senate 4531, the Poison Control Centers Reauthorization Act of 2024, and want to thank Ms. Chavez-DeRemer, the sponsor of H.R. 7251, the House-passed bill unanimously by the Energy and Commerce Committee. We applaud her leadership on this important bill and on the reauthorization of this program. The Poison Control Network program supports local poison centers to ensure that they can provide 24/7 access to specially trained providers, physicians, or toxicology experts to provide guidance on possible poisoning and toxic exposures. This reauthorization will help continue to provide resources for the Poison Helpline, which is a toll-free number for people to access trained experts. It also renews funding for a nationwide media campaign to spread awareness for the Poison Helpline and disseminate best practices for poison prevention. In fiscal year 2021, the most common poisonings reported were related to medications such as non-prescription fentanyl. This category is almost the most common poisoning that resulted in death for both adults and children. In fact, children under the age of 6 were involved in almost half of all calls to local poison centers. Poison centers play a critical role in helping to curb the rates of poisoning and toxic exposures, and reauthorizing this program will ensure local centers receive the resources they need to educate their communities and be available to help patients in need. I encourage my colleagues to support this bill, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentlewoman reserved.
Gentleman from New Jersey, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Gentleman
Mr. Speaker, I rise in support of S4351, the Poison Control Center's Reauthorization Act. Each year, there are over 2 million cases of people being exposed to poison in the United States. There are many substances implicated in poison exposures, from pain medications to cleaning substances to cosmetics and personal care products. The incidence of poison exposure is highest in children under the age of 6, but poisoning affects all age groups from infants to seniors. And this is why Congress funds poison control centers that serve all 50 states and U.S. territories, as well as a national poison helpline that connects callers with the poison control center serving their area. These centers help with poison emergencies and provide information to prevent poisonings. They serve as critical lifelines that provide all Americans with expert advice 24/7, 365 days a year at no cost. And over 70% of callers to poison control centers get the help they need over the phone and do not need to go to a hospital. So even healthcare professionals utilize poison control centers in emergencies. The Poison Control Centers Reauthorization Act will reauthorize poison control programs, including the National Poison Hotline, programs to raise awareness of poison control centers, and direct funding for those centers. These important programs are essential to getting people the help they need in poison emergencies. So I'd like to thank Representatives Chavez DeRemer, Davis, Joyce, and Shirless McCormick for their work on this bill. I encourage all my colleagues to vote yes on S4351, and I reserve the balance of my time, Mr. Speaker.
Gentleman from New Jersey reserves. The gentlelady from Washington is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to yield 3 minutes to the gentleman from Georgia, Subcommittee Chair on the Energy and Commerce Committee, Mr. Carter.
The gentleman from Georgia is recognized.
I thank the gentlelady for yielding. Mr. Speaker, I rise today in strong support of the Poison Control Center's Reauthorization Act of 2024. As my colleagues have pointed out, this legislation reauthorizes the national network of poison control centers. These centers are available 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, to provide free and confidential assistance with emergencies and other information to help prevent poisoning. In fact, the Georgia Poison Center is a critical resource in Georgia, responding to over 80,000 calls last year alone. Poison control centers are also essential to combating the opioid and fentanyl crisis because not only are these centers often the first resource people seek after an opioid overdose occurs, but they also collect real-time data to alert impacted communities about opioid abuse and misuse. With the rise of illicit fentanyl poisonings across the country, we must prioritize these centers and support them to protect our families and communities. Ensuring the reauthorization of these poison control centers will be another step in the right direction, to combat the rise of illicit opioids that continues to plague our communities. I'd like to commend my colleagues for their continued leadership on this bipartisan legislation, and I urge my colleagues to support it. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
Gentleman from Georgia yields. Gentlelady from Washington. Gentlelady yields.
Thank you.
I reserve and am prepared to close.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Gentlelady reserves. The gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
So ordered.
Mr. Speaker, obviously it's important for us to reauthorize these poison control programs and the centers, and so I'd urge my colleagues to support this on a bipartisan basis and yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields. Gentlelady from Washington is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I encourage a yes vote on this bill and yield back the balance of my time.
Gentlelady yields. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass Senate Bill 4351? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, rules are suspended. The bill is passed. Without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. All right. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Washington seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move that the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 7406 as amended.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
Union Calendar Number 419, H.R. 7406, a bill to amend the Public Health Service Act to authorize the Secretary of Health and Human Services to carry out a program of research, training, and investigation related to Down syndrome and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentlewoman from Washington, Ms. Rogers, and the gentleman from New Jersey, Mr. Pallone, will each control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Washington.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and insert extraneous materials in the record on the bill.
Without objection, so ordered.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today in support of H.R. 7406, the Deandra Dixon Include Project Act of 2024, which I have led alongside my colleagues Diana DeGette, Tom Cole, Rosa DeLauro, Pete Stauber, and Eleanor Holmes Norton. As many know, one of my primary missions here in Congress has been to improve the lives of individuals with disabilities. It's deeply personal to me. Our son Cole was born with that extra 21st chromosome, and for the past 17 years, I've seen the world through his eyes. It's made me a better mom and a better legislator. When the Include Project was established in 2018, Down syndrome was among one of the least studied and funded genetic conditions at NIH, despite being the most common chromosome abnormality affecting 1 in every 700 babies. Individuals with Down syndrome also have an increased risk of common diseases and medical conditions such as cardiac issues, autoimmune conditions, and an early onset Alzheimer's type dementia, which means the value of this research is hardly limited to the Down syndrome community. It has the potential to provide benefit to millions of people battling other conditions as well. The Include Project has made great strides, funding over 200 research awards, producing at least 600 publications, and helping to coordinate Down syndrome research and resources at over 20 institutes and centers. H.R. 7406 will help us take Down syndrome research to new heights and usher in a new era of breakthroughs to ensure every person with Down syndrome and their families have the opportunity to reach their full potential. I urge my colleagues to support this bill, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentlelady reserves. Gentleman from New Jersey rises.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself such time as I may consume.
So ordered.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to speak in support of H.R. 7406, the Deandra Dixon Include Project Act, sponsored by our Chair, Rogers, and Representatives DeGette, Cole, Holmes, Norton, and others. This bill reauthorizes for 5 years funding for the investigation of co-occurring conditions across the lifespan to understand Down syndrome. It's known as the Include Project at the National Institutes of Health. This bill is named in honor of Deandra Dixon, a lifelong advocate for the Down syndrome community. Deandra was born with Down syndrome and was a tireless advocate for those with the disease. She was an awardee of the 2009 Quincy Jones Exceptional Advocacy Award and a 2011 ambassador for the Global Down Syndrome Foundation. Sadly, Deandra passed away in October 2020, but her memory, lives on with her loved ones and the many people that she helped throughout her years of advocacy. H.R. 7406 honors her legacy by continuing to support and fund Down syndrome research through the NIH. Now, since its launch in 2018, the Include Project at NIH has been a key mechanism to fund Down syndrome research. In my district, Rutgers University received funding from the Include Project to study the predisposition people with Down syndrome have for Alzheimer's disease. Studies like these help the scientific community better understand the disease and ensure those diagnosed with Down syndrome can live life to their fullest potential. This legislation will reauthorize funding for the program for 5 years and ensure that we continue to make progress in Down syndrome research. I obviously want to thank Chair Rogers for her leadership on this issue. She's been a champion for people living with disabilities, and her advocacy for the Include program demonstrates that ongoing commitment. I encourage my colleagues to vote yes to reauthorize this legislation, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. Gentlelady from Washington is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to yield 5 minutes to the gentleman from Minnesota and a dad of Isaac, most importantly, Mr. Stauber.
Gentleman recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you very much. Chairwoman Rogers, thanks for your support and your steadfast leadership on this issue. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to speak not just as a member of Congress, but as a father to a 22-year-old young man with Down syndrome. My son is a living testament to the fact that his value and potential extends far beyond any limitations imposed by his disability. Society must never devalue any human life for a perceived flaw or defect. And for too long, our society did just that with how it viewed and treated people with Down syndrome. But when we stopped sending people to institutions and started providing proper medical care, such as surgery for those with a congenital heart defect, we saw their lifespans increase beyond what doctors told society was possible. The Deandra Dixon Include Project Act is a critical step towards advancing our understanding of Down syndrome and improving the quality of life for those living with it. Named in honor of Deandra Dixon, whose life exemplified resilience and excellence, this bill seeks to advance our collective effort to ensure that every individual, regardless of their circumstance, receives the respect and care they deserve. This legislation will provide crucial statutory authority for an essential research initiative under the National Institutes of Health. The Include project dedicated to this cause will benefit from solidified funding and framework. This bill will enable sustained and coordinated efforts to address not only the primary characteristics of Down syndrome, but also the co-occurring conditions that can impact individuals' health and well-being, such as Alzheimer's disease, which was previously mentioned. Individuals with Down syndrome have a completely different disease spectrum than that of the general population, predisposing them to many conditions, but protecting them from others. Include allows for more specialized research, which will lead people with Down syndrome to live even longer, better lives. And it will create breakthroughs in identifying treatments and cures for some of the most devastating diseases that affect people like you and I. I urge my fellow members to join me in voting yes on the Deandra Dixon Include Project Act. So let us stand together to support this important initiative and ensure that scientific advancements lead to tangible improvements in the lives of individuals with Down syndrome. And Mr. Chair, I yield back my time.
Gentleman yields. Gentlelady recognized.
I reserve.
She reserves. Gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
Madam Chair, should I close on this one?
That'd be great.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself such time as it may consume.
Gentleman is recognized.
Again, this is such an important bill that does research on not only Down syndrome but other conditions, and I would urge my colleagues to support it on a bipartisan basis and yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields. Gentlelady from Washington is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I encourage my colleagues to support the bill, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentlelady yields. The question is, will the House suspend the rules, pass the bill H.R. 7406 as amended? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, two-thirds being in the affirmative, the rules suspended. The bill is passed. Without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Washington seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move that the House suspend the rules and pass Senate 265.
Clerk will report the title of the bill.
Senate 265, an act to reauthorize the Rural Emergency Medical Service Training and Equipment Assistance Program and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentlewoman from Washington, Ms. Rogers, the gentleman from New Jersey, Mr. Pallone, will each control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Washington.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and insert extraneous materials in the record on the bill.
So ordered. Without objection, so ordered.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
So ordered.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in support of Senate 265, the Siren Reauthorization Act. EMS agencies play a critical role within our healthcare system, especially in rural areas where they may be the only provider for miles. More than half of rural EMS agencies are staffed solely by volunteers and oftentimes must raise their own funds just to continue operating. The Siren Reauthorization Act will continue vital resources for the Rural Emergency Medical Services Training Program, which helps support local EMS agencies with recruitment and training efforts, as well as purchasing equipment, including overdose reversal medication. The first responders are on the front lines of the opioid epidemic and must be able to properly acquire and administer overdose reversal medications to help save lives and prevent overdose deaths. Reauthorizing this program is crucial to help bolster the rural health workforce. I encourage my colleagues to support the bill, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The lady reserves the balance of her time. Gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
And Mr. Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
So ordered.
And Mr. Speaker, I rise today to speak in support of S265, the Supporting and Improving Rural EMS Needs Reauthorization Act, or the Siren Reauthorization Act. First created in 2018, the Siren Act created a grant program for public and nonprofit emergency medical services agencies and fire departments in rural areas to support the recruitment, retention, education, and equipping of EMS personnel. Administered by the Substance Abuse and Mental Health Agency, SAMHSA, this grant program has become a key partner to rural communities to ensure their EMS systems have funding for the most basic of operations. These grants go beyond brick-and-mortar assistance by helping rural EMS agencies better train and recruit staff, acquire new equipment, and develop new ways to educate EMS personnel. These grants have provided critical funding to assist in acquiring medication, medical supplies, increasing basic and advanced life support, and even replacing older response vehicles with newer or safer models. In communities where the nearest hospital or trauma center is several towns away, the small towns or frontier EMS workers are often the lifeline for patients in critical and vulnerable states. It's imperative that they have the federal support they need to carry out this very important mission without interruption. So I want to thank Representatives Dingell and Joyce for their leadership in the House and their companion legislation, H.R. 4646, which passed the House in May. And I'd also like to thank Chair Rogers and Subcommittee Chair Guthrie for their collaboration to ensure this program continues to receive the bipartisan support that it so well deserves. I urge my colleagues to support this bill, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. The gentlelady from Washington is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I reserve and am prepared to close.
Gentlelady reserves. The gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I urge that we support this bill to help rural EMS services. It's so important in rural areas, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields. Gentlelady from Washington is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In closing, I encourage a yes vote on this bill and yield back the balance of my time.
Gentlelady yields. The question is, will the House suspend and rule and pass Senate Bill 265? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. It's in the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative. The rules are suspended. The bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. For what purpose is the gentlewoman from Washington seeking recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move that the House suspend the rules and pass H.R. 6033.
Clerk will. Does the gentlewoman intend to call up the bill as amended?
Yes, as amended. H.R. 6033 as amended.
As amended, the clerk will report the title of the bill.
Union Calendar Number 519, H.R. 6033, a bill to require the Secretary of Health and Human Services to establish a task force to improve access to health care information technology for non-English speakers.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentlewoman from Washington, Ms. Rogers, and the gentleman from New Jersey, Mr. Pallone, will each control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Washington.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and insert extraneous materials in the record on the bill.
Without objection, so ordered.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentlelady is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in support of H.R. 6033, the Supporting Patient Education and Knowledge Act, or SPEAK Act of 2024, led by Congresswoman Michelle Steele. Ms. Steele's legislation will make telehealth more accessible for patients with limited English proficiency. Telehealth became widely used during COVID-19 in the public health emergency, with as many as 1 in 4 Medicare beneficiaries utilizing the platform. In 2022, Congress further extended the availability of telehealth services through the end of this year. I believe that telehealth technology can, in some cases, help seniors access care in a timelier fashion, keeping them healthier, and in some cases avoid costly complications from delayed treatment. As Congress considers further extensions of telehealth flexibilities, this bill will ensure more seniors with limited English language proficiency can still benefit from telehealth. I encourage my colleagues to support this bill, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentlelady reserves the balance of her time. Gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Without objection, so ordered. The gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise in support of H.R. 6033, the Supporting Patient Education and Knowledge, or SPEAK Act, sponsored by Representative Steele Gomez, co-sponsored by Representative Cardenas. H.R. 6033 requires the Secretary of Health and Human Services to issue guidance to improve access to health care for individuals with limited English proficiency. Specifically, the bill requires the HHS Secretary to consult with healthcare entities such as providers, health insurers, and consumer advocacy groups to identify best practices for improving access to telehealth services for patients with limited English proficiency. The expansion of telehealth flexibilities during the COVID-19 public health emergency and subsequently in the Consolidated Appropriations Act of 2023 has allowed millions of patients to receive access to necessary care. Since then, further expansion of telehealth services has helped provide critical services to hard-to-reach populations and help beneficiaries in areas that are already underserved. However, individuals and families with limited English proficiency can face significant barriers to accessing telehealth services and other healthcare information technology. So H.R. 6033 will help identify and address barriers to accessing virtual health services for millions of patients with limited English proficiency. This bill is sponsored by the National Immigration Law Center, the American Medical Association, America's Essential Hospitals, Justice and Aging, the National Health Law Program, and the American Academy of Family Physicians, among many others. So I encourage all my colleagues to vote yes on this important bill, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. The gentlelady from Washington is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to yield 5 minutes to the gentlewoman from California, the leader on this legislation, Ms. Steele.
The gentlewoman from California is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to urge passage of my healthcare legislation with Congressman Gomez, the Supporting Patient Education and Knowledge Act. The SPEAK Act will improve access to telehealth for 25 million Americans with limited English proficiency and will help tackle the over $1.7 billion in medical costs driven by language barriers. The SPEAK Act will also help bring public and private actors together to identify best practices and improve telehealth access for urban and rural communities. Telehealth services can be more affordable than traditional care, addressing a key need. At a time of rising costs, it is transforming healthcare by increasing access, reducing costs, and improving outcomes. As we continue to improve healthcare via new technology, I'm focused on ensuring no American is left behind in the digital age. As an immigrant myself who speaks English as a third language, I know the importance of services being available to all Americans. My beautifully diverse district in Southern California is a key example. My constituents speak English, Spanish, Vietnamese, Korean, Chinese, Tagalog, and more, and I'm proud to be their champion in Congress. No matter what language you speak, everyone should have access to telehealth. Everyone should have access to high quality and affordable care. Thank you to everyone who has supported the bill and worked hard for its passage. The SPEAK Act could be life-changing for so many people. I call on the House to pass SPEAK Act and join me in increasing healthcare access, lowering costs, and improving patients' outcomes. Thank you, and I yield back.
From Washington is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I reserve.
Gentlelady reserves. Gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
I yield such time as he may consume to the gentleman from California, Mr. Cardenas.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I rise today in support of H.R. 6033, Supporting Patient Education and Knowledge Act, which I am proud to co-lead with my colleague and Republican colleague from the other side of the aisle, Representative Steele, and several of my colleagues on both sides of the aisle. I'm encouraged by this bipartisan effort and commitment to help ensure access to quality care across the United States. Clear communication between patients and providers improves critical health outcomes, helps prevent potentially deadly errors, and it is the cornerstone of our health system. As we continue the work to improve healthcare in America, we have a responsibility to all people in America. This includes the 25 million people with limited English proficiency in the United States. A failure to address the challenges individuals with limited English proficiency face would impact the health of all Americans, complicating expansions of telehealth services and leading to higher system costs. The SPEAK Act is a critical step in addressing these challenges. This legislation recognizes the diverse fabric of our nation and fosters collaboration that is vital to guaranteeing our healthcare system meets the needs of all individuals. By bringing providers, physicians, hospitals, health insurance companies, language service providers, and patients' voices to the table, we advance our shared goal of increasing access while helping patients feel secure and confident when they seek care. Helping providers communicate accurate health information to limited English proficient people benefits everyone. Ensuring telehealth advancements are accessible to limited English proficient people benefits everyone as well. Developing and implementing best practices to overcome barriers ensures that every individual, regardless of their linguistic background, receives the care they need and deserve. I thank my colleague, Congresswoman Steele, for co-leading this bill, and I also would like to take an opportunity to thank all of the committee staff and the staffs from all of our teams for all of the wonderful work that they put into not just this bill, but the many bills that we're discussing this evening. One of the things that frustrates me about being a congressman is the beautiful moments like this when we come together, work on a bipartisan basis. You'll never see that on the news. If somebody gets into an argument with somebody in committee, they'll carry that over and over and over, which leads the American people to believe that we do not work together and that we do not care about everyone. Yes, we do. So once again, I'd like to thank the chairwoman, the ranking member, and everyone on the committee for bringing these wonderful bills to the floor and the many bills we have yet to work on throughout the rest of this year. And I urge my colleagues to vote for this bill, and I yield back, Mr. Speaker. I'm sorry, I yield back. Yeah.
Yields. Gentleman reserves. From New Jersey reserves. The gentlelady from Washington is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I reserve and am prepared to close.
The gentlelady reserves the balance of her time. The gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would urge support for this bill, again bipartisan, because it's so important in improving access for telehealth services for persons with limited English proficiency. I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields. The gentlelady from Washington is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In closing, I encourage a yes vote and yield back the remainder of my time.
The gentlelady yields. The question is, will the House suspend the rules, pass the bill H.R. 6033 as amended? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended. The bill is passed. Without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Washington seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move that the House suspend the rules and pass H.R. 7858 as amended.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
Union Calendar number 569, H.R. 7858, a bill to amend Title 18 of the Social Security Act to establish a Medicare incident to modifier for mental health services furnished through telehealth.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentlewoman from Washington, Ms. Rogers, the gentleman from New Jersey, Mr. Pallone, will each control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Washington.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and insert extraneous materials in the record on the bill.
Without objection, so ordered.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in support of H.R. 7858, the Telehealth Enhancement for Mental Health Act of 2024, led by Congressman John James, a valuable member of the House Energy and Commerce Committee. Mr. James' legislation will put in place program integrity measures so that we can better understand the extent in which telehealth is working for patients on Medicare. Over the past several years, telehealth has proven itself to be a vital way for patients to access care, especially in rural communities. Telehealth services are still being used widely among Medicare beneficiaries compared to pre-pandemic levels. Evaluation and management services such as doctor's visits and following up to imaging have accounted for nearly all of telehealth spending in Medicare. As Congress Congress works to continue allowing seniors to access telehealth through Medicare, this bill will implement a key recommendation from the Department of Health and Human Services Inspector General to increase transparency and allow more detailed data collection on types of providers performing telehealth services. This will help ensure Medicare beneficiaries are not just benefiting from expanded access and quality care, but the best value these technologies have to offer. I encourage my colleagues to support this bill, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentlelady reserves the balance of her time. The gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
As time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise in support of H.R. 7858, the Telehealth Enhancement for Mental Health Act. This bill directs the Secretary of Health and Human Services to develop a modifier on claims submitted to Medicare for mental health services furnished through telehealth. This modifier will allow the Centers for Medicare and Medicaid Services to identify when mental health services are being provided virtually by different types of providers and will help ensure beneficiaries receiving mental health support remotely can access care when they need it. We know that mental health care is health care. In the face of an ongoing mental health and substance use disorder epidemic, it's critical that Medicare beneficiaries are able to access behavioral and mental health services virtually. So this bill will ensure Medicare beneficiaries enjoy continued access to high-quality mental health services from a range of qualified providers. I urge my colleagues to join me in voting yes on H.R. 7858, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves the balance of his time. The gentlelady from Washington is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to yield 5 minutes to the gentleman from Michigan, Mr. James.
The gentleman from Michigan, Mr. James, is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and a special thank you to my chairwoman, friend, mentor, Cathy McMorris Rodgers, for her stellar leadership and for giving me a shot. This is one of the big reasons why I even ran for Congress in the first place, is to help people. And this bill, with strong bipartisan support, is going to take another step in helping everyday Americans. I rise today to speak about my critical bill, H.R. 7858, the Tele-MH Act. At a time when mental health needs are soaring, this bill will revolutionize access to mental health care by ushering transformative changes to Medicare reimbursement policies for mental health services provided for telehealth. It would modernize health care delivery by establishing a new modifier or code tailored to explicitly for telehealth delivered mental health services in layman's terms, in normal people's terms. It's hard out there. It's tough out there. And Americans need and deserve help from the folks that they've sent here to represent them. Simply, this bill is a critical step toward realizing the full potential of telehealth in delivering these vital mental health services to Americans who are at their wits' end. By introducing a specific modifier for telehealth-based mental health services, we are not only streamlining the billing and reimbursement processes, cutting red tape, but also amplifying access for those in need, regardless of their geographic barriers or their economic abilities. Mr. Speaker, this is a no-brainer. Right now, our nation is experiencing a hopelessness crisis. And this legislation, this bipartisan legislation, will allow millions to get the care that they need right when and where they need it. Bottom line, this legislation is going to save lives. And I ask all of my colleagues to please support this common sense, bipartisan legislation. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
And yields. The gentlelady from Washington is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I reserve.
The gentlelady reserves.
Prepared.
The gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Again, now we're dealing with another important telehealth bill for mental services, and I want to urge my colleagues to support this bill as well on both sides of the aisle, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields. The gentlelady from Washington is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In closing, I urge a yes vote and yield back the balance of my time.
The gentlelady yields. The question is, will the House suspend the rules, pass the bill H.R. 7858, as amended? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended. The bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Without objection, the title is amended. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Washington seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move that the House suspend the rules and pass Senate 1648.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
Senate 1648, an act to facilitate access to the electromagnetic spectrum for commercial space launches and commercial space reentries and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentlewoman from Washington, Ms. Rogers, the gentleman from New Jersey, Mr. Pallone, each will control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Washington.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and insert extraneous materials in the record on the bill.
Without objection, so ordered.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Without objection, so ordered.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in support of Senate 1648, the Launch Communications Act. Earlier this year, the House of Representatives passed a similar version, H.R. 682, which was led by the gentlemen from Florida's 2nd and 9th districts, Representatives Soto and Dunn. This legislation is the product of bipartisan, bicameral negotiations. It takes important steps to streamline the process for commercial space launch providers to access the spectrum frequencies they need and ensure that a lack of coordination between federal agencies does not hamper the thriving commercial space economy. Importantly, just like Congressman Dunn's H.R. 682, this bill not only adds a new license model to meet growing demand, but preserves the ability of launch providers to avail themselves of the special temporary authority model that has served us so well. I thank Senator Schmidt for working with us and for leading this product in the Senate, and I urge my colleagues to support Senate 1648. I encourage my colleagues to support the bill and reserve the balance of my time.
The gentlelady reserves the balance of her time. The gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise in support of S. 1648, the Launch Communications Act. Over the last decade, we've seen the cost for exploring space drop dramatically. As a result, space launches in this country have increased dramatically. In 2013, the Federal Aviation Administration authorized 8 launches, but by 2023, just a decade later, the number was 117. And the number of space launches is only expected to increase in the years to come. Indeed, the FAA has already or I should say authorized, over 100 launches this year. So to ensure our nation as a global leader in space and other cutting-edge technologies, we must continue to foster this growth, which in turn will enhance our national security capabilities. Transporting satellites to space cannot happen without launch entities having reliable access to electromagnetic spectrum. While the FCC has made impressive strides in the last year to allocate more spectrum for space launches, additional spectrum resources are needed. Congress must build on the FCC's efforts by making more spectrum available for commercial space launches as well as the space reentries. This bill will help solve this challenge. Specifically, the Launch Communications Act directs the FCC to complete a rulemaking proceeding and adopt rules so the commercial space launches and reentries have access to the spectrum bands identified in the bill. The bill also requires the FCC to streamline its process for licensing spectrum to commercial space launch providers. Taken together, these efforts will build better support for providers as they communicate with their space vehicles during flight and upon reentry. Now, while this bill and its House companion are nearly identical, I would like to note that the differences between the bills should not have a significant impact on the effect of the bill. For instance, the House bill included a savings clause to specify that nothing in the bill would change the current special temporary authority for launch spectrum. While the version we are debating today does not have the savings clause, nothing in this bill should impact the ability of the FCC to provide access to launch spectrum using its special temporary authority. So I want to commend Representatives Soto and Dunn for their bipartisan work on the House version of the bill. S-1648 will help secure America's leadership in the commercial space industry by strengthening our nation's position as a prime destination for launching satellites into space. And so, Mr. Speaker, I urge my colleagues to support this bill, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. The gentlelady from Washington is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I reserve and am prepared to close.
The gentlelady reserves. The gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I urge my colleagues on both sides of the aisle to support this bill that basically provides commercial space launches access to spectrum and other things to promote space launches and reentry. So with that, I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields. The gentlelady from Washington is recognized.
Also encourage everyone to vote yes on the bill and yield back the balance of my time.
The gentlelady yields. The question is, will the House suspend the rules, pass Senate Bill 1648? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended. The bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Washington seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move that the House suspend the rules and pass H.R. 1513.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
Union Calendar Number 421, H.R. 1513, a bill to direct the Federal Communications Commission to establish a task force to be known as 6G Task Force and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentlewoman from Washington, Ms. Rogers, the gentleman from New Jersey, Mr. Pallone, will each control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Washington.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and insert extraneous materials in the record on the bill.
So ordered.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in support of the bill, H.R. 1513, the Future Networks Act, led by Representative Matsui. The United States leads in the development of next-generation wireless technology. We've led the world in the development and deployment of 4G technologies, and carriers are now currently deploying 5G across the country. It is now time to look ahead to the next generation, 6G. The United States must continue to be at the forefront of technological development and keep ahead of our adversaries. To do this, we must lead at international standard-setting bodies, identify new use cases for 6G, and understand potential security and supply chain issues that must be addressed as the technology is developed. H.R. 1513 will support this effort by requiring the FCC to establish a 6G task force made up of both public and private sectors to develop a report on the standard development process and possible uses of 6th generation technology. This task force will ensure that the United States is unified among industry and government and is doing what is needed to cement our leadership in 6G. I'd like to thank Representative Matsui for her leadership and work on this legislation. Before the Energy and Commerce Committee, this bill advanced with strong bipartisan vote out of committee, and I urge my colleagues to support this bill. I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentlelady reserves as an addendum. Without objection, general leave is granted. The gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Without objection, so ordered.
And Mr. Speaker, I rise in support of H.R. 1513, the Future Uses of Technology Upholding Reliable and Enhanced Networks Act, or Future Networks Act. And this bipartisan bill, sponsored by Representative Matsui, ranking member of the Subcommittee on Communications and Technology, is an important step to protect Americans and our communications networks from threats posed by rapidly evolving next-generation technologies. It also ensures that the standards used to build technological advancements are designed from the start to be safe and secure. H.R. 1513 establishes a task force at the Federal Communications Commission to study sixth-generation or 6G technologies to identify potential supply chain and cybersecurity vulnerabilities. The task force will include government, public interest advocates, academics, and industry. The United States leads the world in the innovation of secure and resilient next-generation technologies, a position congressional Democrats and the Biden-Harris administration have fought to sustain. Last year, the Biden-Harris administration released the National Cybersecurity Strategy to tackle cybersecurity threats and created a safer and more secure digital ecosystem. The FCC also developed the Cyber Trust Mark program to make trustworthy products easily identifiable to consumers. The Future Networks Act is yet another important step to support America's leadership in a secure and reliable future. By directing the FCC to engage in the exploration of 6G technology in the early stages of its development, this bill will enable American values to be embedded within the global framework for this technology and to ensure it will be available to all Americans. So I want to thank the Communications and Technology Subcommittee Ranking Member Matsui and Representative Wahlberg for their bipartisan work on this bill, which passed unanimously out of the Energy and Commerce Committee earlier this year. I urge my colleagues to support H.R. 1513, and I reserve the balance of my time, Mr. Speaker.
The gentleman reserves. The gentlelady from Washington is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I reserve.
Gentlelady reserves. The gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I would yield such time as she may consume to the sponsor of the bill, Ms. Matsui of California.
The gentlelady from California is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the ranking member for yielding me time. I rise today in support of H.R. 1513, the Future Networks Act. To maintain U.S. leadership in wireless communication, we need to be proactive in our preparations for the next generation of networks. This bill would direct the Federal Communications Commission to bring together industry leaders, public interest groups, and government experts to establish a 6G task force. 6G is going to be a global evolution in the way we communicate, not only for people, but for devices, factories, infrastructures, and more. It will be a global network of networks, handling information from nearly every sector of our economy. So the race to 6G isn't just about faster phones. It's about national security, the economy, and America's standing on the international stage. If we lead, this global technology will be based on our values: democracy, open markets, and transparency. But if we fall behind, America's foreign adversaries will have a new venue to expand their reach. This means less openness and more top-down control. That's why I'm so glad to see this bipartisan bill moving forward today. It will ensure our brightest minds in industry, government, and academia are advising the U.S. on the strategically vital development of 6G. So, Mr. Speaker, I urge my colleagues to vote in favor of suspending the rules and passing this legislation. With that, I yield back the balance of my time. Thank you.
Gentlelady yields. Gentlelady from Washington is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I reserve and am prepared to close.
Gentlelady reserves. Gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would urge everyone to support this bill that protects us and keeps us in leadership on next generation technology. And with that, I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields. The gentlelady from Washington is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In closing, I encourage a yes vote on this bill and yield back the balance of my time.
The gentlelady yields. The question is, will the House suspend the rules, pass H.R. 1513? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended.
Would request the yeas and nays.
The gentlelady requests the yeas and nays. The yeas and nays are requested. Those in favor of taking this vote by yeas and nays will rise and remain standing until counted. A sufficient number having risen, the yeas and nays are ordered pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20. Further proceedings on this question will be postponed. The chair will now entertain requests for 1-minute speeches. What purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. California's high-speed rail project has been a boondoggle of epic proportions, funded mostly by California state taxpayers, but also some $3+ billion in so-called shovel-ready stimulus money from 2009. After 15 years and a $9 billion bond plus federal money, what do we actually have? We have a project that's ballooned to over $120 billion with 0 miles of track laid and a completion date pushed back another decade into the future. This is all ostensibly to save carbon dioxide in our atmosphere, but I point out to you here that CO2 is actually 0.04% of our atmosphere. This is a bottomless money pit, and continue to throw state and federal dollars at it is a terrible waste when we need to be doing so many other things for our people, including agriculture and water supply. So revolving doors of CEOs of the California High-Speed Rail Authority aren't going to fix this anytime soon. California faces great need for water supply, infrastructure, and forest management that could provide a whole lot of benefit that the high-speed rail project never will do. American taxpayers shouldn't be on the hook for California's boondoggle, so let's instead focus on things that will help the American people, such as building more water supply and growing those needed crops that somewhere between 90 and 90% only grow in California that help the American people. I yield back.
The gentleman yields. For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I seek unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, I rise to honor the 40th anniversary of the Environmental and Energy Study Institute, or EESI. For 4 decades, EESI has provided valuable educational opportunities, policy analyses, and support to Congress and so many others all around the country. EESI was founded as a caucus in Congress by a bipartisan group, a group of members including Dick Ottinger from the great state of New York in 1975. In the 1980s, it became an independent nonprofit focused on educating members and staff, convening stakeholders, and advancing science-based solutions for climate, energy, and environmental challenges. Many members attended their annual Renewable Energy and Energy Efficiency Expo, which brings cutting-edge energy companies to the Hill to show off the latest innovations. Over the years, I have been proud to collaborate with EESI so many times, and I truly value their work. To EESI's staff and supporters, I congratulate you on this 40th anniversary, and I wish you many more years of being such an important partner to members of Congress. With that, upward and onward with additional innovation through the years. And thank you, and I yield back, Mr. Speaker.
The gentleman yields under the Speaker's announced policy, January 9, 2023. The gentleman from Arizona, Mr. Schweiker, is recognized for 13 minutes as a designee of the Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. I think I heard a applause and happiness. He's only allowed to go for 13 minutes. For anyone that's paying attention, it's because we're the lateness of the hour. My brothers and sisters on the Democrat side, we have to split the remaining time. That's what's about to happen. So I'm going to talk faster than normal. I apologize to those trying to take our words down. Let's see if I can make the point. I actually edited my boards down because I wanted to go through, once again, the actual mathematical facts, my intense frustration that our brothers and sisters around the country running for office are promising things that there is no mathematical way to make them work, and a complete void of an honest conversation of demographics and debt and the reality of what's going on. So let's actually race through this because I think I now have 12 minutes. For every dollar, please understand, for every dollar of tax collection, this year that your federal government takes in, we spend $1.39. Now work with me. This number, I used to come behind this microphone just a little while ago and say, we borrow 30 cents out of everything we borrow 39 cents. And if you remove interest, we still borrow, well, for every dollar we take in, we spend $1.21. Well, I need you to process this. Please process this. For every dollar of tax collection the United States takes in, and that's this year, in a time where the economy has actually been pretty good. GDP growth has been pretty good. Tax collections have actually been pretty good. And we spend, meaning we're functionally borrowing 39 cents for every dollar we take in. And here's the point. How many of you, as members of Congress, and if for someone's watching, if you don't see people in the room, that's the way it's supposed to be. People are supposed to be back in their offices or other place actually doing their work. And one of the reasons you do these presentations is you're probably on 1,000 televisions around this campus, and hopefully there's still some minds that are open to math. Do you see this chart? See the blue? We call that defense and non-defense. That's all I, as a member of Congress, get to vote on. It's 26, 25% of spending. Back to this board. If for every dollar of tax collection, we have to borrow an additional 39 cents on top of it. Does someone see a math problem? If what I get to vote on is 26% of the budget, it means every dime a member of Congress votes on is borrowed, and a big chunk of what we call mandatory spending. How many people are willing to tell that story, whether it be on the left or the right? Because the hallways in this place are full of people begging us for more spending. It's an investment, David. We need the money. And I've done chart after chart after chart over the last few years coming and showing when we've had very high marginal tax rates, we get about 17, 18% of the economy in taxes. When we've had very low marginal tax rates, we get about 17, 18% of the economy. Will this place start to take it seriously? You gotta adopt tax policies, regulatory policy, code policies that dramatically do growth. But understand what's the biggest change that's happened the last couple years. What is the thing that has moved these numbers so dramatically? And I'm going to play with this just a little bit. Interest. The fact of the matter is Social Security, $1,480 billion. Total interest, because remember, you got to pay the interest back to Social Security, the pension plans, all those things, and then interest to those who've bought our bonds. And remember, the vast majority of our bonds are actually bought by Americans. Interest now is the second biggest expenditure in the federal government. It's going to come in, total gross interest, maybe $1,140,000,000, 160. Then the next biggest, so the third biggest expenditure is now Medicare. And number 4 is actually defense. The thing that's in the Constitution now is number 4. And one of the points I want to make here is I was just showing you a chart that about 25% of what we get to vote on is defense and non-defense. And we're over 14% is just interest now. And understand, in about 10 years, that a little less than 1.2 trillion is going to be approaching $2 trillion a year. Tell me how many things we got to buy with that interest. When for every dollar of tax collection we take in, $1.39, so 39 cents on top of it is borrowed. That is the mathematical reality. And what is the thing? And this is the thing that I get booed at. I get people, online say, "Oh, that hurts my feelings." 100% of the debt for this country from today through the next 30 years. Go look at CBO's reports. Medicare. Sorry, I don't mean to get so agitated. Medicare and the interest, and in 9 or so years, when Social Security Trust Fund has been depleted, do we reach in the general fund and backfill it? And the insanity is you hear the debates here. We'll just tax rich people. But even documents from the left say, well, if you do every tax that's been proposed on those over $400,000 and you adjust for the economics, you get about 1.5 points of GDP. So 1.5 points of the size of the economy. For those of us who want to cut spending, add up everything we've talked about cutting, it's about 1 point of GDP. So you got a big 2.5% there. 2.5% for every policy on their side, every policy on our side. We are borrowing just a little less than 7% of the entire economy this year, and the economy's healthy. Dear heaven, what happens if there's a war? What happens if there's another pandemic? What happens if the parts of the economic clouds come and we have a recession? This is the time when things are good. We should be paying things back. And you look at the math, and look, I know some of these charts are impossible to read from a distance, and I'm trying just to make the point that when interest, because interest is our fragility, and I've said it here multiple times, you want to know who really is about to run your country? It's not the Democrats, it's not the Republicans, it's not rich people, it's not the unions, it's the bond market. Because if you're borrowing $70,000, $80,000 per second every day, and you've got to go to the market, remember this year, this fiscal year, we will bring $10 trillion to market. About 8 of that is refinancing of the bonds that roll over, and it's actually a little more than that if you look at the short end of the curve that have to roll over a lot, and then a couple trillion of new issuances. If the bond vigilantes, if those say, well, we don't want those things, we want a premium. You look at the charts, and this is actually assuming everything's wonderful. When you see the CBO projections, and they talk about debt coming into the future, this is no pandemic, no war, no recession. Yet, if you listen to these microphones, it's person after person after person after person coming up with new brilliant ideas to spend money. And many of them you love. They're moral, they're helpful, and we have no damn way to finance them. And this delusion saying, well, we'll just tax rich people. I've already shown chart after chart after chart. You confiscate all the wealth of those designated rich. You run the country for a few months. You crash every market. There's no retirement accounts, but you wipe out everything. And it's just sort of a mathematical delusion. There are ways to make this work. But are we going to legalize technology? Last week, I actually did a presentation, and I was trying to show that all these projections of we're going to take in this much money in additional enforcement at the IRS, and we've only hit like a fraction of what was promised. Remember, we're 2 years in. You know, remember we originally appropriated 80, then it went down to 57. We've spent, you know, we were supposed, according to CBO, be up around 10, 11 billion of additional tax collections coming in from rich. We've got 1. So we've hit basically 10% of the promises. And that's story after story after story. We're not coming anything close to our fantasies. Remember, the Inflation Reduction Act was going to pay for itself, and then we realized, hey, the subsidies, the planned economy, the new managed industrial policy that is America now, it's turning out to cost dramatically more than the tax collections didn't come anywhere close. We're really bad at math here. We're really good at making public policy by feelings. But just tried to say, let's have thought experiments. What would happen if the IRS used like chat and other things to answer the phone, so customer service, so the vast majority of people who call the IRS could actually have their phone answered? And I remember one person online said, well, that would lose jobs. I tried to show all that money we set aside for the IRS, it went down. Their auditors went down by 8%. We gave them billions of dollars, and it turns out we have a demographic issue. Remember, starting in 1990, birth rates in the United States started to roll over, and it turns out lots of people don't want to go work for the IRS. There's ways to use technology to crash the price of healthcare, to make the environment healthier, cleaner, to move transportation, to actually do tax collections in an honest, fair, moral fashion. And this place is a protection racket. It's a protection of incumbent bureaucracies, incumbent business models. The hallways are full of lobbyists right now trying to stop us from disrupting and making our brothers and sisters healthier. Look, diabetes is 33% of all U.S. healthcare. It's immoral what we allow to happen. We can make our brothers and sisters healthier. We can do amazing things for the debt and deficits. We just have to be willing to do things different. I yield back.
The gentleman's time has expired. Under the Speaker's announced policy, January 9, 2023, the gentlewoman from Florida, Ms. Cheriflis McCormick, is recognized for 13 minutes as the designee of the minority leader.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks and include any extraneous material on the subject of this special order hour.
Without objection, so ordered.
Thank you. It is with great honor that I rise today to anchor this CBC Special Order Hour. For the next 12 minutes and 30 seconds, members of the CBC have an opportunity to discuss the importance of Suicide Prevention Month, an issue of great importance to the Congressional Black Caucus, Congress, the constituents we represent, and all Americans. At this moment, I'd like to yield to the gentleman from Louisiana, Troy Carter.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Madam Chair, for the opportunity to speak. As we come together for Suicide Prevention Month, I'm deeply aware of this heartbreaking crisis is hitting the Black community hard. The CDC reported that in 2023, the suicide rate among Black Americans rose by 19%, with Black youth experiencing the hardest and sharpest increase of any racial group in the nation. This alarming trend highlights the urgent need for action. Every life lost to suicide is a tragedy that makes waves through communities and through families, leaving a void that cannot be filled. Yet too many of our loved ones don't get the mental health care and support they deserve. As lawmakers, we must confront the uncomfortable truth that our current system is simply falling short. The Congressional Black Caucus has been at the forefront of addressing this epidemic. working tirelessly to secure critical mental health resources. But our work is far from over. Suicide Prevention Month offers us a moment to reflect on what more we can do, how we can ensure these resources reach every individual in need, and especially our youth. We must expand access to culturally competent mental health care, reduce stigma, and create special spaces, safe spaces, for our open conversations about mental health. That's why I introduced the Mental Health Workforce Act to address racial disparities in the mental health field. The bill seeks to allocate resources and establish programs that focus on the unique needs of marginalized communities, ensuring equitable access to mental health services. Numerous barriers to access mental health care treatment persist in communities of color, including the stigma associated with mental illness, general distrust of healthcare institutions, and the lack of health insurance. Together, we can change the trajectory of this crisis and ensure a future where every life is valued and protected. It's critically important that you know you are not alone, and we are here to help. Thank you, and I yield back.
Thank you, Representative Carter. I now yield to my co-anchor, Jonathan Jackson from Illinois.
Thank you, the Honorable Sheila Sherfield McCormick. Mr. Speaker, I rise tonight because we gather on this floor to give recognition to a growing and troubling problem in America today. Never before has so many young people, and in particular so many African American young people, been susceptible to the tragic influence of suicidal thoughts. And one of the things that we cannot leave out of this discussion is how much the anxiety of our politics has contributed to the overall dysfunction that has become a cancer on the lives and mental health of America's citizens. I say to you tonight, when people have to worry about political violence and insurrections, that's a strain on mental health. When people have to be concerned about losing their health care and when they need it most. When people are concerned about the attacks on Medicaid and Medicare, or not being able to make decisions on their own bodies, or whether or not there will be a shooting in their school today. And when people have to listen to the former President of the United States demonize Haitian immigrants with absolutely no evidence for the erroneous claims he happens to be making. It is no wonder that America has become a nation riddled with anxiety. And let us be very clear, we will have to live and we will be connected to the conditions of one's life. I am not a mental health expert, Mr. Speaker, but I happen to believe that people who have something to live for are often engaged in the acts of living with a sense of promise and hope. And I understand that mental health diseases are real and must be treated separately. But there are a lot of people in this country who contemplate ending their lives not because they have a mental health disease, but rather because the conditions in which they have to live have become overwhelming and completely debilitating. Mr. Speaker, I would like to yield the remainder of my time and to enter my further remarks into the records of the Congressional. I yield back to my honorable co-anchor, the Honorable Sheila Sherfield McCormick.
Thank you so much. Mr. Speaker, I yield the rest of this time to myself. Can I inquire how much time we have left?
7 minutes.
Thank you. I rise today during Suicide Prevention Month to bring attention to a deeply troubling issue affecting our nation, racial disparities in suicide rates, particularly among Black youth. According to the recent data from the CDC, the suicide rate among Black youth aged 10 through 19 climbed by a staggering 54% between 2018 and 2022, exceeding the first time of their white peers. In my home state of Florida, where the suicide rate among Black teens is the third highest in the country. The need to address this crisis is especially urgent. Black youth are also significantly less likely to receive the mental health support they need as they face stigma and mistrust towards the healthcare system. Racial discrimination, economic disenfranchisement, and the lack of culturally competent mental health services fuels disparities and creates barriers to accessing care, even when it's available. We have long understood suicide prevention and mental health initiatives to be a public health interventions that benefit all Americans. It pains me to see such drastic disparities within these communities. As Black youth suicide rates continue to climb, investments in cultural competence training, mental health screenings, research, and resources are desperately needed. By taking these steps, we can ensure those at risk are connected to the appropriate, accessible, and culturally sensitive care they need and deserve. Lastly, we need to do more research into the specific risk factors affecting Black youth. Understanding the full scope of the problem is essential to developing practical solutions. Federal funding for studies that explore how stigma, cultural identity, and community engagement influences suicide risk in the Black community is long overdue. These studies will guide us in crafting policies and interventions that are both targeted and effective. The importance of prevention and awareness cannot be understated. This Suicide Prevention Month, we must reaffirm our commitment to addressing the disparities in mental health head on and ensuring that no youth life is lost to a preventable cause. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to yield to... You done? Mr. Speaker, I'd like to yield back.
I'm sorry, can you repeat? The gentlewoman yields back.
Yes.
Balance of her time. The chair would remind members to refrain from engaging in personalities towards nominees for the office of president. Does the gentlewoman have a motion she would like to bring forth?
I motion to adjourn the House at this time.
Thank you very much. The gentlewoman has moved that the body adjourn. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The motion is adopted according to the House. Accordingly, the House stands adjourned until 10 a.m. tomorrow morning for our debate.